This is election night and America continued. I'm Wolf Blitzer. Tonight, Joe Biden says once all the outstanding votes are counted, he expects to win the White House and defeat President Trump. The former vice president getting closer to his goal with his projected win in Michigan just a short while ago. But let's be clear, this contest is not over yet. It's all coming down to 6 states that remain too early to call. We're watching Arizona and Nevada very closely as they could be the ultimate deciders. Right now, Biden has 253 electoral votes on the brink of the 270 needed to win. President Trump has 213. He's now launching legal challenges as ballots are still being counted. Let's get a key race alert right now. All right, let's start in Arizona right now with 11 electoral votes. 86% of the estimated vote in Arizona is now in. Biden maintains a lead of more than 93,000 votes over Trump. He has 51% to 47.6%. In Nevada, with 6 electoral votes, 86% of the estimated vote is in. Biden maintains a lead there, but only 7,600 votes or so over Trump, 49.3% to 48.7%. Let's get some more states right now in our key race alert. Let's start in Pennsylvania. Right now, 20, it's a big prize, 20 electoral votes. 85% of the estimated vote is in. Trump maintains a significant lead, 276,000 votes over Biden, 51.6% to 47.1%. In Georgia right now, 94% of the estimated vote is in, 16 electoral votes. Trump maintains a lead of about 57,000 votes. It's gone down, 57,000 votes over Biden, 50% to 48.8%. In North Carolina, with 15 electoral votes, 95% of the estimated vote is in, and Trump maintains a lead there of more than 76,000 over Biden, 50.1% to 48.6%. Let's go over to John King and take a look at Arizona and Nevada. Those are the 2 states. If we get results in the next few hours, potentially they could put Biden at 270.
Right. Emphasis on potentially. If Biden flips Arizona, which was a Trump state in 2016, holds Nevada, which was a Clinton state in 2016, that would be enough to get him to the finish line. The if is the question. And so let's start in Nevada as we count the votes. You see this. This has been all day. We haven't gotten an update from the state of Nevada in quite some time. 7,647 votes. 49 to 49, if you round that up, 49.3, 48.7. So you have a very close race, which is why the Trump campaign says keep counting the votes. Again, a little inconsistency when you move to some other states in the East, but let's just focus on Nevada right now. We're waiting, hoping later today. We'll see. Might be tomorrow, we're told, but hopefully we get some more votes out of Clark County. This is Las Vegas and the suburbs around it. This is where you're going to get more than 7 in 10, more than 70% of the votes cast in Nevada will come from here. It gets frustrating now. In any event, you want to count the votes. But even now, when we know how consequential Nevada and Arizona are going to be to the math, you want more votes, and we're waiting. 84% in Clark County, which means you've got a fair amount of votes still out, 16%. If Joe Biden keeps that percentage, then Joe Biden is going to win the state of Nevada. We just don't know that until we see more votes. And then you come up here, Reno, Washoe County in the top half of the state here, the western part of the state, northwestern part of the state. Again, it's a little closer here, 50%, 51 if you round up to 47 if you round up. And again, that's all Joe Biden has to do. You have the lead. You just need 50 plus 1 the rest of the way, right? 50%, a little more than 50% the rest of the way, and you do it. The question is, when will we get those votes? So we have reporters on the scene, and you just want to count them. And we got a ways to go, so we have to wait and count those votes. So then you move here. This would be a pickup. This would be a flip. A Trump state in 2016, a state that has not voted for a Democrat for president since the 1990s, and Bill Clinton with some help from Ross Perot back in those days. But you see it right now, 51 to 48 if you round up for the president. So it's close, and we need to be careful here. 93,000 votes. Again, that's a pretty healthy lead, but we know we have about 600,000 votes still out here, and we know about 2/3 of them are here in Maricopa County. This is Phoenix and the growing suburbs around it, one of the fastest changing, most dynamic political places in America right now. And we see in Maricopa, it's 52.3 to 46. So Joe Biden, if you just check it out, it's statewide at 51. This president has some support out in the more rural areas. Goes up a little higher in Maricopa. The question is, we are going to get some of these tonight. We're told our Kyung Law on the scene says two batches of votes will be released later. 9 o'clock hour here in the East Coast, midnight hour as we get into, that would be into Thursday, right? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, off we go. So we're going to wait for those. And that's what you want to see, right? If, again, Joe Biden has the lead. If you pull out to the statewide numbers, about 93,000. So you have the lead. All you have to do from here on in is break even. Will he? We'll see. The trend lines tell you he will, but we have to count new votes to see if that happens. And so, Wolf, you pull it out. We're still waiting on a couple of places. You see this map filled in. Every now and then I want to do this just so if you're watching at home, we have not called these states. You pull them off and you see the gray. On this map here, we like to show you who's leading. But we're continuing to watch the votes here. There are other places as well. We're still watching the count in Georgia, still watching the count in North Carolina. We're obviously still watching the count in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And you see that has come down. That has come down considerably. It was over 600,000 late last night. It's come down considerably. Can Joe Biden make it up? He thinks he can. They're still counting votes here. But as they count in Pennsylvania, the reason those two states in the Southwest, Arizona and Nevada, matter so much, now that we have projected Michigan and Wisconsin, that's the big news of the day. Two pieces of the three blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. That is why Donald Trump is president of the United States. He flipped those states in 2016. They had been in Democratic hands since 1992. Now that you have two pieces of the blue wall, plus you flip the 2nd congressional district in Nebraska, the math for Joe Biden is, if nothing else changed, you just get that, you get that, and you get to 270. And then we would continue to do the math. We would want to know how all these other states fill out so we know the final tally of America's voice and vote. But once you get to 270, you're the next president of the United States. So Arizona and Nevada, the eyes of the country and the eyes of the world as we wait those counts.
Does President Trump really have any significant hope in Arizona?
You have to say yes just because of the math. Again, I want to come back over here and look at it. Look, there's a basic logic to vote counting, and you watch as it plays out, and you see the first votes come in, and then you watch the next batch come in, and you see, are we swinging all over the place, right? Are we getting, these are Republican precincts, these are Democratic precincts, and we're getting wild variations in the number. In the votes we have so far, Joe Biden got out ahead, and he has stayed there, but it's been a long time now. It's been a long time since we got more votes. So when you have 600,000 votes out, you got 1.4 million, 1.3 million. That's a big chunk of votes. And so, yes, we want to respect the process everywhere, right? The president is saying keeping count the votes here. Again, there's an intellectual inconsistency, to be polite, with saying stop counting here. Why did you count overnight here? Why did you count overnight here? That's the president's argument, that somehow there was, hanky-panky going on here, something fishy. There's not. They're counting votes. But he wants people to keep counting votes here. We should respect the process. 600,000 votes still to count. Obviously, 93,000 vote lead. Plenty of votes to make that up. The trajectory of the state tells you, odds are Biden, but, odds are doesn't matter. The math matters, and we will count the votes when we get them.
Yeah, when we spoke with the Secretary of State of Arizona, you and me, a little while ago, she made it very, very clear there are still plenty of votes outstanding in the Phoenix area, but that's an area where Biden has done a lot better than Trump.
He has. And the suburban shift in America is one of the defining political stories of the Trump presidency. I will tell you, Democrats did not get as much out of the suburbs. When you look at Ohio, when you look at Texas, when you look at North Carolina, states that are the president's keeping. North Carolina's not done yet. We haven't finished the math there. But without a doubt, the reason that is blue is the growing suburbs around Phoenix, the Latino vote combined with suburban women and senior citizens. Joe Biden doing much better than Hillary Clinton among senior citizens. So the math in the vote we have so far out here, Joe Biden has put together the right coalition. Again, we just want to respect the process and count the votes. With 600,000 more to go, when we see these later tonight, when we get a couple 100,000 later tonight, then you know. Then you watch the trajectory. Is it a steady climb? Does something glitch? We'll see.
We'll see what happens when they release all those votes around 9 p.m. Eastern. All right, Jake, back to you.
All right, well, thanks so much. And while they are counting the votes in Nevada and Arizona and Pennsylvania and North Carolina and Georgia, let us go and check in with the Biden campaign. Jeff Zeleny is in Wilmington, Delaware. And Jeff, how are they feeling there?
Well, Jake, the former vice president is feeling very confident just because of those numbers that we're seeing and we've been talking about there that John was reporting. But they do want to wait and see how the Arizona count goes, and they need to wait and see how the Nevada account goes. But I am told that he is feeling much more optimistic than at the beginning of the day. But we did see the former vice president here at the Chase Center on the very stage where he delivered the acceptance speech for the Democratic Party's nomination. But today he spoke with a presidential tone, and he said he would wait for the votes to be counted, but he walked just up to the line of declaring victory.
Now, after a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners. So once this election is finalized, and behind us. It'll be time for us to do what we've always done as Americans, to put the harsh rhetoric of the campaign behind us, to lower the temperature, to see each other again, to listen to one another, to hear each other again, and respect and care for one another, to unite, to heal, to come together as a nation. I know this won't be easy. I'm not naive. Neither of us are. I know how deep and hard the opposing views are in our country on so many things. But I also know this as well. To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart. So let me be clear. We are campaigning as Democrats, but I will govern as an American president. Every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. America's come too far. America's fought too many battles. America's endured too much to ever let that happen. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender. My friends, I'm confident we'll emerge victorious. But this will not be my victory alone or our victory alone. It'll be a victory for the American people, for our democracy, for America. And there will be no blue states and red states when we win, just the United States of America.
So it was clear that Joe Biden there was reaching across the aisle as well, extending an early olive branch to everyone who did not vote for him as well. Now, we have heard many of these same words before from him, some of them verbatim on the campaign trail. But, Jake, they carried significant more weight today as he was delivering them here on the cusp of the outcome of this presidential campaign. And I was struck by saying he's not naive. If elected, of course, he would be the oldest president ever to serve in the office. But this is a different time and a different climate. But he does, of course, want to unify and reach out. So that was his message. And, Jake, one person he did not mention, President Donald Trump.
That's right. Did not mention him at all. Jeff Zeleny in Wilmington, Delaware. Thanks so much. It is remarkable, Dana, when you think about the very different characters of these two men and the very different reactions that we've heard from Trump and from Biden today. Neither of them has been elected president. Both of them are short as of right now and of the 270 electoral votes. And what we've heard from Joe Biden is count all the votes. And I want to unify the country. And what we've heard from Trump early this morning or late last night, and then through his lawyers and on Twitter, is just a whole bunch of nonsense and conspiracy theories and lies and misrepresentations and claiming that he won when he didn't. And I mean, it couldn't be more different.
It couldn't be more different. And what Jeff just said is so true. We heard versions of what Joe Biden said today along the way, frankly, starting at the beginning of his campaign. His reason for running was to give a speech like this, was in the hopes of being a potential president, like he just kind of illustrated with the speech that he gave today. And what he is trying to do is to kind of embody that, is trying to say, I ran to be a different kind of person. I ran to be a president that brings people together, even people who didn't support me, and maybe we never will. And the fact that he wants to kind of have a bookend when he doesn't know, even though he's leaning into the notion that he believes he will win, but said explicitly he does not know if it will happen, it hasn't happened yet, is very interesting and very telling and very, very Joe Biden.
And it could be reflective of what he must be seeing, because it's obvious what is potentially in front of us. If there is a Joe Biden presidency, he would be a president in a deeply divided government, let alone country. The Democrats are likely to hold on to the House. but it also looks perhaps just as likely that Republicans could hold on to the Senate. So you've got divided government in Congress. You've got a potential president who would have been fairly narrowly elected in some of these states after a protracted period of uncertainty. That is such a, sort of a cauldron of real chaos for this country. And I think Joe Biden recognizes that and realizes that he has to start trying to bridge those gaps early on if he's going to make a convincing case to the American people that he can lead the country through that moment.
You know, we've talked a lot today about Wisconsin and Michigan, which we've projected for Joe Biden. We're waiting to hear from Pennsylvania and Nevada and Arizona, but there's one other state that we're still waiting to hear from. Wolf Blitzer has more on the latest from Georgia.
That's right, Jake. Georgia, it's a really important state, obviously. And look at this, that lead that the president has had, David Chalian, in Georgia has been shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. It's down to, what, 57,000? It was a few hundred thousand not that long ago.
Not that long ago, indeed, but more vote is coming in, and it's helping Joe Biden make up some ground. Right now, Donald Trump at the 50% mark in Georgia. You noted, Wolf, 57,000 votes ahead. Joe Biden has 48.8%. That's with 94% of the vote in. But here's what we've learned about the outstanding vote in Georgia. Just a rough estimate. This is just sort of back of the envelope. We think there are about 185,000 uncounted votes in Georgia. So what we've done is try to do what the campaigns do and calculate for both Biden and Trump what they would need of that outstanding vote to win the state. So look here, Joe Biden would need between 65 and 67% of that 185,000 uncounted votes in order to overtake Donald Trump and actually flip the state of Georgia. Now, I just want to note that in all the vote counting that we've gotten today since 6 a.m., Joe Biden's won about 71% of the vote count today, because again, a lot of it is that absentee mail vote, and we know that that's a big Biden category. So that is within the range of what he still needs there, but that is something to watch. Donald Trump, on the other hand, he only needs between 31 and 33% of that uncounted 185,000 votes in order to hang on to Georgia, keep it in his column, and not let it go to the Democrats. So that's not that big of a percentage, given the fact that overall, he's at 50% of the vote. So he only needs 31 to 33% of that remaining vote to keep Georgia red. Wolf.
And of course, it depends on where that remaining vote at Georgia, John King, is right now. Let's take a closer look at Georgia and see what's going on.
So you take a look, and again, this is a much smaller lead, a shrinking Trump lead, shrinking lead for the president in a state that the Democrats had hoped to make a battleground this time. They're certainly making it competitive. Again, you look at the top line, 50 to 49 if you roll up. If you round up, 57,266 votes. Where has the comeback come from? Well, the same place. There are still votes outstanding. David Chalian just noted, we've been waiting for Atlanta and the suburban collar around it. You see this big star of blue right here. As David noted, Joe Biden needs about 2/3 of the remaining votes. And again, if you look at the statewide numbers, you think, okay, well, there's no way he's going to get 2/3 of the remaining vote. But then you think, where are they? Well, we know there's still some more. They've done a lot of the counting today in Fulton County. One of the reasons the lead has narrowed, the president's lead has narrowed, is because Joe Biden is getting 72% on average of the votes here in Fulton County. That has been some of the count today, and there are still some ballots out here. Then you move over here to DeKalb County. Again, Joe Biden needs 2/3 of the remaining votes, ballpark. He's getting 83% in this county, and we know, look, 89%. They're still counting votes here. So if that trend line continues, it's possible that Joe Biden can make up that map. You move around these blue suburban counties in the collar around Atlanta. Here, 58%. That's a little below 2/3. So you got a few more votes to count here, 95%. We just have to watch this. He's a little under what he needs here, but he's well over what he needs here, and they're still counting votes. And he's well over what he needs here, and they're still counting votes. You move over Cobb County, he's a little under. So this is just math, and we have to wait and see where they come. We did know earlier there were some votes still out too as well up here in Forsyth County, a place where the president is winning quite handily. Does that continue when they count there were 7,000 earlier today? They're counting as we go. We keep checking back every now and then to catch up. Does that mean the president, gets 66% of them? No, it doesn't. But it's just a place where you think, okay, we know that Joe Biden's making up math in Atlanta and the suburbs around it. Maybe the president's making up a little as well. The bottom line is this, 57,266. There are enough votes outstanding, and we know a lot of them are in these blue counties, for Joe Biden to make it up. So just as I just said, we need to respect the process, be open-minded about the possibility the president could come back out in Arizona. We need to respect the process and be open-minded about the possibility that Joe Biden could squeak back into it in the state of Georgia.
What's going on in North Carolina right now? Because it's still undecided.
It is still undecided. This is another one where if you look at it and you think about the statewide vote total, 2.7 million, 2.6 million, 50.1 to 48.6, so 50 to 49 if you round that up, 76,737, incredibly close, incredibly competitive. They're still counting votes. So the Biden campaign is open to the idea, let's keep counting in North Carolina. But they're more pessimistic about this state than they are about Georgia. They view Georgia as a coin toss. They view this one as, they would love to see that happen, but they're not anticipating it happening. One of the reasons, if you come on in, look, here's a chance. We still have 94% here. They're still counting votes. Wake County in the suburbs, look at the Biden lead. You come over here, Durham County, look at the big Biden lead, but you see that 99%. They're about in there. So Wake County, they're still getting some. I want to check down here in Mecklenburg County, 95%. So in the bigger counties, this is number one. In the bigger counties where Biden ran it up quite impressively, most of the votes have been counted. So if you talk to the campaigns, obviously, we should say this about every state, even the non-battleground states where you might have somebody have a giant lead, whether it's Biden or Trump. Let's count all the votes and let's get a final total. And if you come all the way out, Wolf, it is impressive. When you look at the national vote total, 70.5 million votes, 67.3 if you round up million votes. We want to count them all. In North Carolina, of course, the Biden people are open-minded to it. They don't think so. They just, if you talk to them, a candid assessment, they think that one stays red. But we'll find out. Georgia, they think, it's more of a true toss-up, and they want to count them all. Remember, there's 2 Senate races on the ballot in Georgia as well, plus local races. So you want to count them all.
The race for 270 continues. It's not over yet. Walk us through the path for Biden to 270 and the path for Trump for 270.
So let me walk over here. And again, the biggest news of the day, and it's critical news for Joe Biden, this was the centerpiece of his campaign. Nominate me. I can get these blue-collar industrial states back. The 3 were Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Today, he has scored 2 of them, Michigan and Wisconsin, 26 when you add them up, 26 electoral votes. That is what gets Joe Biden knocking on the door, 253. So if you go from here, all Joe Biden needs to do, he's leading here, he needs to hold it. He's leading here, he needs to hold it. That's 270. That's game over. You'd like more than that. You'd like to send a message to the American people that you want a big victory. But the bottom line is winning, and 270 is winning. That would get Joe Biden there. So let's just, for the sake of argument, say, what if the president did come back here? What if the president took Arizona away? Then where does Joe Biden go if he is going to win? Well, then that would be here or here, possibly North Carolina, but the 2 leading options would be here and here, and that's why we continue to count votes. Now, the Biden campaign is quite confident that this is going to go their way out here. Let me turn this off and come back. They're quite confident that this is going to materialize. That's why you saw Joe Biden come out today and say, I'm not claiming victory, but I'm quite confident. That's what they think. So let's come at this from a different perspective. If you come back to where we are now, how does the president get there? Well, we have not called this yet, and some people will think I'm doing the math backwards, but every one counts. We have not called this yet, but the president is leading in Maine's 2nd congressional district. Maine, like Nebraska, allocates its electoral votes by congressional district. So the president could pick up that one there. Let's assume he holds that lead here, and let's assume he holds that lead here. That gets the president up to 245. We anticipate, when we count the votes in Alaska, the president will get those there. So now you're up to 243 to 248, right? And so, again, if Biden holds this one, then you come back here, and the president of the United States can hold this one, then you're in a fight. Then you're in a huge fight for Arizona, which is why, again, we think of this. It's the biggest prize. It's 20 electoral votes. It's still on the table. So this is what you're fighting for most here. As I bring these back here, let me take this away and just make it a toss-up state right there. Look at that math. So this is why this is why if the Biden campaign can get this, you want a cushion. The Trump campaign essentially has to run the table, get Pennsylvania, and get that back.
Yeah, if Biden gets Arizona and Nevada, it's game over, as you say. David Chalian, let's take a closer look at Nevada for us, specifically where the outstanding vote is right now.
Yeah, as John said, mission critical for Joe Biden initially, hold those Clinton states, then try to flip some of those Trump states. Look here at the state in Nevada. Joe Biden has a 7,647 vote lead. He's got 49.3% of the vote to Donald Trump's 48.7%, and that's with an estimated 86% of the vote is in. But here is what we know about the outstanding vote. We think there's roughly 200,000 uncounted votes in Nevada. And so calculating them, what Trump would need and what Biden would need, to get Nevada in their column. Look here. Joe Biden would need roughly 45 to 47% of that 200,000 lot of uncounted votes so far. Just note, Joe Biden currently has 49.3% in the vote total. So his need range is a little lower than where his vote range is now. Donald Trump, on the other hand, would need 52 to 54% of that uncounted pot of votes, the 200,000 votes that we think are uncounted. That is well above his current 48.7% in the vote total. So a bit more of a reach right now for Donald Trump than Joe Biden, but clearly with 200,000 votes still out and only a 7,600 vote difference, there's more counting to do in Nevada. Wolf?
There still is. There certainly is. You know, let's take a closer look with John King right now in Nevada. Las Vegas, that area is the most populous part. What, about 70% of the population live in the Las Vegas area?
And so let's do it this way. So you look at the size of the dots. That tells you the population centers. It's not even close, right? You look at the size of this, and then you get Washoe County up here, Reno, and Carson City, the more Republican areas you see. But that's just the red dots are a lot smaller. That tells you there are many fewer people there, and that's the challenge. So when you break this off and you come on in, as David noted, the president needs to overperform where he is right now. He's at 45. He essentially needs to run about 10 percentage points higher than that. He comes to come in about 54, 55 in the rest of the votes. When you get to 84%, 8 times out of 10, when the rest of the votes come in, they're within a point or two of that, right? So if you look at this and you study the history of elections, it's unlikely the president's going to overperform that number by that much, by 10 percentage points. It's unlikely. It's not impossible, which is why we count votes. So we're waiting. Most of the votes will be here. Clark County is more than 70%. It'll be roughly around by the time we're done counting them all, it'll be 72, 73% of the votes cast will be right here. And then you come up here again, you get more of the votes up here, and this will be about 15, 16% of the votes up here. And you see, this one's a little closer, but if the President of the United States needs 54, 55, he's 47 in this county, and he's 48, 49 statewide, he has to amp it up. Again, that normally does not happen. We don't live in normal times. We have a very close presidential election. Let's wait for them to count the votes and see if something unusual happens. It's about, the delays get frustrating, right? Especially when you're so close. When Joe Biden's at 253, so he's knocking on the door. The president needs a comeback to reassure his supporters he's still in the hunt. You would like to see Arizona, Nevada, and these other states get to the finish line, but this is an election unlike any other. Mail-in votes, in-person early votes, election day votes. You wish the officials could count them quickly. The officials' response to that is, we want to get it right. We're going to take our time.
We'll watch it all closely. We're expecting more votes out of Arizona very soon. That state, along with Nevada, could push Joe Biden over the top in electoral votes. Will that happen? When? Will it happen? If it happens, stay with us.
Welcome back to CNN's coverage of election night in America continued. You see there on the big board, Joe Biden with 253 electoral votes. We projected Michigan and Wisconsin going to him today. President Trump has 213. Neither candidate has reached the magic 270 electoral votes as of yet. There has been reaction to today's election news from the markets. Let's go to CNN's Julia Chatterley, who can tell us more. Julia, how have the markets reacted and what's behind it?
Optimistic, Jake, I have to say. The one thing I would tell you, and it's an overused phrase, is that investors and markets dislike uncertainty. Well, the only thing I think we were certain about going into this election was that there would be ongoing uncertainty, and that's exactly what we've got. So what the market's reacting to here is effectively pricing out a blue wave. They're saying, look, we care less about who's in the White House than we do about what happens in Congress and what policy follows. And they're sort of jumping ahead of the counting here and saying, this result looks like a divided Congress, and we're optimistic. Anything that was suffering under a black cloud of potential future regulation, so healthcare stocks, technology stocks, soared today. But there's two sides to every story, Jake, and you and I talk about this all the time. What's critical to the economy is financial aid. And all the challenges in split Congress that we've had over the past few months will likely carry on. Financials, they tell you a story about the economy. They were weaker today because they're saying there's going to be challenges, ongoing challenges ahead to get critical money to ordinary Americans. That's what we're looking at. And of course, it's just one day. Plenty more uncertainty to follow.
All right, Julia Chatterley, thanks so much. Anderson?
Jake, thanks very much. Let's check in with Michael Smerconish, Nia Malika Henderson, Governor Granholm, and Scott Jennings. How do you anticipate what we hear? We're going to hear more results, not complete results, but more results, we believe, from Arizona in the coming hours, also in Georgia. Nia, what are you expecting to change?
You know, it's unclear. We don't know. There are hundreds of thousands of votes out across these different states. The counting is continuing. We thank those folks who are participating in our democracy, and we just don't know. If the trends continue, it looks like Biden is closer to getting 270 than Donald Trump is, but we just have to count. We can be patient and let the workers do their jobs, and we'll see later on tonight and into tomorrow.
Scott Jennings, what are you expecting out of Georgia?
Well, it looks like there's going to be some tightening. I think what Republicans are really concerned about, of course, is whether that David Perdue goes below the threshold for a runoff in Georgia. So that's obviously something that's of real concern. You know, on Arizona, I think we're going to know a lot tonight because it looks like based on what we've been told, there's going to be a huge number of ballots out of Maricopa County. And so if the Trump campaign's claims that they are going to gain a lot of ground or to come to pass, we might find out something about that tonight. And if they don't come to pass, we might know that as well. So we can see in the next few hours, Anderson, if what the Trump campaign says is true about the nature of the ballots left to count out there.
Yeah, we're told, Michael Smerconish, more than 600,000 ballots still being counted in Arizona. And as Scott said, most of them, some 450,000 or so, they're estimating in Maricopa County. And may have been sort of delivered or dropped off in the day of the election and in the immediate days before.
So I recognize that the race is certainly not over. And of course, all the votes need to be cast. But the trajectory really is on the side of former Vice President Biden. The president needs something upended in order to change the momentum shift. And I have to say, Anderson, you know, last night was an awfully exciting evening. There were several momentum shifts during the course of the counting of ballots yesterday and last night. But in the end, when you step back, it really does fit a pattern that the political scientists were telling us was very likely, which was that given the propensity of Democrats to vote more often by mail-in balloting, that there would come a point where, as it was being tabulated, you would see a gradual overtaking of the president by the former vice president. And that seems to be what's happening.
Governor Granholm, it's interesting. We obviously heard from Joe Biden a few hours ago. Have not heard directly from the president today on camera, though he has of course been tweeting. Does it surprise you? Do you think it's wise that he is not going out there in front of cameras? Because obviously he did that last night or early this morning.
Really? The damage has been done. No, he did do that last night, and there were Republicans who pushed back on him because he was so outrageous. I'm glad he hasn't gone out. I'm glad it seems like his lack of being out front claiming victory, because really that's all he would do, right? He wouldn't go out and be gracious because that's just not in his DNA. He wouldn't go out and say, you know, let's let the vote be counted. He made that clear last night. So keeping him off of the screen, I think, is a really good thing. And can I say, you know, one other thing, you know, Anderson, that I know that, you know, we've been talking about this COVID situation for months and months. And today, on November 4th, we have this unfortunate situation where, not just unfortunate, but tragic, that we hit 100,000 cases of COVID for the first time in a single day. We are going to get back to this COVID thing. But in the end, when we evaluate all of this, I'm going to be really interested to see in the analysis how much the COVID situation played into the outcome of this election. You know, I think a lot of Democrats were surprised that it wasn't more overwhelming because it seemed so obvious that the president was acting so utterly recklessly. We are going to get back to this discussion about COVID. He said that after the election, you know, COVID, they're not going to talk about it anymore. Of course we are. But I do think that in the end, people will be so glad to have a leader that is going to focus on this relentlessly and responsibly like Joe Biden will do. And it'll be interesting to see how the president deals with it in a lame duck if, in fact, he loses this election.
Yeah, Nia, if Joe Biden does win, the next several weeks and months until an inauguration will be very interesting, to say the least.
Yeah. What does the president do? Does he, if he ends up losing and not getting those 270 electoral votes, does he concede? What sort of mechanisms does he use in office, executive orders, to get some of his wish list done? Is there a stimulus package? I think the markets would like that, and families that are struggling around the country would like that as well. I imagine it'll be chaotic. You have from the Biden team, they're already setting up their transition website, so they are looking like they think they're going to be in the White House, but it is going to be a very unpredictable next few weeks as the country grapples with this economic crisis as well as a health crisis.
Scott Jennings, what would your advice be?
Anderson, on that front,
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just wanted on that front about the next few weeks. Mitch McConnell, in his press conference today in Kentucky, said that he would like to see another COVID relief package before the end of the year. And so, obviously Donald Trump will be president no matter what happens in the vote counting here. But also, the American people just spoke loud and clear. I mean, Democrats are going to lose seats in the House. Looks like Republicans, if it all works out for them, could still be the majority party in the Senate. So I actually think politically, Nancy Pelosi's hand has been weakened here by what the voters told us last night, and it might strengthen what the Senate Republicans wanted to do, which was a more scaled back but targeted package versus the bigger package that had been discussed just before the election between Mnuchin and the Speaker Pelosi.
And Michael, what do you make of the stock market's response so far?
I think that the stock market likes stability, and from a divided House of Congress, in light of perhaps Vice President Biden being the president, if it goes the way that it looks like it's going, that's probably something the market likes more than perhaps control by both houses, by Democrats as well as the White House. Can I just say that one of the interesting things that I'm going to pay attention to is the behavior of the president if it doesn't go his way. He's got a lot to be proud of in terms of the way he campaigned in the waning days of the campaign. He's got every right to fight for every vote that is rightfully his. He defied the pollsters yet again. And Anderson, if in fact it doesn't go his way, I wonder about his legacy and if that's the reason that he wants to try and insinuate that there was fraud. Dare I say that perhaps we've not heard the last politically from Donald Trump, even if he loses this race?
The electoral count stands at 253 for former Vice President Biden, 213 for President Trump. Arizona, Nevada could push Biden to magic number of 270 electoral votes. We expect new Arizona results soon.
All right, let's take a look at the all-important Electoral College count right now. Take a look at this. You can see Biden has 253 electoral votes. Trump remains at 213. You need 270 to win the presidency. Biden is getting closer and closer and closer. Let's get a key race alert right now. In Arizona, with its 11 electoral votes, 84% of the estimated vote is now in. Biden still maintains a commanding 93,000 vote lead over Donald Trump, 51% to 47.6%. In Nevada right now, 86% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a much smaller lead, 7,647 over Donald Trump, 49.3% to 48.7%. 6 electoral votes in Nevada right now. Let's go over to David Chalian, who's taking a closer look. Let's take a closer look at Pennsylvania, because that lead that Trump has is still impressive, but it's shrunk.
It is impressive, and it has narrowed. Remember, Joe Biden has rebuilt 2 pieces of the blue wall, Michigan and Wisconsin. It's Pennsylvania, where Donald Trump still leads. He's got a 266,000 vote lead right now in Pennsylvania with 86% of the vote in. It is Donald Trump 51.5% to Joe Biden 47.2%. But you're right, Wolf, that lead in the wee hours this morning, that was like 600,000 vote lead. And here's what we know about the outstanding vote in Pennsylvania, what has not been counted. Some 1.1 million votes. It's a rough estimate, not a precise number. But we then calculated to see, well, what would each candidate need to have Pennsylvania in their column when all the vote is counted? Joe Biden needs a pretty steep climb here. He needs between 68 and 70% of that outstanding uncounted 1.1 million votes if he's going to overcome Trump's lead, flip Pennsylvania, and make it blue. Now, that is not out of the realm of possibility, given the way he's winning a lot of this absentee vote that's coming in. But Donald Trump has a much easier task here at the moment because he's in the lead. He only needs about 28 to 30% of that outstanding 1.1 million batch of uncounted votes so far in Pennsylvania. I just want to stress, though, that 68 to 70%, it is high, but it is in line with what we've seen Joe Biden winning with these absentee mail votes as they come in. So it is not out of the realm of possibility that he could possibly overtake Donald Trump and close that 266,000 vote gap. Not a guarantee at all, and that is why we have to continue to count the votes and wait, Wolf.
It won't be easy at all, but we'll watch it very, very closely. John, let's take a closer look at Pennsylvania right now. What do you see?
You see just what David just described, I think, that Joe Biden faces a steep hill, but the math says it is possible, and that's why you keep an open mind and you count the votes. Joe Biden needs to be getting above 70%, as David just noted, right? More than 2/3 of the votes. That's hard to do in a state where we know the president's very popular. However, the president's popularity is regionalized, if you will, within Pennsylvania. Look at Philadelphia. So Joe Biden needs 70% plus of the vote. Well, look, in Philadelphia County, he's getting 80% of the vote. So we know a lot of those ballots are here. We can look at the turnout here, 457,000. We go back 4 years ago, you see 584,000. We expect the vote count out of central Philadelphia, the city itself, and then the county around it, will be higher than 4 years ago. That's what we're told to expect. So you come back here and you say, okay, well, there are votes to be counted in a place where Joe Biden is winning nearly 80% of the vote. He has to be above 70%. More than reasonable to think. Again, it's a steep hill. A lot of votes come in here. Joe Biden can make up some of that math. It gets a little more dicey when you go to the suburban counties around it. Joe Biden needs a lot of that to come in central Philadelphia and in the county. Over here, if he needs above 70% of the vote, well, he's getting 62% of the vote. Are those mail-in ballots from Montgomery County even more disproportionately pro-Biden? That's why you count them and find out. But you see the steepness of the hill is underscored there. You move around to Chester County. Again, the suburbs around Philadelphia, the call, are now a big part of the Democratic foundation. If you're going to win in Pennsylvania, this is where you need to run it up. This one is a little bit more conservative. The president doing okay, 55%. Again, if the votes keep coming in here at 55%, that's under what Joe Biden needs. But we do know in the mail-in ballots, we saw from the data disproportionately for Biden. As David said, they're coming in that direction. So then you move out here to Allegheny County. Again, we're still at 84%. This is Pittsburgh, the suburbs around Pittsburgh. Joe Biden running at about 58% if you round up. Below the metric he needs to meet to catch up. The question is, are these mail-in ballots, if you're doing 57, 58%, are they more disproportionately Biden because we know Democrats wanted to vote by mail? So let's just see, right? So you pull it out and you look again. This has been, the president's, this is the key state as the president built from Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin 4 years ago. 266,000 votes. You look at that and you say, okay, that's a healthy number when you're up to 86%. But as David noted, late last night into the early morning hours, it was more than 600,000. So the trend is obvious. It's moving in Biden's direction. The challenge for the Biden campaign is, with those outstanding votes, roughly 1 million, can you make it up? Again, it's hard, but we know from what we've seen so far during the day, we have to keep it as a possibility because so far Joe Biden is meeting the metric he needs. The question is, will he continue to meet it as they count the rest of those votes?
I'm just curious about Erie County in Pennsylvania, just south of Buffalo, one of my favorite cities out there.
All politics is local.
But Erie, both Biden and Trump, they spent some time in Erie campaigning. How did these two candidates do there?
And so you look at it here, and again, you see 83%, right? It's a nice call. We're waiting for more votes. Traditionally a blue-collar place. The former governor, Tom Ridge, this is where he lives. He was a congressman, then he was governor. He was for Biden, actually, a moderate Republican for Biden. 52% for Trump, 47% for Joe Biden. If you round it up, if you go back in time to 4 years ago, again, we had the third-party candidates did better. That's one of the stories of this year. The third-party candidates did not do as well. But the president won it by 2 points, 3 points, if you round up there. And he's, about, come back in here. So it's about the same, maybe a little bit more of a Trump lead. The question is, where are the rest of those votes, right? And so here's what you have to do. Remember, the reason we need patience to get through this process is everyone has to remember 3 different kinds of votes this year. People who voted by mail, they tended to be, especially in Pennsylvania, disproportionately Democratic. We know that from the data. People who waited in line to vote early and people who voted on Election Day. And the Election Day vote, again, this is one of the states where you have to give the president personally credit and the Trump campaign credit for the late campaign rallies. I know there are Democrats out there saying those are super spreaders, those are COVID events. We can continue that conversation. I mean, in terms of turning out votes on Election Day, it worked for the president. If you looked at the polling in these states, he was behind, just like in 2016. The Trump rallies did bring turnout. The question is, this is a great point, as we watch Erie County come in, Are these ballots yet to be counted? Are they Democrats who decided to mail them, or is it more of a mix? Because Joe Biden, again, has to greatly overperform that number. He has to overperform what he's getting statewide now across the Commonwealth. But again, we're going to respect the count out in Arizona, where the president says he can come back, and we'll see here. It's getting interesting as it narrows.
With Joe Biden on the brink of 270 electoral votes, we're going to ask a close personal friend and political ally how the former vice president is feeling at this truly pivotal moment. We'll be right back.
You don't need a big meeting. You don't need a birthday. You don't need any excuse at all. You just need to love subs. Times 12. So go ahead and cater to your craving. Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Can I help you?
You want to buy a car?
Never go to a dealership again. Buy your next car on Vroom.com.
Will you sell us your car today?
I don't know.
Never go to a dealership again.
Just sold my car on Vroom.
Sell your car on Vroom.com.
Your experience matters. At University of Phoenix, students with relevant life experience and eligible transfer credits save, on average, $11,000 and 1 year off their undergrad degree. See how much you can save.
Attention! Do you have Medicare? Did you know that you may qualify to get up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month? It's easy to see if you're eligible. Just call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-990-1664. In addition to receiving $144 every month, you might also qualify for a $0 Medicare Advantage plan that includes the following benefits: dental, including fillings, exams, and dentures; vision, including exams, frames, lenses, and even contacts; hearing, including hearing aids and batteries; and prescription drug coverage, all at no additional cost. The Go Medicare Benefits Help Center is open now at 800-990-1664. Both the call and the consultation are 100% free without Help Center now at 800-990-1664. That's 800-990-1664.
My journey with therapy flipped the script by silencing that voice and empowering this voice. My voice. Therapy helped me do this, and it can help you too. Talkspace. Therapy for all.
Love Jersey Mike subs? Love them times 12 with our new catering box. Packed full of a dozen individually wrapped subs. They're yours for the sharing. Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
From deep dives to daily briefs, CNN Politics podcasts have you covered. The Axe Files, Politically Sound, CNN Political Briefing, and more. Listen on cnn.com/podcasts.
Hi, I'm Ella, IntelliLoan's AI home loan assistant. You asked smart ways to get cash. Get cash from your home's equity. IntelliLoan could get you $10, $20, $50,000 or more at a 2.19% APR. Use for almost any purpose. Pay off credit cards, your car, personal loans, and more. Find out how much cash you can get at a 2.19% APR. Call IntelliLoan at 800-917-3200. IntelliLoan. Borrows smart.
Are you prepared for a power outage? If strong winds, hot weather, and low humidity create a high fire risk, PG&E may need to turn off electricity for public safety. We are working to make power shutoffs shorter and more targeted. We ask our customers to prepare by making an emergency plan, building an emergency supply kit, and checking that any backup power sources are safe to operate. For safety outage alerts, update your contact information at pge.com/mywildfirealerts.
I'm Kyung Law in Arizona, and this is CNN.
Welcome to Election Night in America continued. I'm Jake Tapper. We are still waiting to hear on the election results in several key battleground states. I want to go right now to Gary Tuchman, who's in Atlanta, where we are expecting a press conference at any moment. The vote in Georgia is narrowing, and Gary is in Atlanta, Fulton County, where we're expecting to hear more. Gary, what can you tell us?
Jake, we're in the State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. Normally, the Atlanta Hawks are playing basketball this time of year here. Because of COVID, they're not. So the most exciting thing in the building right now is what's going on behind me. Vote counting, absentee ballot vote counting here in Fulton County. Now, earlier in the day, at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we were told there were still 64,000 mail-in ballots that had to be counted. That number has not been updated. It's supposed to be updated in the next 10 minutes. We can tell you, based on what we've done earlier in the day in DeKalb County, which is right next door to here, they usually count between 5,000 and 10,000 ballots an hour. That was 5 hours ago. So we're expecting they've counted between 30, 40, 50,000 ballots since then. There's 159 counties here in Georgia. What you're looking at is one of the biggest counties. The other 3 large counties that are Gwinnett, Cobb, and also DeKalb also have thousands of ballots that need to be counted. So these are counters. These are also adjudicators. Adjudicators are people who look at ballots that are kind of controversial, that may have been signed wrong, where it's not clear what the intent of the voter is, and they decide, a Republican, a Democrat, and an independent, if that vote should be counted. We can tell you, based on what we saw a short time ago in DeKalb County, they counted 4,000 ballots in about 45 minutes. And of those 4,000 ballots, about 3,600 of them were for Joe Biden, about 90%. Joe Biden got about 83% earlier in the vote in that county, so he actually gained some. So you can see why Democrats like what's happening here in a state like Georgia. The 4 largest counties, which are heavily Democratic, have a lot of Democratic voters, counting thousands of ballots. And because they're mail-in ballots, because they're early, the presumption is that this will greatly help the Democrats. But we should find out shortly how many more ballots need to be counted here in Fulton County, the largest county in the state of Georgia.
And Gary, we're expecting this press conference at any moment. Is it actually possible mathematically for there to be enough ballots there so that Joe Biden would be able to win Georgia? Is that, I'm not saying is it going to happen, but is it possible?
Right. The mathematical possibility is that when this day started, there were 235,000 ballots roughly to count in the entire state of Georgia. But I will tell you, included in those counties, it's not just Democratic counties. For example, Houston County, which is in the central part of Georgia, which is where Warner Robins, Georgia is, which is a military base. It's a Republican county, smaller number of people, but they also had tens of thousands of ballots to count there. So yes, there is a mathematical chance that with this 235,000 votes that need to be counted, that something could change in the race. But as you know, you have to be very careful with making that assumption.
Yeah, no, of course, it's not definitively going to happen, but Georgia, potentially 16 electoral votes. Joe Biden right now in our camp, there has 253 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 213. Those 16, both of those men need it to get to 270. Tell us what we're looking at right now, Gary, because most of us have not ever been inside a voting room, a tabulation room.
Right, so Jake, the ground rules are I'm not supposed to walk that close, but I'm going to take a chance to walk very close. And I'm going to see if I can ask this woman if she doesn't mind. Can you tell me really quick, ma'am, what your job is right here? Okay, well, they don't want me to do that, but I could tell you that what they do is they sort the ballots, and this is what we learned in DeKalb County a short time ago. They sort the ballots, they then count the ballots, and then elsewhere in this room in the back are those adjudicators I talked to you about, the Republican, the Democrat, the Independent. And a typical thing they look at, Jake, the most typical mistake they see on a ballot is a mistake that's not done, that is done on purpose, and that is people sign Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck in the write-ins, and they decide that ballot should be accepted. So that's a more common thing that we see in some of these counties. We can tell you this is a really important thing to point out here in Georgia. If, and of course we just talked about this, if Joe Biden wins a state, it would be quite amazing politically, because this is a state with 2 very conservative Republican senators, a conservative Republican governor. The last time a Democrat won the presidential race here in the state of Georgia was 28 years ago when Bill Clinton won his first term. He didn't win in 1996 when he ran again. And then before that was 1976 when Jimmy Carter, and 1980 when Jimmy Carter ran for re-election. That's Jimmy Carter, of course, a native son here in Georgia. He still lives in Plains, Georgia, which is south of Atlanta. So Georgia does not elect many Democrats for president, for senator, for governor. Most of the members of the House of Representatives are Republicans, so if there was a change, if the counting of these absentee ballots resulted in a change, it would be quite a startling political story. But you can see these people are genuine heroes. We've seen this. I was just in Ohio the last few days covering and working in the precincts with those people, watching how hard they work, watching how hard these people work. And these are American heroes. They're not only working hard for very important reason, but they're working hard during a COVID pandemic. They're brave and they're courageous, and we just can't give them enough credit.
And Gary, just to be clear here, you said in the adjudication part of the room, there are partisan representatives. So there is a Democrat and a Republican official there to supervise whatever decisions are being made. I just want to, because we've seen that in other states, even though the Trump campaign is out there complaining about not being allowed to watch such the similar processes in Pennsylvania or Michigan. But you're saying that as in those other states, there is a Republican and a Democratic observer there just to make sure that everything is kosher.
I can be very specific with you, and that is this. I spent most of the day today in DeKalb County, as I told you, which is right to the east of Fulton County. In DeKalb County, what they had were groups of 4 adjudicators. They worked together, 1 Republican, 1 Democrat, 2 independents. They then vote on whether a ballot is okay, that its intent can be ascertained. The vote is usually unanimous, they said. If it's 2-2, they then call an election supervisor in the room to break the tie. But they said there's rarely an issue with having to break the tie. So yes, they work well together. It's pleasant to see bipartisan support among the adjudicators. They take their job seriously. And I can't tell you exactly if it's the same way here, because we just arrived here a time ago. Why I kind of interrupted that lady, which I kind of feel bad about. I really wasn't supposed to talk to her, but so I apologize to her for doing it. But I did talk to a lot of people in DeKalb. I tend to talk first and take the problems from talking to people later from the supervisors. But either way, we did talk a lot in DeKalb County, and that's what they do. And that's how it's usually done in most counties, not only here in Georgia, but in other states also.
Yes.
Nothing's done with partisan decision-making. The idea is to make it as fair as possible. That's always been the concept of doing these things when you have vote counting afterwards here in the United States.
Gary Tuchman subscribing to the Better Do Ask Forgiveness Than Permission School, which we appreciate, of course. Gary, we're going to check back with you. Let me take it back to Wolf Blitzer.
Thanks very much, Jake. You know, John, Georgia, we're about to get a dump of thousands and thousands of votes right now. The president is ahead, 56,739 right now. 94% of the estimated vote is in, meaning there's 6% that's still outstanding.
And Gary Tuchman right there in the room where it's happening, if you will. And look, we're grateful for Gary and his reporting, but I want to echo Gary, grateful for all those people. You hear things, you read Twitter, certain candidate in this race is saying, you know, all these horrible things are happening. Math is happening, democracy is happening, vote counting is happening. When you see these people, most of those workers, they're here in Fulton County. Most of those workers are most likely Democrats who work in Fulton County. And guess what? They're counting votes that include votes for the President of the United States. They're just doing their job, and they're counting the votes. And as Gary noted, you have Democrats, Republicans, independents in the room, and they're working it out together the way it's supposed to be done. So the question is there enough math? As we wait for those votes, this is Fulton County. Look at Joe Biden getting 72% of the vote here, right? He needs to get somewhere in the ballpark of 70% or more of the remaining votes. Gary noted he was over here earlier in DeKalb County, to the right, to the east, in the Atlanta suburbs. 83% is what Joe Biden is getting in that county. If he matches those totals as they keep counting these votes, he has a chance to overcome this math, because you look at 56,739 in the wee hours of the morning this morning, when we left here, 3 o'clock, 3:30 this morning, that was a much bigger lead for the president. So what's happening? What's happening? They're counting the votes in metro Atlanta and in the suburbs. You heard Gary note there are other counties down here as well throughout the state as you move down here. This is one of them, Houston County. There's a military base here, as Gary noted. They're counting votes here, too. And guess what? This is a county where the president is leading. Does that mean the votes still being counted or going the president's way? We don't know that. We'll count them and tabulate them, but they're counting them everywhere. They're counting them in predominantly Democrat places. They're counting them in places that are, that are Republican places that are closer. That's the way the process works. But I just want to focus here. You look at Atlanta and the suburbs. As Gary noted, not since Bill Clinton in 1992 has a Democrat carried the state. Just look at the suburbs around Atlanta. You have to go way back in time here, right? Let's go back to 2004 when George W. Bush won it. You see how much more red that is? Republicans used to dominate the suburbs in American politics, especially in the South. As you come more forward, let's just check in on Obama in 2012, picks up a little bit more of it, African Americans in the Atlanta area. But then in 2016, you see the Democrats start in 2016. You start to see it. This is a 51-46 race if you round up statewide. And now you come to 2020 and you see even more blue here. And you come in, now you look in, it's the margins, right? So you look into Atlanta, Fulton County, 72% for Joe Biden, We'll go back in time, 69% for Hillary Clinton, the Democratic stronghold. It's the most votes in the state right here in Fulton County. So what we're about to hear, as you come back out, look at the margin, 72%. Joe Biden needs to get, of the remaining votes there, 70% or more as we go. And so you're looking around again, Fulton, DeKalb, you move up here to Gwinnett, not quite, right? It's a more conservative. As you move away from the city, you tend to get more Republicans in the suburbs on the outer loop. 58 to 40, still Joe Biden winning convincingly, and you see here you're up to 95%. So here's what you're looking for. That's 95, but you come this way, you're still at 89 in a place where Joe Biden is getting above 80%. So if you're in the Biden campaign, you think, let's keep counting them. They keep coming in like that, we're in play. Same. Keep coming in like that, we're in play. You move over here, the margins go down a little bit in Cobb County as you move away, but still 10% to be counted here. Just want to check down here in Douglas County. Again, a big Biden margin here, but you're up to 93%. It's also a little bit smaller population-wise as you move away from Atlanta. So bottom line, Wolf, 56,000. We're waiting for a big chunk out of Fulton County we could get any minute. That will be a huge indication, right? If they report tens of thousands of votes, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 of those votes, and you see the gap continuing to narrow, then we will know Joe Biden's trajectory and the possibilities of overcoming that in the state of Georgia. Look, you know, Democrats have wanted Georgia for some time. A month from now, they might think this is a moral victory. Today, they want the math victory.
They would love that if they could carry Georgia. That would be huge. I want you to listen to this. Erica Hill is in Nevada for us right now. Erica, you got some news. What are you hearing?
Yeah, well, you know, we've been waiting on more numbers. The Secretary of State said overnight when they put out the most updated numbers a little after 2 a.m. that we would not get any more results until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. local time. Well, you can imagine a lot of people are wondering because this is such a tight race between Joe Biden and the president here in Nevada. A short time ago, they told CNN that they are hopeful that they could maybe give us some more updates this afternoon. We're still waiting on that information, and as we wait, there's a lot of focus on Clark County. So that's where I am right now. Of course, it is home to Nevada. Some 70% of active voters in this state are in Clark County. It has leaned heavily Democratic in the past. What you're seeing behind me is some of these mail ballots that are being processed. This is the big sticking point here in the county. The Clark County Registrar told us we won't have any new numbers from here either until tomorrow morning, that they were following the lead of the Secretary of State. But as we look at these mail-in ballots, the reason this is so tough is we don't really know, Wolf, how many outstanding ballots there are. And the reason for that is that for the first time this year, every active voter in the state of Nevada was sent a mail-in ballot because of COVID, understandably. So we can look at the number of ballots that have been returned. We can look at the number of people who showed up to vote. We can look at the number who registered same day, because you can do that in the state of Nevada. But to be honest, it's a little bit of a game of math, and we don't know ultimately how many votes are outstanding, because those people who received a ballot could have voted in person or may decide not to vote at all.
Well, Erica, as soon as you get that information, as soon as you get the numbers, let us know. We're watching Nevada very, very closely. So, John, we're going to get numbers, more ballots out of Georgia and Nevada, both states. That could be really, really significant.
Well, and we hope so. And again, as you've watched our correspondents throughout the day, in Detroit, in Philadelphia, Gary Tuckman just now in Fulton County, that's Atlanta, Erica Hill out in Nevada, the transparency is absolutely critical here. We have a very close race for president. Nevada and Arizona could put Joe Biden over the top. In Nevada, Joe Biden's lead, 7,647 votes, right? It's been that way for some time. We have, as Erica noted, no new votes out of Nevada, essentially, during the daytime hours here today. And so if you're the Trump campaign, you're saying, you know, we want to see the votes. We want to see the additional votes. And you can completely understand that. Whether you're a Biden supporter or a Trump supporter, it's a close race. This is the state that could make the difference right now. And so you're the Trump campaign, you're saying, what's happening out there? So I think the transparency part is absolutely critical. You want them to get it right. That's what they're going to say. It's an unprecedented election. But you want to see more. And as Erica notes, look, 7,647, 49.3 to 48.7. This is a very competitive race. In a state that has been trending blue, a state that Hillary Clinton carried 4 years ago, you see the margin there. Again, close race, though. 48 if you round that up to 46 if you round that up. So this is a close state. Trending blue, but Republicans, especially President Trump, have been competitive in this state of late. This is the ball game. This is the ball game where Erica is. She's in Vegas, Clark County. Vegas and the suburbs, a very different place than 25 years ago. One of the fastest growing areas of America, also an area hard hit in the COVID economy because the tourism industry is down. So this is a great laboratory of American politics at this moment because of the Latino population, because of the suburban growth, because of the economic issues. And look what you get, 53%, 45%. Again, you know, this is
Hold
just,
on a
just
moment,
Clark County.
John.
Sure.
There's a briefing going on in Fulton County, Georgia right now. They're giving us some new information. Let's listen in.
The only ballots that are adjudicated are if we have a ballot with a contest on it in which there's some question as to how the computer reads it. So the vote review panel then determines voter intent. We're trying to make sure that every ballot is counted, and we expect to be here. We're bringing in some more fresh people because we've had people here all day. We expect this to go probably until midnight or more.
How many absentee ballots were cast in Fulton County in all for this election? Where are you now with the process?
We're probably close. We have somewhere near 142,000 that will be at the end of the process. We've scanned 113,130 as of moments ago. We've adjudicated 106,000 plus of those. The 106,000, those have already been published on the website. We're going to run more frequent batch updates over to English Street so we can get those, the vote review panel to update those, to go through those and adjudicate those so we can get more updates throughout the night.
I didn't hear.
116.
Essentially right now we've got 5 scanners, and because we only have 5 openers too, so we can't, even if we brought in more scanners, it's not going to help at this point. What we would need is more space, and if we need more space, I would have to ask everyone here to leave so that we can get more tables in here. We're going to do we're going to finish tonight. Yeah. As long as it takes, we're going to be here. That's why we're bringing in fresh bodies. The what? Well, we'll end up getting to the total, which is above 142,000. We've already scanned in 113,130. What takes the most time is getting them off, because the cutters and extractors, it has to cut through 2 envelopes, so you run through it twice, and then it goes over to the flatteners, and that is a manual process over there. Well, right now we're up to 106,000 on the, up from 74,000 yesterday. We're up to 106,000. On our way to, it'll be somewhere near in the neighborhood of 142,000. So, can I what? Okay. No. Well, no, but you can't publish a batch until that batch goes through adjudication. Because what it does, any ballots in there that are flagged to be adjudicated by the vote review panel, those have to be dealt with before you can publish that batch. So the vote review panel will go through and they'll see any contest that's on a ballot that has some question as to the way it was marked. The vote review panel then decides voter intent. We don't. None of the ballots get rejected. All that happens is if you make a determination on a contest on a ballot whether the voter intended to vote for this person or this person. So there aren't any rejections. If a ballot is rejected, it's done before you get to this process for either missing signature or signature mismatch. So once it goes through the scanner, it's going to count the ballot. It's just that there may be a question on one race or contest on that ballot. Well, it's mostly the space. I mean, we don't have at this point, we might bring in some more tables and just get some letter openers and try to start opening by hand to supplement what we have with those. Yeah. Yeah, sometime. It'll be after midnight by the time we get them through adjudication.
Are there any other votes that were cast in this election, whether in person or in any other way, that are still left to be counted for these?
Well, yeah, any UOCAVA ballots, the military overseas, they have until Friday to come in, and then any provisional ballots.
Do you know about how many there are that will be counted?
I don't know how many.
All right, so we'll continue to monitor that briefing in Fulton County. That's Atlanta, Georgia, the largest county in Georgia right now. I think he said that they've already received 142 absentee ballots. They reviewed about 106,000 of them, so they're going to release maybe 36,000 more in the next few hours.
Right. The math bounced around a little bit. That was the bottom line as well. They got about 36,000 more to go. And again, this is Fulton County, Atlanta. You see those people counting the votes right there. He says they're kind of overwhelmed, but they're going to get through it. He promised they'd be done by late tonight. He says they'll stay as long as it takes. So if you think if there's 36,000 more ballots to be had here, this is the question, right? Let's come out to the statewide total first. 56,000 vote lead at the moment, 56,739. And you think just in this county alone, the largest county in the state, 36,000 votes. We know Joe Biden was winning at least 72%, although we're told today, in counting these absentee and mail-in ballots, the percentage for Joe Biden is actually higher in what we've seen reported today. So if you just think about it, again, you can do the math at home. It's 56,000. Round that up to 57,000, right? Just round that up. There's 36,000 ballots right here just in Fulton County. Joe Biden needs, pretty obvious, the overwhelming majority of those to get him back in the hunt. It still wouldn't be enough, even if he won, say, 75, 80% of them, but it would narrow the gap. And that's just Fulton County. And that's what's important to note. Fulton County says they'll be done by late tonight, maybe in the wee morning hours, but we'll get these here. And then you move over here to DeKalb County, and we have ballots out here as well. The numbers have moved throughout the day, so we'll try to get the latest number here, but there are still thousands of ballots to be counted here. And this is a place where Joe Biden is winning more than 80% of the vote. And so this is a very narrow, path for Joe Biden to catch up, but it's possible because we have these votes out in the Democratic suburban counties around Atlanta Metro, including Atlanta itself, where that news conference played out. Again, you're looking at 56,000, 57,000 if you want to round that up at 94%. The math gets hard, but what we have seen today in counting of these absentee ballots is that Joe Biden is running ahead, certainly well ahead of his statewide numbers, because most of these ballots, not all, but most of these ballots are in Metro Atlanta, which is predominantly Democratic, which is why in the Biden campaign they have some hope of overcoming this math, and we just need to play the process out.
There's 16 electoral votes in Georgia. If you take a look at 253 that Biden has right now, 253 plus 16, you get very, very close, 269, to the 270 you need.
Right. So we know right now if Joe Biden can just protect his leads in Nevada and in Arizona, that would be enough. Right? That would be enough. But just remember the moment we're in right now, where the president's campaign, we'll see if they follow through. But the president's campaign says we're going to send lawyers to Pennsylvania. We're thinking about lawyers to Michigan. We're thinking about a recount in Wisconsin. We're in this time where the Trump campaign and their war room is trying to think, how close is this? If there's one state, if we got one state back, would that make the difference? And so imagine if that also went blue. Not only does it change the Electoral College math, it gives Joe Biden more of a cushion that then changes every other political decision that has to be made. It would change Republican. If this comes down to one state, there would be some Republicans who side with the president, who say fight it out. If Joe Biden can run up another one and pad that a little bit, then you'd have Republicans saying, Mr. President, back off, the American people have spoken. Would he listen? We'll see. But it's not just the Electoral College math. It changes the political psychology, if you will, which is why we want to count them all. And again, to be fair, the president's team says, they think they can change those. Again, Joe Biden is ahead right now. The trajectory is in Joe Biden's way. But just as we want to count the votes here, we should count the votes there. We will get to a landing place when we get more of the votes.
Let's count the votes in Pennsylvania as well. Sarah Murray's in Philadelphia for us. Sarah, what are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Well, Wolf, we did just get an update from the Secretary of State, Kathy Bookvar, and she said, even though this count is going slow in Pennsylvania, they are expecting to get hundreds of thousands more votes totaled tonight and in the overnight hours. And look, we know that just here in Philadelphia County that they've been working 24/7. They are counting all hours of the day. That's true of a lot of these big counties across Pennsylvania. We are still getting these numbers rolling in kind of county by county. There haven't been any major issues that have been arising. It just takes a while. It's a lot lot of mail-in votes. It's the first time they're grappling with this number of mail-in votes, and that's why the Secretary of State also offered this kind of word of caution tonight. She said even though we're going to continue to get these numbers rolling in, it could still be a matter of days before we get the overwhelming majority of these ballots tallied. So they just keep urging patience here in the Keystone State, Wolf.
All right, Sarah, thank you. 86% of the vote in Pennsylvania, John, is in. The president is ahead by 245,000 votes, but that's a lot less than it was just hours ago.
It's a lot less than it was, and it's trickled down from midnight, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., through the daytime hours as they've counted more. So again, in a normal election, you would look at 86%, a lead of 245,000 votes, and you would say, okay, that's impossible because, look, they're splitting the votes along those ratios. That's not enough for Joe Biden to make it up. That's what you would say in a normal election. But Sarah just made the most important point, and it's a bit of a broken record. But remember, a lot of people mailed in their ballots. We know from the data in Pennsylvania in particular, overwhelmingly a Democratic vote, people who mailed in their ballots. Then people voted in line early, and then people showed up on Election Day. So election officials dealing with 3 separate batches of votes, if you will. And where is Sarah Murray standing? She's standing in Philadelphia. So if you look out here and you look at that number, 47.4%, that your eyes tell you and your math skills tell you Joe Biden can't make up 245,000 when he's getting less than half the vote. However, where we're still counting votes include places like Philadelphia where, lo and behold, still 30% of the vote out. Joe Biden's getting nearly 80% of the vote, right? You move to the other suburbs around here, 61% of the vote. So that is why, you know, when you look at the statewide numbers, they tell you one thing, but when you zoom in on where we're still waiting to count votes, because this is a slow and arduous process, again, 57, 58% if you round up out here. Statewide, Joe Biden needs more than that in the math, but you see if he can run up good numbers here, still votes to count. Again, this is the total counted so far. What we know so far is, at least in the past, those mail-in ballots have been even more lopsided in Joe Biden's favor. We don't know if that will continue, but we do know as we count them, there is a mathematical possibility he can overcome that, which, again, in every single one of these states, the Biden campaign wants to count them all here. The Trump campaign wants to count them all here. On that, we should all agree. Count them.
Count the votes. We'll be patient, and we'll watch what's going on. We got a key race alert right now. All right, John, take a look at this. We're talking about Georgia right now. Trump's lead has shrunk to 47,000 votes right now. Trump has 49.9%. Biden has 48.9%. Georgia, 16 electoral votes. It's now down to 47,111 votes. It keeps getting smaller and smaller, that lead. And we're waiting now, bracing for a whole bunch of new numbers to come in.
We are. And again, we just heard the gentleman, the election official in Fulton County. You look at the statewide number, that was a much bigger number hours ago. So again, this is a tense day for everybody. If you're watching at home and you have a favorite in the race, especially if you're one of the partisans in the Trump campaign headquarters or the Biden campaign headquarters, and you have national headquarters, and guess what? You have people on the ground here too. And the important point, and Gary Tuchman noted this, you have people in the room. So what, again, President has been saying, you know, he thinks there's nefarious things going on. There are Republicans and Democrats and independents in every one of these rooms all across America, in red states and blue states, red counties and blue counties counting the votes. The reason this is getting interesting is because in these predominantly Democratic counties, populous counties, Atlanta, Fulton County will give you 10% of the votes statewide will come out of this one county. We'll get more votes later today.
36,000.
Right, and as votes have come in throughout the day from Fulton County, they started with 142,000. That's one of the reasons the statewide lead has been shrinking, because Joe Biden has 72% in the county right now. In the votes counted today, his percentage is actually higher than that. So we're waiting for votes there. We're waiting for votes here. Again, your eyes tell the story. He's getting 80% plus in this county. If that continues, then Joe Biden is in play as they continue to count votes. And you move over here again, nearly 60%, then the math gets a little more interesting, but you keep counting them. And again, I just want to make clear, we're looking at these Democratic counties in metro Atlanta. We do know, we've been told, that there are some more votes. Places like Houston County has some votes coming in. Here, the president is doing better. That does not guarantee that in the votes still to be counted, he continues to win. But that's one of the reasons, to be fair to the president, some of these votes, and you can just pick a random county. In a lot of these places now, you're at 95%. It's a smaller county. But there's a possibility, you know, we're focusing on metro Atlanta because that's where the most votes are. And if Joe Biden, if Joe Biden is to come back, that's where it's going to have to happen. But there are some smaller counties that it's possible the president could pick up in as well.
Yeah, and as we keep saying, Georgia is so important. 16 electoral votes. We'll see what's happening We should get those numbers fairly soon. We're awaiting those new vote totals out of Arizona, where Joe Biden is leading, also out of Georgia, where the race has dramatically tightened over the past few hours. Will we learn the winner of the presidential race soon? You're going to find out. Stay with us. All right, welcome back. We got a key race alert right now in the critically important battleground state of Arizona right now. 81% of the estimated vote is in. Joe Biden maintaining a lead of some 93,000 votes over Donald Trump, 51% to 47.6%. Kyung La is on the scene for us in Phoenix, Arizona right now. We're bracing for more results. What are you learning, Kyung?
Well, I'm watching my clock here, Wolf, because in about 90 minutes, and that's an approximate time that's been shifting depending on when the data is available. In about 90 minutes, the Maricopa County Recorder's Office anticipates that they will have some new data. We haven't had it all day. They anticipate a few hours after that to have a second round of ballot results. So, two dumps today. Ballot results from Maricopa County, the critical Maricopa County that encompasses Phoenix. So it's a populous county. You win here, you win the state most likely. So what is happening in the state of Arizona? Here we are seeing ballots still being counted. You see these boxes behind me. These are the ballots that have been counted. They are sealed. They're going to head into a vault. In Arizona, there are about 615,000 to 635,000 that have yet to be counted. In Maricopa County, that number is about 450,000 ballots that have yet to be counted. And when you ask the recorder's office, well, what are these ballots? When did these come in? They came in at the tail end of the early votes, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And then we're seeing both sides here in Arizona, the two parties. The GOP saying they think that it's going to swing their way, that their voters come in late. And the Democrats saying, no, we think that they're probably our voters. So we just have to see how big this data dump's going to be, and then we also have to see who it is, where these ballots return. We are certainly, Wolf, going to be watching this clock just about 90 minutes from now.
All right, Kyung, we'll stay in very close touch with you. We're anxious to get those numbers. Let's go over to John King, take a closer look at what's going on in Arizona right now. Thousands and thousands of votes are about to be disclosed.
And so we still have a few states where we're racking them up, right? We were just in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're counting them there. Let's move over to Arizona. This will be very important because, again, on a day when we know if Joe Biden holds this lead and holds that lead, Nevada, Joe Biden gets the 270 electoral votes. So there's high tensions and high expectations around the country. Let's get these votes. And so where are we? 93,000 votes. That has been steady for quite some time because, as Kyung La just noted, it's been a long time. So 90 minutes from now, we get some votes from here. Maricopa County, and this is, unless it's incredibly close in the state, this is the ball game. 60% or more of the vote comes out of Maricopa County, which is Phoenix and the suburban area around it. Joe Biden at the moment, 52% to 46%. So you're looking there at a 6-point race, essentially, exactly, a 6-point race in Maricopa County. Joe Biden just needs to stay ahead, right, win the majority of the votes left in Maricopa County, and he will carry the state without a doubt. So we're looking at 80% there. The question is, how many do we get in this next installment? Is it enough, to project things out, or do we still have to wait? We'll see. We'll get those in about 90 minutes. It's been a long day, but patience. Patience is a virtue. We'll get there. We also have down in Pima County, 87%, and again, Joe Biden getting 60% of the vote here. So in the two largest counties, Pima and Maricopa, we're waiting for some votes, and everything we see so far tells us Joe Biden is winning a good majority there, and even bigger majority here. So your eyes tell you they're going to bring in more votes, and if they stay roughly in line with what we've seen so far, Joe Biden will carry the state of Arizona, but we don't know that until we see them, right? And so just move around a little bit more of the conservative parts of the state, 87% here. You see the difference in the vote count, right? It's a smaller county, but still a chance for the president as they count the last 13% here. Chance for the president to make up some ground. We should not discount that possibility at all. We'll come back out now and bring the state down. You see it up here, and you see as you move up here as well, Navajo County, this is much smaller. But again, the president running it up here, 83%. So we know Phoenix and Tucson, Maricopa and Pima, most of the votes are going to come from there. But we want to count the others as well, just to make sure we get them all.
Those are the two big cities and their suburbs. We'll watch. Jake, back to you.
Thanks, Wolf. And it is the position of the Trump administration that officials keep counting in places such as Arizona, where President Trump trails behind Joe Biden, and Nevada, where he trails behind Joe Biden, while the Trump campaign is also trying to stop counting or halt it in places where Joe Biden trails behind Donald Trump. One such place is Georgia. And for the latest new information and the latest news on that, we go to Caitlin Collins now, who's covering the Trump campaign in the Trump White House for us. Caitlin, what is the latest?
Well, Jake, it's been a day of legal challenges coming out of the Trump campaign as they are trying to figure out what their strategy is going to be now that the president's chance of being reelected has narrowed significantly. And I'm now being told by a source that the Trump campaign has filed a lawsuit now in Georgia. That comes after earlier today they asked for a recount in Wisconsin. They talked about filing a lawsuit in Michigan. And now we are told Georgia is another state that they are adding to their list of legal challenges. And that comes, Jake, after the Secretary of State in Georgia said just a few hours ago that they still had 185,000 ballots that they were going through and counting. And we just heard from the Fulton County elections director who said they did believe they were going to finish counting those votes tonight. So we're waiting for the release from the Trump campaign to see what this lawsuit actually intends to do. Of course, we've seen what they wanted in Michigan. They wanted to have more meaningful observation. This could be to halt votes while they are trying to get something related to absentee ballots. That's what we're still waiting to figure out exactly what the details of this lawsuit are going to be. But this is yet another legal challenge that we are seeing coming out of the Trump campaign as they are basically scrambling here to try to figure out what their strategy is going to be as they are trying to hold Biden off from becoming the president-elect while they are waiting for those votes to come in places like Arizona and Nevada as they are trying to figure out if they can still have any kind of a path to victory at this point.
All right, Caitlin Collins, thanks so much. So many things, Jeff Zeleny with the Biden campaign, covering the Biden campaign for us. So many things that we have covered when it comes to this president are not normal behavior, not what we expect from a presidential candidate or a president himself. This idea of just trying to stop the counting in places that are advantageous for him and keep it going in places where they need the votes is not how campaigns behave in general. Is there any communication going on right now, Jeff, between the Trump campaign and the Biden campaign?
Jake, the only thing the Biden campaign has heard from the Trump campaign's point of view are these lawsuits and threats of lawsuits. That is about the extent of it. And for all the specter of the Florida recount from some 20 years ago that is indeed hanging over this, although it's different in most every way, one of the other ways it's different is there was no phone call last night. Of course, Al Gore called George W. Bush and then retracted his concession. There have been no communications between Joe Biden and the president. But we certainly heard a different tone from Joe Biden today. As he spoke in the building behind me here, the Chase Center, he was, he didn't mention him by name, but also his tone was so different from other things we've heard. There was no mocking. There was no dismissive of him. And I'm told that top Biden advisors have told their aides and staff and supporters to not use this moment to make fun of the president, to mock him, to go after him in any way. They are adamant on counting every vote, and that is their focus here. So it is unclear at what point, if they will ever speak. The Biden campaign is still hoping to have a victory celebration if they do indeed win these states, which they need to do. It could go either way. So, Jake, usually these things are worked out in advance. The aides to both of the candidates have phone numbers. No word on if there's been any talk at all. But one thing is clear. A Biden advisor said we still have the number for the White House. Jake.
Right. And both candidates right now trail behind 270, which is the magic number of electoral votes needed. Caitlin Collins, you have some more information?
Yeah, Jake, we just got this statement, so we are now learning what this lawsuit that the Trump campaign is now filing in Georgia, this is brand new, is about. It's about mail-in ballots because they just sent out a release from Justin Clark, that's the deputy campaign manager over at the Trump campaign, and they're talking about mail-in ballots being legally counted, that they have to be received by 7 p.m. on Election Day. They are claiming that there have been ballots that were received after that time frame. Of course, there have been a lot of claims coming out of the Trump campaign, so we're going to have to check with our reporters who are on the ground in Georgia about this, Jake. But this is another effort by the Trump campaign. Basically, they are saying that they want them to resolve this issue and pause counting votes while they do this. So this is another effort by the Trump campaign when it comes to Georgia, a place that they did not think they were going to have to worry about. But of course, now we are seeing the president's lead there so substantially narrowed that the Trump campaign is obviously now worried about Georgia, which of course is not a state they can afford to lose at this point, as these votes are still being counted tonight. But this lawsuit is clear. It is now going to be about ballots being mailed in, when they were received, and this is an effort that we've seen not only in Georgia but also in other states like Pennsylvania, as the Trump campaign is trying to figure out what they're going to do here to try to keep the president in the White House.
All right, Caitlin Collins, we'll wait for that evidence of malfeasance as opposed to just taking the Trump campaign's word for it. And one of the things that's going on here, the word flailing does come to mind. But earlier today, one of the president's offspring tweeted out a video that supposedly was of somebody burning a bag of ballots for Trump. It wasn't real. It was bogus. It was, upon further inspection, a bag of sample ballots. It was just complete crap. And yet there it is, one of the president's sons tweeting it out. The lies have been coming now for years, but I guess we shouldn't expect anything other than that.
And it maybe is a coincidence. I think all three of us think not, that as we are seeing the lead that the president has shrink in Georgia, poof, we have on our inboxes a lawsuit from the Trump campaign because they claim that there are 53 late absentee ballots illegally added to a stack of absentee ballots. As you said, let's wait for the proof. And the thing about a court of law, because that's where they are trying to put this, is they would require evidence to prove that this is the case. And so this is classic Donald Trump. He did this from the beginning of his time as a private citizen in business. He is incredibly litigious. So this is not something that is a surprise, but it is, pretty clear that they're doing this. If Donald Trump had a healthy lead in Georgia, this would not be happening.
That was 53 ballots. 53, not 53,000 or 5,300. It was 53. There are 50,000 votes roughly separating Joe Biden and Donald Trump in Georgia, and hundreds of thousands of ballots still uncounted. So we're talking about really big numbers in Georgia. And this lawsuit, like you said, it's just muddying up the works in a state where they really kind of need to just slow things down. I do get the sense that a lot of these lawsuits are about maintaining a narrative. They want to buy themselves as much time where they're perceived as being as viable as possible in as many places as possible. Right. And they're buying time, particularly for Pennsylvania, because they do perhaps think that's their best shot. But at the same time, inevitably, these votes are going to be counted and the outcome is going to be what it is. And no amount of delay is going to change what the outcome actually is. But you're seeing in this delay, the space of time where there's delay, the president and his children and his lawyers trying to put out all of this disinformation to confuse people about what's really going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of it. I also think part of it is that whether or not they believe it and they're that delusional, or they just are trying to undermine the integrity of the election. They do not want a President Biden to be able to claim that he won fair and square, even though there's no evidence to the contrary, and nobody has yet won. We are awaiting those new vote totals out of Arizona and Georgia. Will they be game changers with Joe Biden on the brink of 270 electoral votes, or will they not? Stay tuned.
We're expecting to see some more votes counted in Arizona and Georgia. We're expecting actually two sets of results coming in tonight in Arizona over the course of the next several hours. Unclear exactly how many votes we'll be getting. But Gloria Borger, do you anticipate any clarification on where things actually are in Arizona?
Well, we might. We'll get results from Maricopa County. And so we'll be able to see a big bunch of ballots.
Not total results, though.
No, not total results. But if you look at Maricopa County, I know the Biden campaign is kind of looking forward to getting those results. They can say then that they are ahead by a margin that you would not be able to beat given the remaining number of votes.
The Trump campaign is equally anxious.
I know. I know they are.
I think it'll be a clue. We'll see, because their theory is that these late drop-off votes are going to skew Republican, and if there's a large number of these votes that are reported tonight, even if they're not determinative, they'll give you a sense of the direction. But
what's the evidence that these would be Republican leaning?
Again, I was talking there. It's not where they are. It's when they are.
They came in late,
and these came in late. They were almost like, if you will, at going to the polling place. So you drop them off at the ballot box at the day of, which is sort of what the Trump people were all aiming for, trying to get something.
More Republican,
more
likely to be Republican.
More
and you got a lot of people nervous now because, Arizona has not been called by CNN. That is very scary to a lot of Democrats. People, we're still, still snake bit from 2016, and so there's still.
It's really hard to get Democrats nervous.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you, Republicans.
I wonder why.
Republicans are nervous by what's going on in Georgia right now. I mean, these numbers, and you're going to hear this from conservatives. Georgia keeps coming up with ballots, and that's one of the frustrating things when you in this type of election
voting
leads to. Well, yeah, I understand,
voting.
but when you have these type of absentee ballots, things like that, you don't know exactly how many you have.
Well,
and it sort of leaves that. Well, what are they doing, right? Because they keep coming up with ballots. The reality is, you're right. It's called voting. This is nothing unusual about this process. It does happen all the time. You don't know how many absentee ballots until, guess what? You get them and you count them.
Well,
that's when you find out.
Because they're filing lawsuits in Michigan, Pennsylvania,
Wisconsin,
Georgia. Not, I noticed, in Arizona at this point, because they want those votes, those unknown absentee ballots that have just dropped in. They want those ones.
Yeah.
Right.
That's almost kind of political.
I mean, I don't know.
How about that?
Well,
You guys are such cynical people.
So here's the thing in Georgia. All right. Trump won by 211,000 votes last time. The lawsuit you're talking about, Anderson, there is somebody saying that 53 late absentee ballots were illegally added to a stack of on-time absentee ballots. And that
53.
53. So you're going to, if this is what you're going to do, after a certain point now, everybody wants
lost
a
by 8
fair
votes,
election.
and won by 30 votes, 53
exactly.
in a close election, 53 maybe
About 100,000 maybe.
But yeah, still.
But what I'm saying is what they're really worried about is not those 53 ballots. They're worried about the fact that Trump won by over 211,000 in 2016, and that is not what they are seeing.
Well, that is something that we should note. We're sitting here and we're saying there's great suspense about whether Trump or the Democrat will win Arizona and Georgia.
Wow.
Which would have been unthinkable not long ago.
I'm not too sure that's true because remember, we were sitting here before any of these results came in, and we had national polls saying, including CNN, saying he was going to lose by near double digits.
No, but I'm saying historically, Rick, something is happening in this country. There is a new coalition in these states between, in Georgia, largely African-American voters, but not exclusively, also Asian and Hispanic voters, and suburban voters. In Arizona, Hispanic voters and suburban voters. There are new coalitions growing that are making these Sunbelt states much more competitive. And so whatever happens tonight, that is an interesting development in American politics.
So it's really not about 53 votes. It may be about something that they can't control at this moment. Win or lose, it's these coalitions that are shifting on the Republican Party, whether it's demographically or regionally.
You talked about a new coalition. Is there going to be a lot of soul searching in the Democratic Party once this is all settled and whoever wins? Just looking at the House results, looking at what they were expecting.
Everything went great. What do you mean soul searching? Everything went great for us. You mean the fact that we were supposed to take the Senate, didn't? Right. Supposed to grow our majority in the House, lost a bunch of seats.
Actually, lost African American. I mean, not total. Obviously, there were overwhelming support, but that President Trump was able to pick up African American males, African American females
against someone who was universally condemned by the media as a racist and a bigot, right? Against Hispanics and blacks. So, I mean, there's an issue here, and it comes back to. I think the biggest loser in this election is not Donald Trump. It's the far left of the Democratic Party. They are the ones who got repudiated tonight, which is a blessing to Joe Biden.
That'll be a consolation to the president, I'm sure.
I agree with you.
It is a complete blessing to Joe Biden because he has every defense to say, well, you know what, you guys, this message, I'd like to help you, but I got to deal with the
any talk of
Republicans in
hacking
the Senate.
the court, that's gone.
Packing the court's gone. D.C. statehood is gone. Ending the filibuster, not under Republicans. And so this is a great thing for the country, because we're not going to have these types of institutionally jarring fights that may occur when because the left wants to throw a tantrum.
It's a great thing. If you like stability, it's a great thing. And who doesn't like stability? The problem is you now.
Think about our Constitution.
Well, no, listen. You had your turn. Listen, the problem that you have now is that you've got some problems that we're not sure how you're going to get them addressed. It doesn't feel great if you're a Democrat. I just want to walk through the list of particulars here. It doesn't feel great if you're a Democrat to be up maybe 3 million votes or 4 million votes on the presidency, and you still don't know if you're going to get a chance to have your guy in the White House. It doesn't feel good. Doesn't mean you change the Constitution. But the other side's got to start acknowledging, how many times can Republicans get this close while losing by millions of votes people who want somebody to be president of the United States? It doesn't feel that great. I know that people don't want us to have D.C. be a state or Puerto Rico be a state. But you got Wyoming with 500,000 people and got 2 senators, and California's got 30 million people and 2 senators. There's some of these things are starting to really grate on the rising majority, and if we don't do something about it, it's going to blow out in other ways.
So tonight, will there be resolution on Arizona? I mean, if there's 2 batches of votes.
And I suppose it depends on the size. There are 600,000 votes out, and the first batch they were talking about tonight, I think, was maybe 70,000. But I think it will give you a very clear sign, and it may give the people who have higher pay grades than us here and elsewhere who make these calls on races a real clear sense of trends that could allow them to call it. It certainly will give us a direction. I think if Nevada comes forward, we may get an even clearer sense.
We're watching the vote counting in Georgia as we await new results out of that state, as well as from Arizona, of course. Will we be able to project winners in either of those battlegrounds? It is all ahead. Stay with us.
We are in night 2 of our special election coverage, and we're inching closer and closer to learning who wins the White House. We've seen former Vice President Joe Biden lock up 2 critical wins in the last few hours, besting President Trump in both Michigan and Wisconsin. Now we're awaiting potentially significant results out of 2 of the 6 states that are still undecided. We expect new vote totals tonight in Arizona, where Biden is leading, and in Georgia, where the race has dramatically tightened. This comes as Biden is close to the 270 electoral votes needed to win the contest, locking up 253 compared to 213 for Trump. The Trump campaign filing legal charges now in multiple states as the numbers seem to be working against the president. But nothing is final, not yet, as votes are still being counted right now. Let's get a key race alert. And 2 of the battleground states in Arizona right now, where there's 11 electoral votes, 82% of the estimated vote is now in. Biden is leading Trump by some 92, almost 93,000 votes, 51% to 47.6%. That's Arizona. In Georgia right now, where there's 16 electoral votes, President Trump is leading Biden by almost 46,000 votes. But that has dramatically shrunk, 49.9% to 48.9%. Let's check in with our reporters who are on the scene for us. Kyung La, first to you in Phoenix. What's the latest there?
Well, we are watching our clocks here, Wolf, because in just about 1 hour, we are anticipating, and that's fluctuating about an hour, it's approximate, that we're anticipating a ballot update from the Maricopa County Recorder's Office. Here at the Elections Department is where all the counting has happened, where all the data has come out, and we are anticipating to get some numbers that we haven't had all day, some numbers to come out in just about 1 hour. A few hours after that, and that is, again, a bit floating, but a few hours after that, we will get a second ballot result. So we're going to have 2 ballot results here in Maricopa County. Now, why does that matter? Why am I here? Because this is a county where Phoenix is. It is a highly populated county, and if you can win Maricopa, you can probably win Arizona. That is the numbers logic. So we are watching about 450,000 early ballots that were not able to be counted before Election Day. These are ballots that came in Saturday, Sunday, Monday. They are being processed. And then across the entire state, we're getting this latest number. It's CNN Math, talking to all the different county reporters. We have the outstanding ballots at about 650 counted. This is before we get that ballot drop here in Maricopa County. Now, one other note that I want to make as we're watching our clock, 1 hour away from that ballot result, what we are starting to see, and something we haven't seen yet here in the parking lot, we're starting to see politically motivated activity coming to the place where the ballots are being counted. There was a post on social media that there was going to be a rally in support of the president, but it's happening here where the votes are being counted in the most populous county. So I've seen a bit more security, just a bit more eyes on what's happening outside, Wolf.
All right, Kyung, we'll stay in touch with you. It's going to be dramatic developments. I'm here with John King. We're watching all of this unfold. I want to check in with Gary Tuckman. He's in the Atlanta area right now. In Georgia, Gary, I take it the race is beginning to shrink a little bit.
The race here in the state of Georgia between Joe Biden and Donald Trump is very close, Wolf. And here in downtown Atlanta behind me, these are the people who are processing and scanning the absentee ballots that have arrived in the mail. These ballots had to arrive by yesterday at 7 o'clock. We know this. According to the election director here in Fulton County, there are still 36,000 ballots that need to be added to their website, and they hope to do it tonight by midnight or shortly after. There were originally 142,000 absentee ballots. They have finished 106,000 of them. There are 36,000 left. This is the largest county in the state of Georgia. The second largest county is Gwinnett County. They still have 4,400 ballots left. The fourth largest county is DeKalb County. They still have 7,500 ballots left, and they intend to finish tonight. The reason I mention these counties, not only are they large, they are also heavily Democratic counties. The Trump campaign has just sued the state of Georgia, saying that they had a witness who saw in one county in Georgia more than 53 ballots that arrived late being put on top of a pile of ballots that arrived on time. All the ballots had to arrive by 7 o'clock yesterday. I asked the director here of the election department in Fulton County what he thought about that lawsuit. He didn't want to comment specifically about the president, but he said we locked the ballot boxes. We did not accept any ballots after 7 o'clock. I also want to mention to you, they scan the ballots here. They then go to counters in a different room. Those counters look at the ballots, and as I mentioned before, and this is a very important thing, the way they do it in this county, they have one Republican and one Democrat look at the ballots. Those are adjudicators if there's any problems with the ballots. They then make a decision if the ballot should be counted. If they disagree, if it's 1-to-1, then they have an election observer who's independent make the final decision about it. That's the way it's done here in Fulton. In other counties, they have one Democrat, one Republican, and two independents working together. Every county does it differently, but it's very important to point out that that is the process. Whenever there's a problem ballot, you look at it in a bipartisan way. Wolf?
You know, Gary, you mentioned about 47,000 ballots are still outstanding in those three counties. Do we know how many outstanding ballots there are in all of Georgia?
According to the Secretary of State's office, there are currently, and here's the number, 149,000 ballots that still have to be counted. Now, we don't independently know if that number may even be higher than that. That's the number we have been told by the Secretary of State's office. The Secretary of State of Georgia is a Republican. He has stressed, and this is kind of an indirect aside to this lawsuit. I don't know if he's responding to the lawsuit, but it's referencing it. He says that everything has been very secure since the 7 o'clock deadline for absentee ballots last night. No ballots are accepted after that.
So of those approximately 149,000 outstanding ballots, do we know if they're mostly or all mail-in ballots?
Yes, they are all absentee mail-in ballots. There are some other ballots that come in that are problem ballots that haven't been mailed in. It's a very small number, but you could rest assured that most of this 149,000 is mail-in ballots, and the state of Georgia says they all arrived in time by 7 o'clock last night to be counted.
Very interesting indeed. We'll get back to you, Gary. Thank you. Excellent work. You know, John King, if we take a look at the numbers in Georgia right now, Trump is ahead by 46,000 or so votes. If there's still if there's 149,000 outstanding ballots, who knows what could happen?
Right, and
those are mail-in ballots, and the Democrats like those mail-in ballots.
Democrats like those mail-in ballots. We've watched more ballots counted today, and we know that disproportionately, at a much higher rate than a statewide total, Joe Biden is winning those ballots so far. Doesn't mean he will as we get to the finish line. So let's walk through slowly what we're talking about. About 149,000 ballots, according to the Secretary of State. Again, these numbers are bounced around. That's not to say anything's going wrong. These officials are trying to do the best they can, checking in with all those counties. So the Secretary of State at this hour says 149,000 left. Well, that tells you Joe Biden, if he performs very well, it's a steep hill, but he can catch up, right? There's enough votes. So then we come over here to the just shy of 48,000, right, that Gary just noted. Where is Gary? Gary is here in Metro Atlanta. Let me turn this off so I can zoom this out for me. These may wave away a little bit, but just remember, just shy of 48,000, right? Fulton County, that's part of it. Atlanta, that's where Gary is. Look at just look at the percentages. Joe Biden needs to run it up with these remaining ballots to catch up to the president. Well, he is running it up in Fulton County. So 36,000 more ballots to be counted here. Joe Biden has been winning 70% plus of those ballots throughout the day. You see that there. So again, if you're in the Biden campaign, it's a narrow window, but you can get through if your math continues the way it's going. Gary mentioned DeKalb County over here. Guess what? More ballots to be counted here. I think 4,400, I believe he said. 83%, right? Joe Biden is getting 83% of those ballots so far. So you're counting those ballots here. That's why the math works. And you just go around right, Gwinnett County was the other county he mentioned. Joe Biden's total not as great here in the full count. But again, if you're getting 58, 60%, maybe in the mail-in ballots it's a little bit higher, maybe it's a little lower. But it just shows you in the metro Atlanta region, as you bring these counties back into play, 36,000, 4,400, 7,500. There's some math here in this deep blue area here to make up some votes. And that's not all the votes. That's not all of them. I'm going to blank this out just a little bit. I mispronounced this earlier. We know in Houston County, it's not Houston County. My apologies to the people of Georgia. I said this wrong earlier. We know, again, the earlier couple thousand were still out here. And the president is doing well here. Doesn't mean he's going to catch up when these votes are counted. Doesn't mean they're all his or 55% of them are his when it's counted. But let's be fair to the president. There's some ballots for him out there, too, in these smaller red. That's why we need to count them all. And then you come over here, Chatham County along the coast. There's been some arguing between the state Republican Party, the Trump campaign, and the counters here, the county here about the count. We'll watch that play out. But if you look here right now, again, 57% for Joe Biden to 41%, 87%. So you have more ballots to be counted here as well. Joe Biden needs to do better, statewide needs to do better than that 58%. But remember, that's the full count of everything counted so far. We do know in the mail-in ballot so far, his rate of return has been higher than that. So that's just why, look how close this state is, 49.9 to 48.9. There's a history here going back to the governor's race. Stacey Abrams lost. Brian Kemp won that race. A lot of anxiety with Democrats thinking that the votes weren't counted properly, that the system, that not enough attention was paid to the integrity of the system. Well, guess what? Everybody's watching now. We'll watch this play out. 49.9, 48.9, 45,000. Remember, Wolf, in the early morning hours, that lead was 6 digits. It was way higher than that. And so it's shrinking down now, which is why you count them to the very end.
We got another key race alert. Speaking about shrinking down, look at Pennsylvania. Right now, Donald Trump's lead over Joe Biden has gone down to some 200,000 now. It was 600,000 earlier today, 600,000. Now it's down to 200,000. Trump has 51%. Biden has 47.8%. John, 88% of the estimated vote is in. So the president's lead has gone from about 600,000 down to 200,000, and there's still lots of votes out there.
And what makes this late counting interesting, I would say fascinating, at a campaign headquarters, a source of great tension, is where we know it is, in the sense that, again, come into the city of Philadelphia and you bring it up, we still have 70% estimated reporting. Well, look at this math. Joe Biden is getting 79, close to 80% in the city of Philadelphia to 20% for the President of the United States. They still have a lot of votes to count in Philadelphia. Remember, look at Joe Biden, 457,000 right now, close to 458,000. 4 years ago in Philadelphia, the Clinton campaign did a pretty good job. They thought they did a great job in Philadelphia 4 years ago. Didn't work out. Trump won the state narrowly. But look, 584,000. We know our anticipation is this is a higher turnout election. It has been everywhere. I'll show you the popular vote in a minute. That's one of the remarkable things, no matter who you're rooting for. But look, Joe Biden at 457. We have every reason to believe this number is going to go up and to go up substantially, which again helps Joe Biden narrow that gap. The other suburbs around, Montgomery County, now up to 92% now. But again, Joe Biden winning 62% of the vote here. Every reason to expect mail-in ballots. We'll see if it changes. but Joe Biden is winning these votes. So as you count them, a little bit more conservative, a little more close race, but still 13, 14 points, Chester County there. Joe Biden's going to rack up some votes, and we don't want to spend all our time in southeast Pennsylvania. This is where most of the votes are. But if you come up, here's a Trump County, Luzerne County, up to 94% now. So again, in these states, we're going to go through them all. There are places where it's possible the president picks up some votes. It's not as populated as Philadelphia and the suburbs around it, but there could be some votes here. It helps you offset it if it's happening. Or these could be mail-in Democratic votes, even in a Republican county that the president carried. That's why we have to count them and find out. And then lastly, I just want to come out to Allegheny, out here in western Pennsylvania and Pittsburgh. Again, 89%. That means 10, 11% of the vote is still out. Joe Biden's getting 59% here to 40% for the president. When you round it up, we don't know if those trend lines will continue. Would it be higher for Biden? Will it be lower? We don't know, but that's why you count the votes. And so again, you come back and you look now, that 200,000, that's stunning. That's stunning because you could roll the tape back several hours and we were talking 400,000, 600,000. So as they count more votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, it is getting closer. And so the calculations now are, you know, the president's still leading there. But if I can just walk over here for a second. So where are we is the issue. And 253 to 213, which means Joe Biden is closing in. And so there's just a couple different ways to game this out. This is hypothetical, right? But this is just what's going on in the campaigns right now. Okay, Joe Biden's leading there, and Joe Biden's leading there. If he holds those, that's it. That is game over, right? But the president has his lawyers in several of these states. We have a very contentious environment right now. If the president were to win, you know, the rest, and you had Joe Biden at 270 and the president just behind him, well, think about the divided country, the contentious environment. What would happen? What would happen if Joe Biden could come back in Georgia and come back in Pennsylvania? Then you get above 300. So, you know, the president's lawyers will still have their questions, but you're in a very different political environment. Now, would the president of the United States listen? That's one question. I won't try to answer it. I'll leave that to our White House reporters. But if you have 306 above 300, well, then other Republicans are going to be leaning on the White House to say, Mr. President, sorry, this broke late the other way, which is why it's critical that we count all the votes. Now, again, to be fair to the president, it is perfectly conceivable he holds on to that one narrowly. It's perfectly conceivable he holds on to that one narrowly. Perfectly conceivable. We expect he'll hold on to that one. And we know the president is going to win Alaska when we count the votes there. And we know the president at the moment is leading in Maine's 2nd congressional district. Maine awards them by congressional district. So it is also possible, if Joe Biden holds his leads here, that he's the president-elect, or at least in theory he's the president-elect. We have some litigation, demands for recounts maybe, challenging ballots somewhere, and the country waits for that to play out at 270 to 268, which is essentially where we are, polarized, even divide. So we know these are the two that could clinch it. Most of our attention right now is going to go to Nevada and Arizona, because if Joe Biden wins them, they get him to the finish line. But how these other states play out is going to say a lot in the next maybe 24 hours, maybe 48 hours, maybe 72 hours about the balance in that electoral count and the political mood, if you will, the political leverage back and forth that we see evidence and displayed at the White House.
And we'll see if we can make some more projections in the coming hours right here as well. Jake, over to you.
All right, Wolf, as the most powerful nation in the world continues to try to figure out who exactly is going to be our leader for the next 4 years, let's check in with the campaigns. Let me first go to Jim Acosta, who's at the White House. Jim, what's the latest? What are you hearing from Team Trump?
Yeah, Jake, I think it's fair to say there is some high anxiety inside the Trump campaign about Georgia. You heard John King just talking about how that gap is narrowing in Georgia between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. I am told by a Trump advisor, looking at the numbers right now, this advisor is saying this is a jump ball in the state of Georgia. Earlier, this advisor was telling me, no, they felt like Georgia was going to be fine, that it was going to be close. It would tighten here as these ballots are counted. Now the same advisor is saying, no, Georgia is a jump ball. And in the words of this advisor, the president cannot lose Georgia. He can't lose Georgia. If he loses Georgia, in the opinion of this senior Trump campaign advisor I just spoke with a little while ago, the president is likely to lose this election. Now, if you take those 16 electoral votes in Georgia and put them in Joe Biden's column, according to our math, he's at 269. He's on the doorstep of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. He has not clinched 270, but it makes it much easier for Joe Biden to win the presidency if he has Georgia, because then you just add Nevada or Arizona, and then you have President-elect Joe Biden. So who would have thought, Jake, that we would be talking about Georgia in this election? But Georgia is certainly on the minds of people inside the Trump campaign tonight. They did not see this coming, Jake.
All right, Jim Acosta, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's go to Jeff Zeleny now with the Biden campaign in Wilmington, Delaware. And Jeff, we're still waiting to hear from Georgia. We're still waiting to hear from Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania. How does the Biden team think that this is all ultimately going to end?
Jake, I would say as the day is ending, the Biden campaign is feeling pretty confident, but it's unclear if the day is ending, actually, particularly with those states out west. We are going to see more ballots, more votes coming in. So we still have the Biden campaign watching all of this very carefully as it unfolds. But there is one number that they are thinking about. It's at the center of virtually every conversation you have with Biden advisors. That is 17. They are 17 electoral votes away from hitting that 270. That is all he needs to win the White House. Georgia would be extra on top of that. Other states as well. So the Biden campaign is being extraordinarily disciplined. They're not responding with statements after every time the Trump campaign is sending one out. That is dramatically different from what we've usually seen from them throughout the course of this campaign. When the president says something, the Biden campaign responds. We have not seen that in this moment. So one thing that has been a bit of a surprise here is the silence from the president. All day long, the Biden campaign has been wondering what he's going to do. Is he going to speak? Is he going to come out and say something? He's tweeted, but not spoken. So that was certainly different from the former vice president. Joe Biden, of course, struck a tone here in an afternoon address talking about unity, bringing the country together. So at this moment, as we watch these come in, virtually 24 hours after they were hoping to have some type of a celebration, just behind me here, everything is still set up. They do not know when this will end, but they are confident, they remain confident, but they still need those votes to come in. So they'll be watching Nevada tomorrow, and they'll be watching Arizona tonight. And Georgia, should it happen, that would be just ice cream on the top of this, Jake.
All right, Jeff Zeleny, thanks so much. And Abby, I mean, I think it's clear. We don't know who the president is going to be. We don't know who's going to get to 270 electoral votes. But I would rather be Biden than Trump at this point in terms of where the outstanding votes are.
Yeah, there are a lot of holes in the president's wall right now that he has to patch up. And Georgia is a really big problem for him. I think the campaign knows that, which is probably one of the reasons we saw that lawsuit come through. But as Jim said, if the president loses Georgia and either Arizona or Nevada, this is over. It's as simple as that. They understand that in Trump campaign headquarters. And at this point, though, like with all of these states, there's not much they can do. The votes are coming in, and they're coming in from heavily Democratic parts of the states. And so it's creating a real problem for them. We just have to wait and see what happens, but it's not looking great.
I remember, Dana, I said yesterday that the Biden people were telling me that the outstanding states were, they thought, going to be like Virginia, which was a lot of Trump vote, but they didn't. The urban centers and the suburban centers reported their votes late. Richmond, Virginia, and then Fairfax County, Virginia. And then Biden won, and they said that was going to happen with Wisconsin. It did. They said that was going to happen with Michigan. It did. And now we're waiting to see if it happens elsewhere.
And we're going to know really soon. I mean, this all has been exciting and certainly angst-provoking for a lot of people. But if you look now, it's, 8:19 p.m. Eastern, and according to Kyung La, a reporter in Arizona, we are going to maybe get a big tranche of votes that are outstanding that could give us a sense of how big of a gap Joe Biden has, or how much of a lead he has, or whether it is going to shrink. And we really are on the precipice, potentially, of knowing who the next president of the United States is. And the fact that we're talking about it, and it's Arizona, is pretty remarkable. We don't know if it's going to happen, but just the fact that that is a potential pivot point for a president of the United States who is a Democrat just shows the fact that demographics are changing in many states, and number one is Arizona.
And you know what? Arizona is also their best shot right now, really. I mean, if you really look at what's going on in Arizona, the reason they've been expressing so much confidence about Arizona is because the state is not, Maricopa County is not quite as polarized as, say, Atlanta and the metro areas around Atlanta. So they feel like they might get a more favorable split of those votes coming in, but that's not saying a whole lot. I mean, they have a fair amount of ground to make up in that state, and it really shows how big of a problem that they have, that Arizona is their best shot, and it's not a really good situation that they're facing right now. That state is, right now, Joe Biden has a pretty comfortable lead for Arizona, and if he's able to hold on to it, it blocks Donald Trump's path to the White House.
So much of the Trump era has been as if it was conceived in a writer's room in Hollywood. And the idea that his advisors have been begging him for years to stop attacking and insulting one of Arizona's favorite son, Senator John McCain, who he attacked and said he wasn't a real hero, I like people who weren't captured, et cetera, and just went on to attack John McCain, and then John McCain died, and he was incredibly ungracious and then continued to attack him when he died. Ultimately, his widow, John McCain's widow, Cindy McCain, who very beloved and respected in Arizona, endorses Joe Biden. There must be so many people in the White House right now who are just tearing their hair out watching these Arizona returns, thinking, I told you not to do that.
You read my mind. I was sitting here thinking Arizona and thinking John McCain and Cindy McCain, and frankly, now former Senator Jeff Flake, who endorsed Joe Biden, but it's much more of the McCain legacy. And I mean, I'm sure you're talking to people who are close to John McCain, that it's John McCain's last laugh, if in fact his state, his beloved adopted state of Arizona, goes for Joe Biden, his old friend who spoke at his funeral, who eulogized him, whom he met when John McCain was an aide to then Senator Biden and other members of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I mean, can you imagine the poetry of that if it happens?
If it happens. But the way that the writers have been conceiving of this this season of the Trump show, it might. Stay with us as we head into dramatic moments tonight as new results are released out of Arizona and then Georgia. Will they help Joe Biden cross that finish line? It's just 17 electoral votes away. Stay with us.
All right, take a look at this first, though, the Electoral College map, where things stand right now. Biden has 253 electoral votes. Trump has 213. Remember, you need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Biden is getting very, very close. Let's take a key race alert right now. 3 battleground states. In Arizona right now, with its 11 electoral votes, 82% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is still ahead. He's got more than 92,000, almost 93,000 vote lead over Trump, 51% to 47.6%. We're told in the next half hour or so, we're going to get a whole bunch more votes out of Arizona. We're going to see where that goes. But take a look at Georgia right now. Look at how it's narrowed so dramatically, under 40,000 now. Donald Trump's lead over Joe Biden in the state of Georgia is 39,817. 95% of the estimated vote is in. 16 electoral votes only hours ago. That lead was in the hundreds and hundreds of thousands. Now it's down to 39,817. And look at the lead, how it's shrunk in Pennsylvania for Donald Trump as well. It's down to 195,953. Earlier this morning, it was many, many more. 88% of the estimated vote is in. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Very dramatic developments. We're watching those 3 states very closely, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona. Let's check in with Dana Bash. She's got a closer look on the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. What are you learning, Dana?
That's right, Wolf, and we have a projection to make in the state of Michigan, and that is that incumbent Democrat Gary Peters will go on to another term in the U.S. Senate, defeating Republican challenger John James. This is a back-and-forth race, but the Democrat has eked it out. So let's see where the balance of power is. Democrats have 47 seats. Republicans have 47 seats. 6 seats remain to be called. Remember, Democrats need 4 seats to take back the Senate. That's exactly where they were when they started this race. Let's look at some of the tight races right now. Arizona. This is one where the Democratic challenger, Mark Kelly, has been way ahead of Martha McSally. He right now has 144,000 votes more at 52.6%, and Martha McSally at 47.4%. We're still waiting for votes to come in there. And there are two races in Georgia. The first that we'll talk about is incumbent Republican David Perdue, who is 133,000 votes ahead at 50.2%. John Ossoff, the Democratic challenger, at 47.5%. That 50% is key to look at, because that is the only way that anybody can win in Georgia, if they get at least 50% without a runoff. And speaking of runoffs, let's look at the special election. This is going to a runoff. The Democrat Raphael Warnock is going to go up against Kelly Loeffler. That runoff is going to happen January 5th of next year. So let's look at some of the other tight races that we have yet to call right now. North Carolina incumbent Republican Tom Tillis is ahead. He is 96,000 votes ahead at 48.7%. The Democratic challenger Cal Cunningham at 46.9%. 94% of the estimated vote in there. And in Maine, the Republican incumbent Susan Collins had what many saw as the fight of her life. She is ahead by our count 52,000 votes at 50.3%. Sarah Gideon at 43.0%. Sarah Gideon has conceded that race. We have yet to call it. We're waiting for more votes to come in. In Alaska, Dan Sullivan, the incumbent Republican, has a significant lead. He's ahead by 53,000 votes, 62.9%, and the Democrat is trailing pretty significantly. And then let's look one more time, Wolf, at the balance of power right now. Democrats have 47 seats. Republicans have 47 seats. 6 seats remain. And Wolf, this has been a heartbreak for a lot of Democrats, because they saw this as a perfect opportunity to take back the Senate. They had a lot of Republicans that they were trying to beat who were very vulnerable. And right now, it is a very, very tough slog for them to actually achieve that goal. Wolf.
We'll continue to watch it with you, Dana. Thanks very much. Let's get right back to the presidential contest, John. Under 40,000 vote lead now in Georgia for the president, 16 electoral votes in Georgia. Let's check in with Gary Tuchman first. I want to see the latest developments that are unfolding there. I know we're anticipating a lot more numbers about to be released.
Georgia has been a reliably red state for a long time. The last time it picked a Democrat for president was 28 years ago with Bill Clinton. So that's why these numbers are eye-opening. You just said it yourself, 39,000 now separates Donald Trump from second place Joe Biden. But here's the number that really matters at this moment. The Republican Secretary of State here in the state of Georgia says there are still 122,535 outstanding votes. And behind us are some of them. This is Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County, the largest county in the state of Atlanta. These are the processors and the scanners looking at the absentee ballots that arrived by the deadline at 7 o'clock last night. They've counted a total, they will count a total of 142,000 when it's all over. They still, though, have 36,000 just in this county that will be posted tonight. That's the plan. By around midnight or shortly after midnight, they plan to post 36,000 additional votes. These processors and scanners send these ballots to counters in another room. If there's any problem with the counters, they're looked at by adjudicators. The adjudicators are a two-person team, one Republican to one Democrat, to make sure the intent of the person who filled it out is clear. If they disagree, then a third neutral person looks at it. In addition to Fulton County, there's the nearby county of Gwinnett, which is the second largest county in Georgia. They still have 4,400 votes to count. And then there's DeKalb, which is the fourth largest, and they still have 7,500 votes to count. They all plan to finish their counting tonight. We can tell you it's a very tense and interesting scenario when you're in this room with these people. These folks know they're doing really important work. It looks like a beehive. They never stop working, but we are told as long as we've been here, I mean, they just never stop moving is what I'm saying. They're also never stop working. But we've been told by the election director here that everything is being done really honorably. He wants to make that very clear. The Trump campaign has filed a lawsuit saying that in one county here in Georgia, that they spotted 53 absentee ballots that came after the 7 o'clock deadline, put on the pile of absentee ballots to be counted. That's their allegation. The election director here in the largest county, Fulton County, says that it's absolutely not allowed, that when 7 o'clock came last night, the ballot boxes were taken away. No mail was accepted today. Every ballot on these people's desks came before 7 o'clock. One more thing I want to mention to you, Wolf. Lots of counties in the state are counting absentee ballots, and not just the few I mentioned. In the Atlanta area, we're talking about 60,000 total ballots in the Atlanta metropolitan area. But we told you it's a total of 122, so that's another 62,000. One of them is in a Republican county. I mispronounced it earlier. For the record, I want to say it correctly. It's Houston County, not Houston County. There's also a Houston Street in New York City, and there's a Houston, Texas. We always want to get our Houstons and Houstons right. Well,
and Gary, just to be clear, those 60,000 ballots in the metro Atlanta area, those are all mail-in ballots, right?
These are all mail-in absentee ballots, which is the way people have voted for a long time, which is the way members of our military vote. It's an accepted way to do it. Each state has different rules when the absentee ballots can arrive. For example, I spent the election in Ohio. Ohio allows absentee ballots, as long as they were postmarked by Monday, to arrive 10 days after the election on the 13th. Here in Georgia, the rule is they had to arrive by 7 o'clock last night.
All right, Gary, we'll stay in close touch with you. Thank you very much. So, John, Trump is ahead right now by less than 40,000 votes in Georgia. 122,525 ballots are outstanding in the whole state. But in the metro Atlanta area, there's a significant number he was just talking about right there.
He said half of them, roughly half of them are right there in metro Atlanta, and you see the blue star. I want you to remember this number, 122,000 left, right? So again, I'm going to blank this out for a minute. I'm going to keep metro Atlanta circled. Just want to show you something here. So you think, okay, 122,000 left. You know, that's a narrow lead, just shy of 40,000. You think you can't make that up. I just want to make a point here. At midnight last night, forgive me for turning my back, I'm left-handed. At midnight last night, that was Donald Trump's lead
in the state
of Georgia. 372,000 votes. It is 39,800 votes right now. So that is the momentum. That is what has happened as they're counting these ballots overnight and throughout the day today. So that was your number at midnight. That is your number now. You're nervous in the Trump campaign headquarters, and at Biden headquarters, you're saying, count those votes, please. We want to see them. So let's blank it out and see where we go. Gary standing in Fulton County. Again, 93%. More ballots to be counted. Gary says we should get those later tonight. We know Joe Biden is, in the public record, is winning 72%. We also know from the ballots counted today, that's actually a little bit higher. The votes for Joe Biden, the percentage is a little bit higher today. So if you're trying to make up that gap, that's what you need to do. Post a big number. Gary mentioned more ballots out in DeKalb County. Look at here. Joe Biden is getting more than 80% of the vote there. If you're going to catch up, you have to win a disproportionate number of the votes. Simple math there. We know that's happening. We have more coming in Gwinnett County. This one, so a little closer, 58-43. Joe Biden needs to win, again, overwhelming majority of those votes. We'll see as they count them right here. But if you pull this back out, you see this blue star, Atlanta and the suburbs. That's going to most likely determine the outcome of this race as they continue to count them. But as Gary noted, he mentioned Houston. That's down here. All right, we'll count the votes there. They're up to 95% right now, so that means you got a couple thousand left probably. It could come in the president's way. He's winning the county right now. They could be Democrats who mailed in their ballots. We know from pre-election polling, Democrats said COVID safety measures, many of them preferred to mail them in. We'll see. That's why we count them. And we know earlier, Gary mentioned Chatham. This is one of the places where the Trump campaign, the state Republican Party, are going to fight with the Democrats, with the counters here, with the county here. We'll see. They can litigate that. That's what you do after elections. People say a lot of things the day after an election. Then we'll see how it plays out. We'll just let the process play itself out. But you see here, it's 2.8%. Savannah, the suburbs around Savannah, and you see Joe Biden's doing quite well here. 58% of the vote, if you round that up, 41 for the president. You're counting ballots here as well. There were several thousand just a short time ago here. So you have that 122,000 statewide, about half of them in the Atlanta metro area, a couple thousand to come out of here at least as we count them up. And so where do you get? 39,811. Again, in most elections, you'd see that 95%, and you would think, well, if they split them at about this rate, the president would eke it out. But knowing what we know about what has happened since midnight last night, that was 372,000. At midnight last night, these mail-in ballots are overwhelmingly going for Joe Biden. So we will see. I'm fascinated to see what we get out of Fulton County, what happens in DeKalb to the east of Fulton County. We still have some more from Gwinnett here. As we get these votes, we will see if that lead shrinks or if it stabilizes for the president. But again, we're focusing right now on Arizona and Nevada because the math of those two states, if Joe Biden wins them, gets him to 270, gets him to the finish line. They're not done yet. So if you're Joe Biden, and you could have a backup plan, if you will, right here in Georgia, that would be remarkable, which is why, yes, we're focusing on Arizona and Nevada because of that obvious math. It gets them to 270. A plan B would be pretty good at this moment in time. the president, there's nothing left the president can afford to lose. The president, he has to pick up Arizona still or Nevada, and he has to hold that or we have game over.
We're about to get a whole lot of ballots, the results coming in from Georgia. We'll see if that 39,000 vote lead for Trump over Biden, how it unfolds. The suspense is building also out of Arizona, in addition to Georgia, as new ballot totals are about to drop there as well. We'll share it with you when we come back.
And welcome back. We're waiting for votes to be counted in Arizona and Georgia. We're expecting to hear by the end of the night from both of those states. Rick, do you think we'll actually, have an answer for, even if we don't have all the votes in from Arizona?
I think this tranche of votes coming in from Arizona will tell us whether Arizona is in play or it's not.
Yeah.
If the numbers don't move much, then what we were told, which is this is election day voting, which is going to be heavier Republican. If it doesn't come in heavier Republican, I don't think it's the end, or maybe I'll ask David Chalian that, but
that's the belief that some Republicans have tonight, that the votes that are going to be coming in.
If this first tranche doesn't close at least something,
right?
Yeah. And something more than on the margins, that's not a good sign. And then in Georgia, look, I'm getting much more nervous about Georgia. My friends in Georgia are telling me that, we're going to pull it out. But I think most people think now Perdue is going to go to, this is the Senate candidate, he's going to end up going to a runoff, which means the United States Senate will be determined by 2 runoffs in the state of Georgia, which either went for Joe Biden or, was either way was basically a 50-50 state. So you talk about money going to Georgia between now and the first of the year, it's going to be a pretty expensive time.
Yesterday was just like roller coaster. It was like up and down, and there's like all these like reversals of fortune and stuff like that. Today it's just been a slow, steady grind against Trump. Trump is just sitting there every hour watching his life get smaller and smaller, watching his numbers go down, watching and it's...
I got to say, you do have a slight smile on your face.
I don't know
saying
why.
all of this.
I don't know why. I'm just reporting the news, reporting the facts. But, look, yesterday, I had rumblies in my tumbly. It was really, really scary. Today is just Democrats feeling a little bit better, a little bit better. As Axelrod said, always nervous, always scared, but a little bit better. And if you're Donald Trump, if you're sitting in the White House, just watching these numbers get smaller and smaller, and then spray gunning these silly little lawsuits all over the place that everybody knows are silly, you are not having a good day.
Well, and our reporting from the White House is that even Donald Trump is telling allies with whom he's speaking, saying, look, I'm not so sure these lawsuits make that much of a difference.
Yeah.
He kind of understands that, I believe.
Generally don't.
Yeah, they're silly.
Well, they overwhelmingly
unless there's something to sue for, right?
There's also, look, a lot of what he always does has to do with positioning. It's and right now he's trying to hold a place. These suits are a way of saying there's still a chance here. We can still fight these things. But if Georgia goes, it's
not over. But
we were saying if Arizona went, Georgia has 5 more electoral votes than Arizona. That would be a devastating blow.
Which means, love the blue wall, but that means Lucha in Arizona and Stacey Abrams in Georgia brought the Trump presidency down. If that happens, in other words, if you're still waiting for Pennsylvania and you get Arizona and Georgia, Stacey Abrams and Lucha wind up having the biggest impact at the end of the thing. Unbelievable.
And Georgia was so overwhelming last time, over 200,000 votes. So if Republicans are very nervous now about taking it, it says something. It says something about those Senate races that may be coming up. And I think you're right. I think Stacey Abrams may have had a lot to do with it.
Someone made this point earlier, though. In Arizona, if in fact Joe Biden gets Arizona, it just shows, President Trump has gone after John McCain from the beginning. This is still partly John McCain sending a message back to...
I think Cindy McCain's ad, Cindy McCain's ad in, particularly in that Maricopa County area, I think must have been very, very powerful.
The number of times that President Trump has just gotten in his own way of, winning is extraordinary.
Well, I spoke with an ally of the president's who said that they had tried to talk him in to pursuing Cindy McCain, trying to make peace with her in some way because they understood how important she was and they knew where her head was, and that he refused. He just couldn't get over himself with that. And Cindy McCain, I'm not sure Cindy McCain would have accepted his entreaties to sort of make up, but he didn't. And it is kind of the ultimate, in a way, the ultimate revenge of John McCain should that state go
and also the ultimate revenge of black women, because it's not just Stacey Abrams. African American women across the board, up and down. When this is all said and done, an unbelievable phalanx. I mean, really, not just a backbone to me, the Democratic Party. The backbone of democratic values are African American women who work their butts off to get people out who often don't get the credit, who often don't get the recognition. And you have Kamala Harris being able to kind of, finally break one of those glass ceilings. But this party was carried across the finish line by black women.
Except that Donald Trump did better with African American women in this election. So
I mean, so you wait 3% instead of 1%. I mean, it's like at the end of the day, you got to admit.
No, I understand they did, but the point is, I keep coming back to that it had he not gotten in the way of himself. John McCain is a great example of that. If he
women
in the way of with women, and with African Americans and with Hispanics. There was opportunity in a whole new coalition based upon what Donald Trump was doing instead of what Donald Trump was saying.
How about COVID?
Well, let's just talk about tonight, though, and what to be looking for in this first grouping of votes. We expect Arizona to be first, right?
Yeah.
In the next hour or so.
Yeah. I think Arizona will be the only thing. There'll be 2 tranches from Arizona. Now Nevada says they're going tomorrow. So we're going to be focused on Arizona tonight. And as Rick said, I think the big question is, I mean, there are 2 sides that are saying different things. So if this first tranche comes in and that number in Maricopa County shrinks in an appreciable way, it means that, in fact, yes, there was this flood of late votes from Republicans that the Trump campaign suggests that they expected. If it is a more, even if it narrows a little, that would not do it. You need some dramatic movement, and I think people are going to begin to lose faith in that theory if there's not some big movement. And that's I think, what everyone's going to be looking for. If after both tranches, the number in Maricopa County is not appreciably different than it is right now in terms of margin, then, there's not a lot of life left in this.
But remember, I mean, what David Chalian was saying earlier is that Trump needs to get in Arizona with these tranches about 52 to 55% of the vote. So it's not that he has to come in and do what frankly, Joe Biden is doing in Pennsylvania, which is getting 80% of the vote. Right. He doesn't have to get 80% of the vote. He has to get 52, 55. So you can say it's not unappreciable, but 55 isn't going to be a big number. But you keep that up, you make up the difference.
Yeah. Well,
it's going to be difficult to see if he can do that, and that's why last night, when a couple of places called the state for Biden, the Trump people went nuts about it, right? Because they know how important it is.
Do you think it's possible that, I mean, there's the reporting that President Trump is already talking with people, that he's in communications with, sort of pointing out that he doesn't really think some of these legal challenges are going to do anything. Do you think he might, given the fact we haven't heard from him all day, I assume that's obviously intentional. He had the opportunity at any point to come out and speak, and you would think he would have been motivated to speak after a former vice president came out and spoke and got a lot of attention for what he said. Do you think he might change course and just realizing if, in fact, he has lost, realizing...
That would be my prayer for the country. That would be my prayer for the country. It is not in keeping with who we've seen. The idea that he...
Right, but if you're going to be a loser, is it better to be a good loser in the Trump mind?
I think in Trump's mind, no loser is a good loser. Losing is not good.
But let me just...
We'll see.
Donald Trump loves this country. I know some of you don't agree with that, but I do. I think Donald Trump loves this country. And if Donald Trump is going to lose, I mean, if it's clear he's lost and there's no place to go, Donald Trump loves this country, and he'll do what's right for this country. I mean, he's done it repeatedly, in my mind, throughout the course of his presidency.
He didn't do it last night. He didn't do it last night. Last night he came out and said that he was the winner.
He's still the fighter in the arena. And yes, does he hit behind the neck and does he punch below the belt?
Look,
yes, he does.
I pray that you're right. But what I'll say is, first of all, I do think that I agree with Axelrod. That would be the best thing. And I believe in second chances, redemption. That's my whole deal. If he does do that, if he does come out and just concede graciously, I think there should be no Democrats should accept that and be bare. I'm just saying.
Good luck with that.
And it's just as likely Democrats will accept it as he'll do it. But I'm just saying that if that does happen, I think that we should accept it. I think the fear that we have on the Democratic side is that he has said so clearly that the only way he could lose is if it was rigged, and that he has a whole bunch of people who are geared up. The question is, can he back away from that? Can his people back away from it? I don't know, but I hope that he does do what you say.
I think we spent 4 years talking about Donald Trump pivoting and
yes.
turning into somebody that he isn't.
True.
And he is who he is, and we know who that person is. Now, if he thinks it is in his own self-interest at a certain point, he will say maybe, okay, but they cheated, but there's nothing more I can do about it. He's never going to give up on the notion that this election may be legitimate if he loses. Never going to. He's always going to think it wasn't.
Gloria,
because what obsessed him was about the last election and the popular vote was that Democrats were trying to delegitimize.
Well, if the goal is to have a Trump network or whatever it may be, whatever if in fact he's voted out of office and whatever his next step is, having grievances is
that's the point. I've always felt that there are two reasons he wants he wants to express his own sense that I'm not a loser, and secondly, it's a launching point for whatever his next thing is.
It is all about Arizona. Just minutes from now, when new vote tallies will be released, we'll have a little bit more of a clearer idea. Will the state push Joe Biden closer to victory? We'll find out after the break.
We're closing in on a potential turning point in the presidential election as it's continuing tonight. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the CNN Election Center. Joe Biden is now on the brink of getting enough electoral votes to win the White House and defeat President Trump. This hour, we expect new vote totals out of Arizona, where Biden is in the lead. Arizona is one of 6 undecided states right now. Georgia is another. We're awaiting new results there as well after a very significant tightening in the race. Biden, now with 253 electoral votes, is looking to hit the necessary 270 mark. President Trump trailing with 213 electoral votes right now. Let's get a closer look at the state-by-state numbers in this key race alert. Let's take a look at these 4 states, starting with Arizona. 11 electoral votes, 82% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead of Trump by almost 93,000 votes right now, 51% to 47.6%. In Nevada, with its 6 electoral votes, 86% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead there as well, but only by 7,600 votes or so, 49.3% to 48.7%. In Georgia right now, the Trump lead has dramatically diminished. 16 electoral votes, 95% of the vote is in. Trump is up by nearly 40,000 votes over Biden, 49.8% to 49%. He was up by more than 300,000 votes overnight, now only less than 40,000. In Pennsylvania right now, where there's 20 electoral votes, 88% of the estimated vote is in. Trump remains ahead by about 196,000 votes, 50.9% to 47.8%. Let's check in with Kyung La. She's in Phoenix right now. Kyung, I understand we're about to get a whole lot more numbers from Arizona.
Emphasis there is about to. We anticipate at any moment that we are going to get our first real look at where the ballot count is here in Maricopa County. I'm standing in the belly of the beast. This is where the counting is happening in the most populous county in Arizona. This includes the Phoenix, Arizona population. This counting is still going on. You can see that we have adjudicators over here still looking at the ballots that need to have some type of, oh, we're just hearing now. I'm gonna hit refresh. I'm looking at my screen because we have new numbers. And you can see here, this is, I want to clarify here, this is numbers for Maricopa County. Joe Biden at 887,457, Trump 802,160. So that is 52% of the vote for Joe Biden, 47% of the vote for Donald Trump. I'm going to repeat that. The number for Joe Biden, the actual vote count is 887,457. That's 52% of the vote here in Maricopa County. I want to stress that's Maricopa County. For Donald Trump, President Trump, we have 802,160, 47%. So there is a 5-point spread here. It is very tight here in Maricopa County. The advantage, though, for the vice president, who is at 52%, President Trump at 47%, a 5-point spread. That has fluctuated a bit ever since we started watching the returns last night. But it is tightening here in Maricopa County. It is the reason why Maricopa County is so important is because this is the most populous county in the state of Arizona. It is a growing population. How Maricopa goes will mean how Arizona goes. You have to win it here if you want to win in the rest of the state. That is a conventional political playbook here. Is it possible to not have that happen? Anything is possible, but it is extremely unlikely. Both Republicans and Democrats here in Arizona will tell you, you got to win Maricopa County, and these last totals that are coming in are extremely important. So we are getting, I'm so bad at math here. I want to stick to what I'm seeing here. What we're looking for here is what's going to happen with the next ballot release as well, Wolf. That is expected in the next few hours or so.
All right, stand by, Kyung. We got a key race alert. Let's show our viewers what's going on in Arizona with these new numbers right now. 84% of the estimated vote is in. Biden maintains his lead, almost 80,000. Vote lead, 79,173 over Donald Trump. 50.7% in the whole state, not just in that county. 47.9%. 47.9% for Donald Trump. John King, let's talk a little bit about what's going on. Biden still has a very significant lead in Arizona.
Right, and so you're up to 84% of the estimated vote. We have to keep going, right? So every time you get new votes, you figure out, has it changed the dynamic of the race? You look at the new numbers in Maricopa. Again, 52 if you round up, 47 if you round up. That's a close race. As Young noted, close race here in Maricopa County. I just want to go back and look. 4 years ago, the president carried Maricopa County. Remember, the third-party candidate, especially Gary Johnson in Arizona, did quite well. So the president was at 49%. And Hillary Clinton at 46 if you round up. So you come up now, Biden on top. That is part of the suburban shift in the United States of America. And the suburban shift in this particular state raises the potential. Joe Biden leading right now in what would be a flip. Donald Trump carried the state 4 years ago. Joe Biden leading now. The challenge simply is, well, if every time we get new votes, Joe Biden is on top, even if it's just a little bit on top, he's leading in the race. And so that's the dynamic now. When you're in the lead, you just need to come out one more than the other guy every time we add votes, and you're going to make it through the night. The question is, what else is, where else? We'll get more from Maricopa County. I just want to look, again, in Pima County, the Tucson, Joe Biden's winning by even more right now, leading by even more right now. So we have some votes out there as well. You would expect him to add here. And that's the challenge as we go through Pennsylvania, as we go through Georgia, and as we go through Arizona. Joe Biden just needs essentially 50+1 the rest of the way. The lead might narrow some, but he'll get there. And then, of course, then we're going to look next door.
Hold on one moment. Before we leave Arizona, you and I are going to talk to Katie Hobbs, the Secretary of State of Arizona once again. Secretary of State, thank you so much for joining us. So tell us what's going on in Arizona. We just got the new numbers from Maricopa County. What's the latest? How much more of an outstanding vote is there in your state?
Well, it's around 600,000, and right before the ballots that were just uploaded, there were 420,000 outstanding ballots in Maricopa County. I don't know how many ballots they just uploaded, and so that doesn't answer the question of how many outstanding there were, but before 7 o'clock, before just now, there were around 600,000 in the state.
They just uploaded, I think, about 80,000 in Maricopa. That's
Okay.
the number that we just got.
Okay, so if I'm doing my math right, then they're down to 340,000 outstanding in Maricopa County.
So there's still plenty of votes left out there. John King has a question for you. Go, John.
I just want to walk through where are the rest. Obviously, Joe Biden's leading in Maricopa County right now, so if you're the Biden campaign, the more votes there, the better for you. At least you think that. How about Pima County, where Joe Biden is leading by even more than in Maricopa? How many of the outstanding are in Pima? Do we know?
Just over 90,000 are in Pima County.
Right, and so I just want to pull out so people can see the statewide map, Madam Secretary, in terms of these more Republican counties. If you're the Trump campaign, you're trying to make this up. What about Yuma County? Do we know how many are out there?
Yep, it looks like about 18,000 in Yuma County.
So you're seeing smaller numbers. This is what we have to follow. Excuse me for interrupting, Madam Secretary. But as we go through, Wolf, the blue counties where Joe Biden is leading have a higher percentage of votes. And as we move up in La Paz, is that about the same or is that fewer?
La Paz is much fewer. It's less than 1,000.
Less than 1,000. So you see, and again, this is a place where the president is running quite well. So as you watch it out. So, and Madam Secretary, just I pulled out to the whole statewide numbers. Obviously, you move up here, up in the Flagstaff area, Coconino County. How many up there?
13,000.
13,000. So again, in a place where Joe Biden is running ahead is where you have the bulk of the votes. Don't mean to put you on the spot, but do you have any sense of when we're going to see the rest of these?
Maricopa said that they are going to do another upload later tonight, 10:30 our time, so 12:30 for you guys. And then they have said that they're going to do 7 o'clock every night until they are done.
Are these really?
And I need to clarify that I did misspeak about Pima County. Pima County is 46,000, not 91,000.
46,000. Thank you.
So are these votes early votes, mail-in votes, early person votes, or today votes, or yesterday votes, should we say?
Yesterday's votes are done. So what we're looking at right now are early ballots that were either mailed back or dropped off, received by counties Monday, Tuesday.
And what are the rules in Arizona right now as far as mail-in ballots? They have to be received by a certain day, right? But what if they arrive a little late, but they're postmarked earlier?
No, we don't have a postmark deadline. They had to be in the county's hands yesterday by 7 p.m.
Including military personnel overseas?
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, off the top of my head, there might be a few days leeway there, but they also get their ballots earlier, and they have the ability to upload them electronically to our office.
You do. Oh, that's encouraging. Do you know the party affiliation of the outstanding votes right now? How many Democrat versus how many Republican?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't know that number. And I know the counties right now, what they're focused on doing is getting those ballots processed and tabulated. And they're not, sorting them by party or precinct or anything like that.
So when will we get, let's say, 99% or, hopefully 100% of the vote in Arizona?
I wish I could tell you that. I don't know the answer, but I think we'll have a more solid answer about that by tomorrow or Friday.
Well, we will definitely want you to come back on. You've been very helpful to us today, the Secretary of State of Arizona, Katie Hobbs. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
You got a great state. We love Arizona, too. Just a little note. Go ahead, John.
I just want to say, again, whether you're talking to a Democratic Secretary of State, a Republican Secretary of State, some of the elections officers, chief elections officers in the states are nonpartisan. The good cheer. They're overwhelmed. They're busy. They're stressed. They haven't slept all that much. And they're doing the right thing. They're taking their time to count votes, and they're being transparent about it, which I think is the best part. Places that are putting a spotlight on this, some places have cameras in them. Many places have journalists in them. There are obviously Democrats, Republicans, and independent observers there. So, again, there's a lot of dust being stirred up right now about vote counting and people questioning this, that, and the other thing. These people know what they're doing, and they're in a good mood about it as well, and we should be grateful for what they're doing. We should not be criticizing them. We should be grateful. Sure, keep an eye on them. That's part of our job, and it's part of the campaigns. Both campaigns can keep an eye on them as well, let them count the votes, but it's pretty remarkable. She's tired. That's good cheer. Yeah. We like that. And if you look at this right now, it's just fascinating, Wolf. 79,000, right? And so everybody understands the stakes here. If Joe Biden flips this state and keeps his lead in Nevada, he's the next president of the United States. So that's why we're asking. We'd like those votes as soon as possible, and that's why the Secretary of State, she understands this as well. The country and the world are watching her and watching the count in her state. And so they're going to get it right. Again, if you're looking at the trajectory right now in the Biden campaign, you have almost an 80,000 vote lead. But as she noted, we got 400,000 votes just in Maricopa County to count. Again, if you look at them, you can do the statistical analysis at home. Joe Biden is winning 52% of the vote there. These are, absentee ballots. The expectation is he'll stay somewhere in that ballpark, but you don't know that until you count them, right? And so that's why you have to count them. You have to narrow that down a little bit. You're not comfortable to project the state until you get a little closer, especially in this uncertain election where you had, again, people vote by mail, people stand in line and vote early, some people using drop box, the people who came out and turned out in a natural way on election day like you normally do it. So the different states are dealing with different issues, and we're always cautious. You'd be even more cautious in an environment like this and just count votes and figure it out. But again, it's 80,000 votes. That's a decent lead, but with so many more to count, we'll just wait, and hopefully we get more by the end of the night. As you narrow down the outstanding ballots, then you can make more judgments, especially as you watch. We just got that dump for Maricopa County. Then you get the next one. Is it about the same? Is the lead growing? Is the lead contracting? And we run it through. We got great people out there. There are great people in Arizona, and we'll figure it out.
We'll stay in close touch with Kyung. 84% of the vote is in. That means 16% of the vote is still out. So we'll wait for more of those votes, and I totally agree. We're grateful to all those poll workers. So many of them are volunteers. They're doing really, really important work for our country. All right, let's go back to Jake, Dana, and Abby.
Thanks, Wolf. Appreciate it. And as all this news is coming in, most of it not seeming all that great for President Trump. Dana, you have some new reporting.
Well, I talked to a source familiar with President Trump's thinking who said that the president is down. Obviously tired, which is understandable, but not feeling all that great, despite the public bluster that we've seen and heard from his campaign, from his children, that the president is seeing what's happening. He is seeing that in some of these key states that will determine whether he is president or not, his lead is shrinking. Or if Joe Biden is ahead, notwithstanding what we just saw, this is before that just happened, it's just not looking that good for the president. And the sense from the source that I spoke to is that the president is starting to see this slip away. That's the mood of the president. Now, could that change like this with changes in the votes? Of course. But it also kind of dovetails with some reporting that we had earlier from our colleague Kevin Liptak, who said the president is calling to allies, saying that he doesn't understand the strategy that his campaign is using to kind of have these lawsuits in various states. Why didn't they try this more aggressively before the votes were counted? So there's some hand-wringing going on behind the scenes while there is some, public bravado.
Yeah.
It's quite different.
And I don't blame him for being confused about his legal team's strategy, because it is a little confounding when you actually look at what is going on. We've been talking all night about the way in which the strategy is talking out of one side of their mouth in Arizona and in Nevada, and then out of another in Pennsylvania and Georgia and Michigan. So it is confusing. And earlier in the year, the president really did push his team and the RNC to have a very aggressive legal strategy. And I think he really had hoped that a lot of this stuff would be resolved before we got to this point. And much of it actually had been resolved and litigated in the courts, which is why you're seeing some of the legal challenges that they're putting out now are, as we've discussed, fairly thin. And so I'm not surprised to see that the president finds it to be a somewhat unconvincing case.
But do you
think
that his issue is that he's not finding their legal strategy now to be up to the standards that he wants, or he doesn't understand why they're not able to stop the counting of votes? I mean, that seems more like in keeping with Donald Trump. His legal team was fairly aggressively out there. Yeah. I mean, they were trying to stop mail-in ballots in any number of states, including the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And I mean, the problem is that just because he's president, he's not able just to stop mail-in ballots. He's not able just to stop the counting of ballots. I think, with all due respect, I think you're giving him a little bit too much credit.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's a little bit of both, that he wants to stop the ballots from being counted. But again, I'm sure he's not blind to the fact that these cases that are being brought are long shots.
Exactly.
I mean, they're just hard to...
But that's not his legal team's fault.
Well, no, it's not. But as we've been saying all night, they are throwing everything they can up against this wall. The president obviously wants to win. He wants the ballots to perhaps not be counted. But I think he, as someone who, as you pointed out, is very litigious, he understands that these cases are not as rock solid as he.
That's exactly right. I think that he's just. It sounds to me like he is just voicing his frustration. And the one thing he can hang it on right now, because it's the way that they are being active in the Trump campaign, is by the lawsuits right now. And because he actually has so much experience in the courts, maybe not in election law, but experience in the courts, that he is, seeing that the campaign is just kind of trying to find ways to publicly say, we don't believe this, we're going to challenge this, but it's not necessarily something that is really, he's not standing on firm ground.
But he doesn't have experience winning in courts. He has experience with completely frivolous lawsuits. Yeah. Well, let's table this for a second. I want to go to Caitlin Collins at the White House, who can give us some more insight into President Trump's frustrations about what's going on. Caitlin?
Well, it's so interesting to hear you guys talk about the legal strategy, because this legal strategy came about because after Fox News called Arizona for Joe Biden last night, something that we should note CNN has not done yet. I am told by sources that's when the president went into this kind of panic mode with aides after thinking that he was going to win and pull this off, that he started instructing them to start filing these lawsuits and start to pursuing litigation that we have seen play out all day. And so that is what campaign aides have really spent the day doing. And some have conceded, in part, Jake, it's so they can buy themselves more time as they are waiting on votes in places like Arizona to come in. The other thing the president has spent the day doing, since we have not seen him in person today, and the White House has called a lid, meaning we are not expecting any appearances from him, though we could hear from him, of course, on Twitter tonight, Jake, is angrily calling Republican governors, these people who he believes are his allies, as he is trying to will what is happening and what we are seeing playing out from actually happening. And that includes Doug Ducey of Arizona, Brian Kemp of Georgia, and Ron DeSantis of Florida, I'm told by sources. He has been angrily calling them because he is not happy with what he's seeing. Of course, Florida is a different situation. I think that's more of a venting situation from what I've understood so far, but that is what the president has spent his day doing. So he is angrily calling these Republican governors, but casting doubt on the legal strategy that he has told his own aides to pursue. And of course, if you talk to the campaign aides who are working on this, some of them obviously do not believe some of these lawsuits will be successful, but they feel basically like they've run out of options at this point. And when the president feels like he's backed into a corner, often throughout the decades of his life before he was even in office, his go-to strategy has been to sue or to file lawsuits or to try to mount some kind of legal challenge to stop what is happening from happening.
Thank you, Caitlin Collins. That's exactly what I thought was going on. The idea that he's waging these frivolous lawsuits because he's telling them to do it. Anyway, Caitlin, thank you so much. Let's go to Arlette Saenz, who's with the Biden team in Wilmington, Delaware. What are you hearing from Team Biden, Arlette? There's obviously still a narrowing race in Arizona. We don't know what's happening in Nevada, a narrowing race in Pennsylvania, and, of course, in Georgia.
Well, Jake, they are closely watching these results coming in Arizona, but at this point, they are still projecting confidence about his standing in that state. The Biden campaign acknowledges that the margin could tighten in a county like Maricopa County, but they don't expect that his current standing will be overcome, even as the Trump campaign has pushed that narrative over the course of the day. Now, Arizona and Nevada, another state the Biden campaign is looking to hold on to. Those are states that Joe Biden only visited once as the Democratic nominee, which is quite the contrast to the time and resources he devoted to those blue walls he was trying to reclaim this time around. Now, the Biden campaign started the day projecting confidence about that blue wall, the Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And at this point, they have had 2 of those 3 states called in their favor. Now, heading and looking forward to Pennsylvania, the Biden campaign says they still remain confident as those votes continue to be counted, and say that they will remain vigilant about ensuring that every last vote is counted in that state.
All right. Arlette Saenz, thank you so much, in Wilmington, Delaware. And we should also talk about the fact that I do, and I'm sure you do, expect Arizona to narrow. I mean, I do think I do think that margin of victory, which is
it started to.
What is it?
And now it's like a little more than right there you go, 50.7 to 47.9.
Yeah, and the Biden campaign, they also expect it to narrow, but they believe that he will win. So yeah, it's not going to be a blowout in Arizona, but the question is, can President Trump make it up with the votes that are outstanding? And, you know, we got a relatively small tranche of votes earlier tonight. It narrowed a little bit, but it's the split, based on what we know from Maricopa, the president needs to do a little bit better than that.
He needs to get about 60% of the...
Yeah, it needs to be a little bit more Republican, more pro-Trump, in order for him to try to even begin to overtake.
And remember what the Secretary of State just said to Wolf and John, that we might not know until Friday. I mean, they're going to do as much as they can. She said they're counting as fast as they can and so on and so forth, but we might not get the results of all of the outstanding ballots until Friday.
Same with Pennsylvania.
Same with Pennsylvania.
And in Nevada, we're not expecting until
tomorrow.
But it's funny that you clarified yourself there on the Republican votes versus pro-Trump. Now, explain. Because
I mean, even on a good day, right? I don't like assuming that party affiliation is going to translate into votes. But if you dig into a little bit of the exit polls in the state of Arizona, you see something interesting that we were talking about. President Trump doing a little worse with Republicans, getting 88% of the vote among Republicans. Joe Biden taking 10% in a state where, as we've discussed, Cindy McCain came out strong against him, and the native son, John McCain, was notoriously in this feud, I guess you could say, with the president.
And this is totally anecdotal, but just to help make your point, I got a text from family members who are telling me that they have friends who are lifelong Republicans, registered Republicans, who are telling them they're voting for Joe Biden. So just because we are seeing Republican votes come in doesn't mean that those are Trump votes, and maybe vice versa.
Look, 88% is a lot, but for Trump, I mean, he's in the 90s.
Well, and that's the thing. If Joe Biden ends up winning Arizona by 40,000 votes, guess what? That's 40,000 reasons that President Trump should not have attacked John McCain, if you're talking about 10% of Republicans in Arizona voting for Joe Biden. David Chalian, let's talk about Arizona and what needs to happen in these remaining ballots that have yet to be counted.
Yeah, so we're taking a look. This is obviously the state of play after that vote dump that we just got in Arizona. You noted Joe Biden has 50.7%, Donald Trump 47.9%. 84% of the estimated vote is in, and that is a 79,000 vote lead for Joe Biden. Here's what we now know about the outstanding vote, what has not been counted yet after those votes were dumped into the system. It's now down to 515,000 outstanding votes in Arizona. That's a rough estimate, not exactly precise, but a sort of back of the envelope estimate. And so we take a look at sort of what each candidate needs. And I'll just say Donald Trump actually benefited a little there. You saw that it narrowed, and he benefited a little there from that latest vote dump in terms of narrowing the gap with Biden. He now only needs 55 to 57% of the remaining outstanding vote of those 515,000 uncounted votes in Arizona to overtake Joe Biden and actually keep this state in his column. You see, Joe Biden needs 40 to 42% of the outstanding ballots in order to hang on to his lead there and actually flip Arizona from red to blue. Donald Trump, that percentage is not out of reach for Donald Trump in Arizona. Obviously, it's a bit better than he has statewide right now with his 47.9%, but it is obviously still in the hunt in some sense, and we got to count the rest of these 515,000 votes before we can see the final state of the play there in Arizona.
And David, of the 515,000 uncounted votes, we believe most of them are from counties that Biden won. Is that correct?
Right. It sounded like, if I heard the Secretary of State properly, from Pima County down in Tucson area, and of course Maricopa County in the Phoenix area, the big population centers, and those are the places where Joe Biden has the lead. We also heard that almost all of it, I think she said, is not Election Day vote, that it is from prior to that. We've also seen that being a Biden advantage category. But again, I just want to say, guys, Donald Trump got a little benefit out of that last dump. And so if he gets more votes that he can continue to narrow in what we see the next time they update their vote totals, then possibly his percentage of what he needs will go down a little bit. So with 515,000 votes outstanding in Arizona. There's simply more counting to do.
That's why we count all the votes to see who actually won, whether it's Trump or Biden. David Chalian, thanks so much. As more results are coming in tonight, will Joe Biden's electoral count go up? Much more of our election coverage coming up. Thank you.
The race for 270 electoral votes is heating up dramatically. Right now, Biden has 253. Trump has 213, 270. That's the magic number. You get 270, you're the president of the United States. Let's get a key race alert right now, see where things stand in these 4 states. In Pennsylvania right now, where there's 20 electoral votes and 88% of the estimated vote is now in, Trump maintains his lead, 190,000 vote lead over Joe Biden. 50.9% to 47.8% in Pennsylvania. In Georgia right now, 95% of the estimated vote is in. Trump still maintains the lead, but it has really been diminished. 38,996 votes ahead of Biden, 49.8% to 49%. In Arizona, 84% of the vote is in. Biden maintains his lead just under 80,000 votes over Trump, 50.7% to 47.9%. And in Nevada, 86% of the vote is in. Biden maintains his lead, but it's a small lead of about 7,600 votes right now, 49.3% to 48.7%. Let's walk over to John King over at the Magic Wall. We're looking at all these states very closely. Which state is jumping out to you the most right now?
Well, just in the context of Joe Biden is knocking on the door of 270, so obviously Arizona and Nevada are the 2 states that could get him there. But the surprise of the day, if you will, has been the closing race in Georgia. So let's just start there. I say surprise just because the shift has been so dramatic. Here's where we are right now, 38,996 votes. That's where President Trump is ahead right now with 49.8, so rounded up to 50 to 49. Remarkably close race, 95% of the vote. Recording Wolf, I want to show you a new feature we have here. Let's go back in time. Let's go back in time. This is midnight. We talked about this earlier. Look at midnight statewide in Georgia. 372,407 votes. That was the president ahead. Then they're counting votes overnight. At 9 a.m., it was down to 103,705 votes. Then by 3 o'clock this afternoon, you're down inside 80,000 votes. And then you move up to 6:30 p.m. and you see it's 57,266. And then at 7:30 p.m., it dropped even more. Now, I want to show you that's just looking at statewide. Watch the suburbs just outside of Atlanta. This is DeKalb County right here. You heard Gary Tuchman talking about this earlier. At midnight last night, look at Joe Biden's vote total, 81,600 right here in DeKalb County. So how did Joe Biden come back overnight? Watch these as it plays out overnight. By 9 o'clock in the morning as they counted overnight, look at that, 265,000. Again, 81,000 if you went to bed at midnight. By 9 o'clock this morning as they counted overnight, these are the Democratic suburbs, DeKalb case just to the east of Atlanta. You come down here, the vote count at 3 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, it went up a little bit more, stayed stable in the vote count later after that. So you just see what has happened overnight. If you went to bed at midnight, you thought the president had an insurmountable lead in the state of Georgia, but they continued to count those votes. Now you're in a position where a 38, almost 39,000 vote lead and tension, because the president cannot afford to lose anything on the board. If Joe Biden keeps his lead in Arizona and Nevada, he gets to 270. If he can pass the president in Georgia as well, it's essentially a plan B, if you will. It helps Joe Biden get to 270 and potentially beyond. So this is a great moment of tension in the Trump campaign when it comes to Georgia. And again, we're watching Arizona as well. You could make the case the president's narrowed. You can make the case, it's a fact. The president has narrowed the gap a little bit there in Arizona, but we still have to count there as well.
Well, let's take a look at Arizona.
So let's move out and see, and we can show you the same impact and effect here. Let's just start right here and see where we are. Again, 84%. We're expecting more votes a bit later. A couple hours from now, we expect to get a decent chunk of votes from Maricopa County. Pima County also has a lot of votes. That's the county to the south of Phoenix. Both of those are blue. So we expect Joe Biden. The expectation is because he's running so strong. You see him here, 52% in Maricopa. Even better than that, 60% in Pima. So the Biden campaign thinks it will gain in those places, but let's just game this out. Again, 79,000 right now. Let's take this and go back in time, right? Let me bring this up for you here. Let me come out here for you and switch to Arizona, and we'll go back in time. This is midnight, and you see then Joe Biden, 207,000 votes ahead, 207,000 and change. Then you see it starts to slip a little bit overnight. There's 1 a.m., and here's 3 a.m., you're at 155. 4 a.m., it's 130. 10 o'clock down to 93. And when Kyung Law just told us a short time ago, look at that lead, 93,000 in the Biden campaign, and then more votes in Maricopa County gets it down to 79,000. So this one is trending in the other direction. And so we'll come out live to where we are now, but we're in the same spot where Joe Biden had a more comfortable lead overnight, and Donald Trump has closed the gap a little bit. You see that, and that's largely from here in Maricopa County, making up some ground. It's the flip side in Georgia. The overnight was good to Joe Biden, and now we count votes.
Well, speaking of Georgia, I want to go to Georgia right now. Gary Tuckman is in the Atlanta area for us right now. Gary, you've got a special guest who can update us on what's going on there.
Well, that's right, Wolf. We're here in Atlanta, Georgia, and downtown in Fulton County, and this is where they are processing and scanning the absentee ballots right now. These are the votes that are about to be counted that may help decide who the president of the United States is. And with me right now is Richard Barron. Richard Barron is the election chief here in Georgia's largest county. 159 counties in the state. This is the largest. I want to ask you first of all, you told us earlier there was 142,000 mail-in ballots that you got. What is the up-to-date number of ballots that you have now counted?
We've scanned 118,339. We've adjudicated a little over 113,000 so far.
Okay, so I'm doing some math in my head. That's about 29,000 that you still have to count.
Yes. Yeah, that we'll have to adjudicate the remainder of that, the 29,000.
And adjudicating means if there's a problem with the ballot, you have a Democrat and a Republican look at it to make sure that the intention of the voter is known.
Right. They look at voter intent on any contest that's flagged by the software.
So 29,000 more votes to be counted. When will we see all the votes, all the absentee ballot votes on your website?
It'll be after midnight, sometime between midnight and 3, I think.
So it'll be tonight?
Yes. Well, we've brought in some fresh bodies, and we're going to make sure that every vote is counted tonight, and we'll do what it takes to stay all night.
I was saying earlier, it looks like a beehive behind us.
Yeah, and it's been all energy all day in here because we know that everyone's looking at us, looking at Georgia, and it could determine the next president. So
a lot of pressure, right? The question I'm going to ask you, are you feeling any pressure or getting any pressure from either Donald Trump's campaign or Joe Biden's campaign?
No, we haven't I haven't felt any pressure from either of the campaigns. I think it's mostly the fact that there are just so many people interested in this. We have a lot of media in the room, so obviously interest is high.
You haven't gotten pressure from the campaigns, but do you feel pressure on your shoulders?
Well, yes, because we want to make sure all the votes count, and it's an immense pressure because this is an important election. All presidential elections are important, but I think there's been a lot of focus this year on this presidential election, and we've been preparing for months. So yes, it's a lot of pressure.
The Trump campaign has filed suit saying that it wants Georgia to not count absentee ballots that came after the deadline, which was 7 o'clock last night, alleging that in Chatham County, which is where Savannah, Georgia is, which, by the way, is one of the most beautiful cities in the United States. Atlanta's nice, but Savannah is beautiful. Alleging that that county took at least 50 ballots that came too late and put them in the pile of ballots that are allowed. What do you think about that suit being filed against the state of Georgia?
Well, as long as the ballots came in before 7 o'clock, all those boxes at 7 p.m. They locked them right at 7, and we accepted all the ballots that we received in the mail through 7 p.m. And that's the way it should work. All the votes that are cast by 7 need to be counted.
So are all these votes that we're seeing, and we're seeing lots of ballots, these are all, do you know for sure they're all legal?
Yes, they are all legal.
And by the way, this may sound like a silly question, but I think it's an important question. How do you know there isn't someone here who takes a pile of ballots they don't like, puts them in their pocket, and walks home with them and never gets them counted?
We have chain of custody. Everything that comes in is with a chain of custody form, and it goes through a whole process of being opened and cut over to the flattener and then over to the scanner, so we can balance that.
And a final question for you, Richard. You must be very proud of these people. That's a statement, but you must be very proud.
Oh, I'm very proud. My staff's been working long hours for many months. Since before the June election. We've been hit with a COVID outbreak of 25 people a couple weeks ago, so we've been impacted hard.
Richard Barron, thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
Well, if I could tell you, there's at least 60,000 votes just in the Atlanta area, not including here, that still haven't been counted. Back to you.
We'll wait for them to be counted, and then we'll report the news as we always do. Please thank Mr. Barron. From all of us, we're waiting for more votes to come in from Arizona and Georgia. We'll also speak with a former presidential candidate, and we'll discuss how close this race is. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Election Night in America Continued. Joining us now, former presidential candidate, Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota. Senator Klobuchar, thanks so much for joining us. Congratulations on Minnesota going blue, which I know you wanted it to, and it was there was a lot more drama 4 years ago. Have you talked to the former Vice President, Joe Biden? How are you feeling about the results so far?
I haven't talked to him directly. I think he should be focused on how he is focused, and that is on being calm. I think the fact that he has addressed the nation now twice, and I think it gives you some idea of how he's going to govern, making very clear he wants all the votes counted, yes, but that his demeanor is going to be really important as we go forward. So I feel good about what's happening. Arizona, the fact that this was a state that the president spent years going after their favorite son, as Dana just pointed out about an hour ago, John McCain, the repercussions of that, and Cindy going all over the country helping Joe Biden. The fact that in Pennsylvania, so many votes in the suburban area, Philadelphia are still outstanding. We feel good about that. And then Georgia. And one of the points that I want to make is, you know, these are local election officials just doing their jobs right now. You can see them. It's transparent. And in Georgia, you've got a Republican governor, Republican Secretary of State, Donald Trump, you know, going after them for still counting ballots. Give me a break. You've got Democratic and Republicans just doing their jobs right now. Let them be. Let them do their jobs. And I think it contributes to this idea that this is democracy in action, and we've got to allow the votes to be counted.
And you've had a few recounts in Minnesota, if I recall correctly.
Yes.
Overall, these results, these election results, were not the large-scale repudiation of President Trump the Democrats were hoping for. I know we're still waiting on final results, but that must be disappointing considering the fact that so many Democrats thought that this was going to be a landslide victory for Joe Biden and that the Republicans were going to lose control of the Senate. And on and on. Joe Biden may well win, but it isn't the repudiation you were hoping for.
Look, you always want to win big, and you want to win every single seat. We know that. And sure, it's hard, especially when you've had some seats that we have lost with such good, great, amazing candidates and elected officials like my friend Doug Jones that I talked to today. So many people. But that being said, what matters here, oxygen on the White House first, is that we win the White House. And to me, it looks like that is a direction that we are headed. And given that we didn't win every seat that we wanted, I actually can't think of a better president for that time than Joe Biden. He's someone that can work with people regardless of where they come from and what their political view is. And I'm going to deal with all that after we find out what all the results are, because there's still a lot of seats outstanding. So I think tonight our focus should continue to be on the numbers that we're seeing coming in on the presidency, because that's all Donald Trump is doing. And I think we have to be laser focused on that right now. But when and if Joe Biden wins, and I have every reason to believe he will be very effective at working with Congress.
What happened in the Democrats' attempt to take the Senate? Susan Collins was reelected in Maine. Joni Ernst was reelected in Iowa. Daines in Montana. Tillis in North Carolina. I mean, with the exception of Colorado and Arizona, it's really not a good night in terms of, or a good result for Democrats.
It was a really tough map, and every single person that looked at it, any expert on this would say that from the get-go. So many Republican states, so many heavy Trump states, including some of the House districts, where, of course, Nancy Pelosi will still be the Speaker, but there were some losses there as well, and a lot of it had to do with that. I will note we are still one ahead in the Senate races. Mark Kelly, tremendous candidate, winning in what's considered a red state, soon to be turned blue, of Arizona, and also Governor Hickenlooper winning in Colorado. So, and the results are still out in Georgia, where we are certain to have one runoff, if not two.
Before you go, your husband John had coronavirus. Has he fully recovered? Is he doing okay?
Yes, he is doing great, except maybe he's watching your station too much.
No such thing.
He may be watching right now because he has become an expert on every single ballot issue, and so I've had to urge, walks and things like that, because I think just he is like everyone else. I think when he personally had to experience this, you really want a president in there that's going to get us through this, get us through the other end, have a plan, because he doesn't want to have it happen to people like what happened to him. He made it through, but he got really, really sick and was in the hospital. And so many Americans are, as we speak, watching this right now, who are sick or worried that someone they love is going to die. And I think it just makes this even more important as we go into these next 2 days. And we just ask people to be patient. We always knew this, Jake. I put out a report with Bernie and a few other senators about 10 days before the election. We knew that Pennsylvania and Wisconsin count late. They start the day of the election, and we knew there'd be some close states. And the important thing is to use that patience of Joe Biden and get through it instead of acting like Donald Trump. And I think we're doing the right thing here.
I do have time for one more question. I just want to ask you.
Oh, good.
When you look at the exit polls and you look at how close this election continues to be, with neither Biden nor Trump having secured enough electoral votes, do you think your party needs to work on connecting to the working class in a way that you maintained during the primaries was important for your party? I mean, obviously, Joe Biden isn't necessarily having as much of a problem as some of your other House and Senate candidates. And I'm wondering if you think that reckoning needs to happen with the Democratic Party and the Democratic leadership.
Well, I'm not ready to comment on exactly what happened here when you look at some of these Senate and House races. I start out with the fact that these were in states like Alaska and in Montana, where you had significant Trump vote. That being said, I think so much of this is going to depend on the economic agenda and what we can get done with Joe Biden working with the House, working with the Democrats in the Senate, and then in his unique way, being able to work with some of the Republicans, something that I've done throughout my career in the Senate. We're going to have to come up with some way to work with them. There's no doubt about that. But let me be clear. There are so many people suffering economically right now. And the problems we had before the pandemic, problems with paying off student loans, hard for people to get training, hard for people to be able to get child care. All of those remain unsolved for so many Americans. So we just have to get to work. And enough of this garbage of just the constant Republican attacks on everything we want to do. I think the American people are not going to stomach it anymore. And Joe Biden's victories in these states, what I think about to happen in Arizona and Georgia and Pennsylvania and the entire upper Midwest, I think that's a message to them too, Jake. That's a message to them.
Okay, Senator Klobuchar, thank you so much. Really appreciate your stopping by today. We're standing by for new numbers at the top of the hour from more states where the vote is very close. Stay with us. Our special coverage continues next.
We're getting deeper into the second night of the presidential election, awaiting more results in key battlegrounds. I'm Wolf Blitzer. Tonight, former Vice President Biden is looking to run up the score and seal a victory, while President Trump is filing legal challenges before the final outcome is known. With 6 states still too early to call, votes are being counted into the night, including in Arizona and Georgia. Those key battlegrounds are preparing to roll out more vote tallies soon. Stand by for that. This, as Biden needs 17 more electoral votes to reach the magic number of 270, while President Trump is holding right now at 213. Let's get a key race alert right now. Our We're looking at these three states. Arizona, let's start in Arizona. 84% of the estimated vote is in. Biden maintains his lead of nearly 80,000 votes right now in Arizona, 50.7% to 47.9%. In Nevada, 86% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead there, but only by about 7,600 votes, 49.3% to 48.7%. Look at Georgia right now, how that gap has narrowed. 95% of the estimated vote in Georgia is in. Trump is ahead, but only by 37,000 votes or so, 49.8% to 49%. That lead that the president has over Biden in Georgia has really shrunk over these past few hours. Let's go over to David Chalian right now. We're taking a closer look at Pennsylvania right now, David, as well.
That third piece of the blue wall that Joe Biden's trying to rebuild. Take a look at the state of play. Donald Trump with 50.8%, Joe Biden trailing at 47.9%. That's with 88% of the estimated vote in, a lead for Donald Trump of 186,755 votes. Now, here is what we know about the outstanding vote, those ballots that have not yet been counted. We expect that to be about 800,000 uncounted votes. Our rough sort of back of the envelope estimate, not a precise number, but that's about the universe of uncounted votes. So then we calculate, what does each candidate need in order to win the state of Pennsylvania? Well, take a look here. Joe Biden needs between 61 and 63% of those 800,000 uncounted votes to overtake Donald Trump's lead and win the state of Pennsylvania. Donald Trump only needs about 36 to 38% of those uncounted votes to hang on to his lead and keep Pennsylvania red. Here's an important thing to understand, though. That 61 to 63%, that is not out of reach for Joe Biden. The bulk of the votes coming in today, mail votes from Democratic areas, they're going like 78% to 22% Biden to Trump. He's been getting really big margins in the vote that has been coming in today. And so it's not out of the question that Joe Biden could indeed hit that target and overtake Donald Trump. But we have to count these 800,000 votes. It's a lot of votes. Donald Trump needs a lower percentage to hang on to it. So we'll just have to count them and see what's happening in Pennsylvania as the count goes on, Wolf.
We'll watch it very closely together with you. John King is with us. You know, it's interesting. You got the popular vote. Biden is ahead right now by 3.5 million votes on a popular vote nationwide.
It's amazing in the sense that Hillary Clinton won the popular vote 4 years ago. We know Donald Trump won the Electoral College. We're waiting tonight to see if we get more votes. Joe Biden has the chance. If he can get Arizona and Nevada, if he holds his leads there, he would get to 270 and he would be president-elect of the United States. But the president, who is losing the popular vote, is still in the hunt if the late states break his way. You'd have to say, you know, trend lines are pointing Biden's way right now, but we are not done because we have votes to count. And so when you just went through, you heard David go through those states. Each state's a little bit different. If you look at Georgia right now and you're the Biden campaign, you see that 37,000 lead, 37,322 vote lead for President Trump. That was 372,000 at midnight. So you go back, you know, 11 hours ago, 10, 11 hours ago, that was 10 times that almost, 10 times that almost. So the trends line in Georgia have been going in Biden's direction, and as David noted and our Gary Tuckman on the ground has noted, many of the votes to still be counted are here in suburban Atlanta, and you see, this is Atlanta itself, Fulton County. You see how well Joe Biden is doing. This is DeKalb County. You see how well Joe Biden is doing. So they're continuing to count votes there, and you say, okay, you know, Joe Biden has a shot. Down again, you're behind 372,000 at midnight last night. You have a shot as they continue the count there. If you go west to Arizona, this would be a flip. If Joe Biden can win Arizona, that would be a flip. It was a Trump state in 2016. You have to go back to Bill Clinton in the 1990s for a Democrat to carry this. You see right now 50.7, so 51 to 48 if you round them up. But that Joe Biden lead, just shy of 80,000 votes, 79,000 votes. Wolf, that was 207,000 at midnight last night. So Biden had a big lead in Arizona last night. It is shrinking as we continue to count the votes there. Trump had a big lead in Georgia last night. It is shrinking. And so the dynamics in the end here, tension in both campaigns as they watch this count out. When you look here, this is where the last piece of votes came in. The last time we did get an installment of votes, it was from Maricopa. That helped the president narrow the gap a little bit there. So the question as these come in, do the next batch of votes from Maricopa, is Joe Biden do better and needs to pull away a little bit more, or does the president continue to narrow that gap? And so it's just a fascinating dynamic. In Arizona, obviously critical here. We're still waiting to see if Clark County, this has been, again, it's frustrating for people at home. Some of this can feel like Groundhog Day when you revisit these states. and you're trying to figure out who's going to win the presidency. Arizona could decide it along with Nevada, and we've been waiting all day. It's been the same total. Clark County officials have said maybe. Clark County is here, the largest county in the state. They have said perhaps we'll get some new votes tonight, more votes tonight. Perhaps we have to wait till the morning. But again, you're looking, this is Clark County, 53% to 45%. You pull out here, 7,647 votes. We know there are still votes to be counted, so obviously we need to watch this as well. And again, it's been hours at the same total there, so that gets a little frustrating.
Do we have any idea what's taking them so long to come up with some more numbers?
What they have said is several of the county, or Erica Hill is out there, and several of the counties have said that they have those numbers, but they're deferring to the Secretary of State, whose policy appears to be to try to do it all at once. It's a great question. And again, look, this is an election like no other. All of these officials are doing it in different ways. They're under enormous pressure. It's our job to watch them and to be skeptical and to ask them questions. We should also give them some grace. But at this time now, again, if you come over here and look at it, this is why there's so much pressure on these officials. And you can understand, while people watching at home, people in both of the campaigns, people in our business want to know the answers, because right now, since the big news of the day, it's been a long day, but Michigan and Wisconsin projected for Joe Biden. Remember, those are two of the three states, along with Pennsylvania, that made Donald Trump president. That's why he is in the White House. These were Democratic states all the way back to 1992. Trump took them. Biden takes this one back and this one back, which gets you to the math right here. 253 to 213, which means, again, if Joe Biden can do, he's leading here and leading here. He holds those. He's the president-elect of the United States, no matter what happens in these other states. The numbers will change, but he would be at the finish line. That's game over. So you can understand the pressure and why people want to know, can we speed up the count here? Can we get it? But again, we're in the pandemic election. It's like no other. In Nevada, these are mail ballots. They're counting them. We just have to be patient and wait. Doesn't mean you don't check in all the time and see, but there's, when you haven't updated your vote total all day, there's, understandably, people are saying it would be nice to know what the trend line is in the state of Nevada. Now, again, if Joe Biden wins them, that's game over. Just want to come back so people don't get the impression we're there yet, because we're not. And this would be a huge cushion. If for some reason, if Biden can come back here and then hold here, then the president has narrowed the lead somewhat in Arizona. This one's close as well. But Biden would only have to win one of these two if he somehow could pull ahead in Georgia as well, which is why, again, the chess game here of the different dynamics in these states, especially you have a sense that, the Trump lead is shrinking here, they're still counting votes. The Trump lead is shrinking here, they're still counting votes. The Biden lead is shrinking here, and they're still counting votes, and we've just been waiting. We've been static and stuck in Nevada all day.
And you make a really good point. If he only got 270, that's what you need. Right. You'd be elected president of the United States. But if he got 270, there would be an incentive for the Trump campaign to file all sorts of legal issues to try to reverse that. If he got 280 or 290, that legal challenge goes down.
Right, so let's play that out a little bit. Let's just say Joe Biden gets the minimum. He holds his lead in Nevada and Arizona. And let's say the President of the United States holds his lead in Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. Let's say the President of the United States picks up Maine and Nebraska, allocate electoral college votes by congressional districts. Let's say the President gets that, and the President gets Alaska there. So then you're at 270 to 278, which is obviously 268. I'm sorry, 270 to 268. And so we've already heard from the Trump campaign, legal challenges here. Well, they would drop that if they get it, obviously. So you're not going to go here. But so they've already said we want to recount here. We know that they're looking here, and we know that they have their eyes out here and out here. And so if it's 270 to 268, the challenge then would be, do you pick one, do you pick two? Remember Bush v. Gore, they decided to fight over Florida. There was thought of going to Wisconsin. There were thoughts to look at other states. They decided to fight over one state so they could have consistency in the argument, knowing it would go up through the federal courts. So you didn't want to be arguing one point in one state, another point in another state, and have those collide as they went up through the appellate process. So, but if you have 270, 268, and you're the President of the United States and you're meeting with your legal team, you're looking, where do we have the best legal case? Can we flip one? If something else turns true and we get a dynamic where Joe Biden can come back and do that, and if Joe Biden could come back, that would be a statement there, then you're in a very different dynamic. Number one, you have to flip more, so you'd have to win a number of states. And number two, then even though this president is his own person, he makes his own decisions, he defies his party, and he defies the elders in his party all the time because it's his party. It's not their party anymore. It's his party. There would be a ton of pressure on the president if you get anywhere close to that to say, one state's not going to do it, sir. Do not tie this up. This is America. We've counted the votes. But we're not there yet. We're not there yet. These dynamics are things we need to think about. The president's behavior last night makes you think about it because he's clearly in a very combative mood. our Caitlin Collins saying he's calling these governors in these states, the Republican governors, saying, what can you do? Can you fix the count? Can we, I don't mean fix in an illegal way. Is there a way that things can change right there? So we know he's agitated, and we'll have to see.
And, it's interesting, even as we're speaking, Georgia, go back to Georgia for a moment. The count has narrowed once again. Trump's lead has gone down. Take a look at this now. He's 33,300 votes ahead of Biden. And remind our viewers where it was 24 hours ago.
Okay, so we can go back and show you this. And we have, this is a new function we have for you. We go back to midnight. Look at that. Look, I mean, it's just stunning what has happened here. But again,
just tell our viewers what
372,407 votes at midnight, when many of you at home perhaps went to bed. Then overnight, 1 a.m., it drops to 249,497. They continue to count overnight. At 2 a.m., it's 118,000 and change. By 4 a.m., we're down a little bit more, 117,000. And then as the count continues through the day, 10 a.m., you get to 103,000. And then 9 o'clock tonight, we see it down to 39,000, and then we pop out to where we are now, and it's 33,000. So that has been a steady trend as they count the votes. So you're in the Biden campaign headquarters, you're saying, what's still out? Which counties have not finished the count? You're in the Trump campaign headquarters, you're saying, please, finish the count and get to 100, because this trend line is not going our way. Fulton County, it's the largest county. It's Atlanta and the suburbs around it. As you can see, heavily Democratic vote. Joe Biden is running it up, and he's running it up even more in these mail-in ballots that they're counting today. We know Democrats decided to vote more by mail because of the pandemic. So you see Fulton County, Joe Biden's getting 72%, and they still have votes to count tonight. Our Gary Tuchman is right there keeping an eye on this. DeKalb County is even more lopsided to Joe Biden, 83%, and they still have 10% of the ballots to count. So we know there are more ballots here. You come over here to Gwinnett, they're up to 95, so they're almost done, but you're still counting ballots. And look at the vote totals in Gwinnett County. So this, you're talking about very populated suburbs outside of Atlanta here. 5% has a way to go. Another place we know that's voting Democratic is over here, 87%, Chatham County. Again, Joe Biden getting 57% here. He needs a little bit higher than that in the average, but there's more votes possibility here as we count them. And so that's the issue right now. The president's lead, again, down to 33,000. It was 372,000 when we switched from Tuesday to Wednesday morning back at midnight. So the trend line has been against the president all day long. That doesn't mean Joe Biden gets there at the finish line, but right now in the Biden campaign, you're looking at Metro Atlanta. I just want to check down here, Columbus as well. Some more votes here as well in a place where Democrat, again, you can tell by the numbers, it's not as big. It's not as big a population center, but 89%, so they're still counting votes here. Let's just come across in the blue as we look. 92% here, much smaller. You see the vote totals here. So the bulk of these votes are here in suburban Atlanta, and you're looking around saying, are there places where the president can get, make up some big ground? Most of this is typical all across America, and it's a tribute to President Trump. He runs it up in these small rural counties, but there's just not the math. See, 71% here, so they're still counting votes in Dodge County. The issue is you're going to pick up maybe a few hundred, which helps in a close race. Every vote counts. And so then, but the bulk of this is going to happen right here in Metro Atlanta, and we'll keep counting.
33,300. And most of the votes that they're counting now are the mail-in ballots as opposed to the day of ballots. Take a look at this. I want to show our viewers how tight some of these remaining contests are right now. In Nevada, the former vice president is ahead by 7,647. In Georgia right now, Trump is ahead by 33,300, as we've been pointing out. In North Carolina, he's ahead by 76,737. In Arizona, Biden is ahead by 79,173. In Pennsylvania, right now, the president is ahead by 186,755. John, we've covered a lot of these contests over the years. Night two, this is not night one, this is night two. We've got these races so close right now. It's pretty unusual, I think.
Oh, it's highly unusual because we have two dynamics at play all at once. This is the collision of the campaign and the coronavirus. Again, we have a record-setting day today in terms of the new infections. We're not talking about that as much today because we're talking about this, counting the votes. But because of the pandemic, number one, this is an evenly divided country. I mean, look at this, 50 to 48, right, 71. The good thing about this election, no matter who you voted for, is turnout is up. Participation, even in the middle of a pandemic, more people voting. 71 million votes for Joe Biden, 71.5. 67.9, nearly 68 million votes for President Trump. Let's just go back in time and look. Hillary Clinton carried the popular vote. President Trump won the election because of the Electoral College, but 65.8 to 62. So both of these candidates getting huge numbers. Donald Trump's number is now past where Hillary Clinton was 4 years ago, and yet it is not enough to win the popular vote. So that's one dynamic. We have an evenly divided country that's fighting this out, and you see this. You see this as you play it out. And then we have the voting. It's so unusual. Normally, states can count faster. Some of these states would have counted the votes faster, but they have most of the states have three different things they're dealing with. People who voted by mail, and some states, including the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, did not have a lot of experience with mail-in ballots. It was mostly a vote on election day state. So you have all these mail-in ballots, and in some states, millions of them. Then you have people who stood in line to vote early in the days before Election Day. They have to count those ballots. And then you have the people who showed up yesterday, traditional Election Day, day of voters, at polling centers where people had to be socially distanced, where the poll workers had to be spread out, where people are wearing masks and they're trying to do their best to keep people safe. So because of that, you heard the Fulton County election director with Gary a short time ago. They had 25 people on his staff who got COVID. So in the middle of this pandemic, the heroes are these election workers all around the country and the American people who voted in just remarkable numbers. And because of the collision of all those things, it's taking longer to count the votes.
Let's check in with Jim Acosta, our chief White House correspondent right now. What are you hearing from inside the White House, inside the Trump campaign?
Wolf, right now, they are really focused on Arizona and Georgia. Right now, the feeling is inside the Trump campaign, and this may be just wishful thinking at this point, but they're looking at the numbers as John King is looking at the numbers. They believe they can claw back Arizona. I know we haven't called it, but other outlets have called it. They believe they can claw back Arizona, put that in the Trump column, and then perhaps they're back in business. Now, obviously, we're waiting for those results to come in, but they believe that those late returns potentially could put Arizona back in the president's column. Now, as for Georgia, I talked to a Trump advisor about this just a short time ago, and this advisor said Georgia is a big deal. Georgia is going to separate, and this advisor just said this a few moments ago, Georgia is going to be the difference between the White House and the outhouse for Donald Trump. He has to win Georgia. If the president does not win Georgia, this election is over for President Trump, in the words of this Trump campaign advisor. And I talked to a separate GOP official close to the campaign, Wolf, who said there is a feeling of resignation building inside the Trump campaign, inside Team Trump, that perhaps this election is slipping away. They just don't want to admit it at this point. They don't want to accept defeat, in the words of this GOP official. So, Wolf, they are basically putting all their eggs in Arizona. They feel at this point they have to claw back Arizona to stay in business, and then Georgia is just make or break. If Georgia slips away, not only are they going to be shocked by that, they believe that that is essentially the end of the road for President Trump, and then he will no longer be president of the United States come January. Joe Biden will win this race, in the words of this Trump advisor. As this advisor said, the difference between the White House and the outhouse for Donald Trump. Wolf.
You know, it's been pretty extraordinary today, Jim. We haven't seen the president come before the cameras today. The whole day he's tweeted a little bit. Not much. He's tweeted a little bit. Why haven't we seen him? We know that Biden went out and made a statement to the American people. Why hasn't the president?
Well, you know, he has been in his social media bunker all day long. He's been tweeting out all kinds of things, all sorts of misinformation. We haven't been putting a lot of that out there because it is just misleading and false in many cases, and so we're just not going to put it out there. I will tell you, talking to this Trump advisor I was just speaking with a moment ago, who has been in touch with the president at different points throughout the day, this advisor says, while the president understands how serious the situation is, how much jeopardy he's in right now, that he is focused on winning, that he is talking to his lawyers, he's talking to campaign officials, he's talking to relatives, trying to figure out some way to claw this back. Looking at the numbers right now, he knows Joe Biden is in the driver's seat. But as you know, Wolf, the president has defied gravity before. He did this 4 years ago, and there's still a belief, it may be a fleeting belief inside the Trump campaign, that somehow they can eke this out. But they need to claw back a state that's already been called by other news outlets. That would be pretty remarkable for the president to pull that off. And at the same time, they are just so nervous about Georgia. They did not see this coming. They did not expect this to happen. They thought Joe Biden was doing very well in Georgia, but they did not think that the election would potentially come down to Georgia, Wolf. Yeah, 24 hours ago, he was doing great. He was up by about 350,000 votes, and now it's, 33,000 votes, if that. All right, stand by, Jim. Let's talk a little bit, John, about Arizona first. The president thinks he could claw it back. Is that wishful thinking on his part?
Well, let me take issue with the terminology, and it's interesting when you listen to Jim describe the mindset and the words they use, claw it back. claw it back. Last night, the president said, I'm going to go to the Supreme Court. That's how the president thinks. He cannot claw it back. They are counting votes. He can win. They can count votes, and he can win the state of Arizona. The president can't do anything about that. Now that we have the people whose job it is, who public servants, they're counting votes. Can he get there? Absolutely. Because as we said, Joe Biden's lead was over 200,000 at midnight last night. It's down to 79,000 right now. Most of the votes that are out are going to come from here. But we'll see. The last time we got votes from Maricopa County, from Kyung-La, it actually narrowed Biden's lead. Biden's still winning the Maricopa County, but by small. The president's catching up there. He's narrowed the lead there. So then you come down to Pima County. We talked to the Secretary of State a couple hours ago. There's more votes down here. And again, Joe Biden's winning 60%. The question is, in the two population centers, Maricopa and Pima, when the rest of those votes come in, Joe Biden needs to run up the score. He needs to run up the score because you do have these more, they're smaller, but you have these rural counties where the president's winning. And so 87% here. So these votes are going to come in. Again, we don't know. They could be all Democratic mail-in ballots, but the odds tell you the president's been carrying these counties. So when you go around the rest of the state, these are smaller counties. You're not going to get giant vote counts like you do in the other counties. But again, the president's getting 66% of the vote here. The president's getting 52% of the vote here. We move over here, the president's getting 74% of the vote in Mojave County, and you see 82%. So again, you see, look at the number here, 69,000, nowhere near what you get when you come down into Maricopa County and Phoenix. But when you piece it together, that is how the president wins in states. He loses the cities, he loses the close-in suburbs. The issue in Arizona is, there's not as many places, and there's not as many people. Most of the people live here and here. And here, the Democratic county up here, where Joe Biden is doing quite well, and they have votes to count. So you just look at the map, and it speaks for itself. Joe Biden could get more votes here, we assume, but Maricopa County is complicated. Remember, if you go back in time, 4 years ago, the president carried this county. So it's a little more complicated. You see it blue right now, you just think this is not Philadelphia. When we go to Pennsylvania, you look at Philadelphia, Joe Biden's going to get more votes as they count votes in Philadelphia. This is more complicated because it is trending Democratic. That's why Joe Biden is leading it right now. But there are plenty of Republicans in Maricopa County. That's why the last time Kyung gave us those votes, the president narrowed Joe Biden's lead. So this is most of the ball game, but there are more votes out in these rural counties. So it'll be critical tonight when the votes come in here. Can the president claw it back? It's just the language they use that insults the integrity of the process. I'm going to go to the Supreme Court. He's calling Republican governors, and he's angry. This is one of the challenges for the president when Jim was mentioning that, because he's talking about Georgia, where Joe Biden is coming back right now. We don't know if he's going to get to the finish line. We're talking about Arizona, where Biden leads, although that lead has been shrinking. The Trump campaign should just be staying calm, trusting its people on the ground to watch what's happening. However, you have a Republican president. He's been beating up the Democratic governors repeatedly, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. He beats them up all the time. It's a much more difficult case to call the conservative, Trump-like Republican governor of Georgia, the conservative Republican governor of Arizona, to tell them you doubt the integrity of their election process. They're not going to stand for it because they're going to run for re-election someday, and they have to defend their state even against the president. So this gets interesting if Georgia comes back in a way where the president doesn't like what's happening in Arizona. He reflexively attacks the Democratic governors. Watch to see if he wants to go after two Republicans who have been Trump allies in Georgia and Arizona.
Because you heard Jim Acosta say the president,
right,
is freaking out about Georgia right now, that if he loses Georgia, it's over as far as he's concerned.
Well, he should be concerned about Georgia. I guess, if it's personal, one of the things we should give all politicians grace, and the people who don't like the president out there are going to beat me up for this, it's stressful. It's stressful to run for office, whether you're running for mayor or running for president. And so here you are at this point. Imagine Joe Biden and Donald Trump tonight. And I'm sorry for the Democrats out there who are going to say I'm being kind to the president. The president said some horrible things last night. I'm just saying as a human being, he's watching these vote counts come in. And again, you were ahead by 372,000 votes at midnight last night. You thought you had this. But they're still counting votes. And that's why, again, the president's words about this are reckless. This is a democracy. We count votes. We don't stop on election night. We count until we're done. But there's a chance he should be nervous about Georgia, absolutely. And that's why he has been on the phone all day. The question is, the ballots have been cast. They're sitting in secure locations. Trained professionals are counting them. He can't claw his way back. He can watch and see what happens. And yes, have his people on the ground to have eyeballs on all of this, just like the Biden campaign does. people will count. Hopefully we'll get more votes tonight, and we'll have a better picture.
I'm sure when he sees that number that Biden has
Yeah.
3.5 million more popular votes than we know how the president looks at these kinds of numbers. The race for the White House now down to just a handful of battleground states. Election night in America continues after this.
And welcome back. We're continuing coverage, waiting for more votes to come in from Arizona, Georgia as well. Nevada, hopefully by tomorrow, we expect to have more. Nevada right now, Joe Biden's ahead by 7,647. In Georgia, the president is ahead by 33,300, but that lead has been narrowing. In North Carolina, the president is in the lead, 76,737. Arizona, 79,173. Joe Biden is ahead, but that lead has also been narrowing over the course of the day. And Pennsylvania, 184,397. A lot of votes still to be counted in Pennsylvania. Back now with our team. Let's look at Arizona. Anywhere from 600 to 650,000 votes outstanding there were. We got a dump of 80,000 votes in Maricopa County, which did sort of narrow the lead.
No, I think Rick would say this as well. They hit right on the nose the number that they think they need, but they need to continue it and hope that they continue to get 59. And there are, there's no guarantee that that's going to happen. I'm sure they're going to watch this next tranche with interest, but
there are
both
enough
sides. But you talk to people on both sides, and they expect this thing will narrow.
There are enough uncounted votes in Arizona that it could go to President Trump.
Absolutely. And the first tranche kept hope alive for the Trump campaign. And they're, again, we're hearing encouraging signs. They think they're in this thing. They think they can pull it out. They think the same thing with Nevada. Again, the character of the votes in Nevada are recently dropped off votes, just like in
the lead in Nevada for Joe Biden is 7,000.
I mean, and again, going back to sort of the Nevada issue, because these are recently dropped off votes, the big issue at the time that Trump was driving in Nevada was Biden's going to close the economy.
Yeah.
See what the Europeans are doing. See what folks like Biden are doing.
Which in
Europe.
In Las Vegas, obviously, is a huge issue.
Tourism. I mean, it's devastating the economy for blue collar workers in Nevada. So the fact that these are recent votes, this was a big issue at the time. Again, am I making the case for Donald Trump? Yes, I am. But I think it's also a legitimate case to make.
It may be the one place in the country, and I think we were talking about this last night, where COVID could actually work against Joe Biden.
Six electoral votes, though.
Because 6 of these people, because these people are unemployed, tourism is down, they're scared. And however, you do have an increase in Latino voting, and you'll have to see how that plays out. The Democrats, I don't have to tell Van this, have been very disappointed about Latino turnout, but they're hoping that will help them here. But again, all of these numbers are quite dynamic, and all everybody has to look at is say, okay, these are my voters because they voted, they voted late. They must be Democrat. They voted early. They must be Republican. That's not true.
Yeah, and the reason this is also weird is it's weird. This is weird. We're talking about Arizona, and you've never had a situation where it could go this way. And so it is conceivable that you do have a bunch of people who, last time when you had Hillary Clinton, we assumed we're going to have a referendum on Donald Trump's bigotry. That was the entire view of the mainstream media. But for some people, it was a referendum on Hillary Clinton's perceived elitism. I think that our view had been it's going to be a referendum on COVID as a public health disaster mismanaged by Donald Trump. For some people, it's going to be a referendum on the lockdown.
Yep.
And if that's what you got, if you got a bunch of people who voted late and they're voting a thumbs down on lockdown politics, you could have a big surprise tonight in Arizona.
We saw that in the exit polls.
And Nevada.
And Nevada.
Yeah, in the early exit polls that we started looking at last night and tonight, you saw that stark difference between, the Trump voters think that it's the lockdown that has hurt the economy. The Biden voters think it's COVID. And
so just to be clear, if the president wins Arizona, wins Nevada, then it's Pennsylvania.
Well, he also has to hang on to Georgia.
Right.
Here's the thing. I think we don't know what's going to happen.
True.
And, after a while, all the speculation doesn't mean anything because this vote is coming inexorably and we're going to know. But you do have a sense, listening to the reporting from the White House tonight and just thinking about what's going on here, of a campaign and a president that's sort of in a bunker right now because they're fighting on all these different fronts and they need everything to kind of fall into place. Joe Biden it seems to be on a march in Pennsylvania. If he gets that piece,
it's done.
It's over.
Or Georgia.
Arizona.
And a possible march in Georgia.
Yeah,
Yes.
right. I mean, there's so many different ways he could end this thing because he has 258 electoral votes right now. Trump is sitting at 213, and yes, he'll get North Carolina, gets Alaska's hanging out, but there are big pieces that he has to have, and a lot of things aren't going his way right now.
And then you have a president on the phone, according to Caitlin Collins, on the phone, talking to the governor of Arizona, the governor of Georgia, Ducey and Kemp, and complaining because things aren't going the way he wants, because he has to blame them. Now, you've always said, Rick, that sometimes the president gets in his own way, can be his worst enemy, et cetera. And he cannot acknowledge that perhaps some of this may be his fault.
Yeah.
And these people worked really hard for him, no matter what occurs.
Can I say something about people working hard? One thing I don't think we're acknowledging enough. The system is working. All these places, you got Democrats and Republicans standing next to each other tonight, shoulder to shoulder, counting ballots. There's not fistfights. Now, you had some people trying to get in and say, stop the vote. Take those people away. 99% of people in this country, Democrats and Republicans, who work their butts off against each other, are in rooms right now helping each other make the count go down. That's a healthy democracy at work. And if it takes them a couple more days, God bless them. I think it's important to point that stuff out. Also, some good stuff has happened, which we haven't talked about. I just want to say, we got the first female mayor in Miami. We got the first trans state senator out of Delaware. We got 2 openly gay black congressmen, male congressmen. We got the first formerly incarcerated state senator in Washington. So America, the democracy continues to move and to grow, and good stuff is going on.
You also have a big growth of Republican women serving in Congress.
No, look, I think it was a good night for Republicans. You're right. And there's still a bunch of races out there for Republicans that can pick up, and we can pick up maybe as many as 8 to 10 seats in the House of Representatives. No one was predicting that coming into this.
So that's the bad news. I agree. That's the bad news.
And you know, the 2 interesting things is Georgia could be, you know, Armageddon for the United States Senate come January.
How so?
Because it looks like
senators.
Yeah, it looks like David Perdue, who's barely above 50% right now, if he drops below 50%, and given what we're hearing from John King and the outstanding ballots being primarily from the Atlanta suburbs, Perdue's going to drop below 50%, which means it'll be a runoff. And there already is a runoff in the special election for Johnny Isaac.
These poor people in Georgia who thought they were going to get their television sets back.
No way. No, it's going to be. It'll be the war to settle the score.
Think of the money that
wall-to-wall ads.
Yeah. Think of the money that was spent just north of there on Jamie Harrison to go after Lindsey Graham. You know, what, $75 million or something?
Oh, more, I think.
There will be. They probably can't spend $100 million in 2 months, but they'll try. Okay, there are absolutely. It will.
But the reason why is because you're going to determine whether or not Joe Biden can govern. That, for us, that's what that's going to mean. In other words, if you get those 2 senators, Joe Biden has a shot to actually govern. Otherwise, you're handing the man an airplane that he can't fly, because the fear is that the Republican Senate will just not cooperate with Joe Biden, and we're going to be in a mess.
Well, I see that from your point of view. I think Joe Biden, should he become president, will be able to govern no matter what.
I hope that's right.
Because he doesn't have to, he's not going to get as bogged down with the fighting with his Democratic Party. What he would be able to do is say, and I think we were talking about this earlier, Rick, is that you say, look, this is the land of the doable. This is what I can get done. Let's be pragmatic. I mean, we've heard about it forever during this campaign. I work on both sides of the aisle.
He definitely wants to do it. He wants to do it.
That's his nature. So in a way, I don't want to be too Pollyannish here at all, because I don't know whether Republicans would want to work with him given the polarized country we live in. But there might be places that he'd be able to do it, and so it could work either way.
The one place that I think he should be concerned about with the Republican majority, and I have some experience with this, having come in with Obama, is he needs to get an economic program and another recovery plan through. There's been stumbling on the stimulus program. There's a great deal of need. The economy is going to need to be jump-started. And, you know, if Mitch McConnell, who is a seasonal budget hawk, decides that he is once again concerned about spending and says, no, we're not going to go that way, and hobbles his ability to step on the gas here and restore the economy. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, I guess.
Let's get back to the race, which is what everyone is.
And what about 2024?
Funny you should mention that.
So another grouping vote, a tranche, which is something like
I love that word.
Yeah, it's like hunker down, and it's a word you'll only use tonight. From Arizona tonight, will that give? Yeah, and Georgia as well. Will that tranche in Arizona give us much more of a sense?
Well, I think it will if it's again tilting in favor of Trump by 59% or more. I think that would be a hopeful sign for him. If it's more modest, if it's more of a push, then I think, you know, the Biden folks would take heart in that. So yeah, I think it'll give us an indication. I don't imagine we're going to see responsible news organizations call Arizona tonight.
And Georgia, what about?
Well, I think we're waiting for DeKalb and all the, counties to come in. And look, again, we're reading these tea leaves, which have proven to be pretty accurate. But if they're late voters, the assumption is, and more minority voters, the assumption is they're going to be Biden supporters. The question is what margin. If you look at these early results, you see that Joe Biden is really racking up tremendous margins in urban areas, and so like. That I think is the fear of Donald Trump.
At this point, though, the legal challenges that the president has been talking about and that his people have been talking about, how much of it is just right now they feel they need to kind of give some sort of sense of momentum or some sort of a plan? They're going to see where things lay a day or two from now when all the votes are mostly in, and then all that stuff will kind of filter through.
Yeah, look, the White House is deploying teams of lawyers to all of the close states, as I suspect Biden is doing the exact same thing to protect their ground and to investigate what's going on, to watch these final votes being counted, to talk to people on the ground and see were there irregularities, what were they, is there an opportunity for us to squeeze votes here or there? So there's going to be a forensic. Lawyers out there doing a forensic analysis of how this vote was conducted and whether there's an opportunity to squeeze votes somewhere in probably 10 states.
Are they on retainer or do they bill by the hour?
Yes. Probably both.
The one thing I just want to put out there, because I know for a lot of people, the fact that there's hundreds of thousands of ballots that are still missing because of the Postal Service just somehow not doing its job. I mean, I just wonder how different this would be. Would we be done by now? Would we all be home? I just think that there's so many different. We're going to have to recover as a country from so many different things that happen. But having the United States Postal Service somehow get politicized, possibly sabotaged, and now here we are sitting here and we're biting our nails, and there's 100,000, 300,000 missing ballots in America.
We don't know
that's the fear. That's the fear.
What do you mean that's the fear? You can't just say that. Where's the evidence?
You're sitting here and you accuse the Trump administration of putting boogeymans up there to scare the American public, and you're doing the same thing.
I'm not doing the same thing.
There's no justification for that number. You have no justification.
I do have justification for that number. There is a court case right now where they're being
just because someone is accusing somebody.
Hey, I'm sorry. If somebody goes into court,
Donald Trump goes into court, and you say it's bogus.
Hey, well, because
you guys go into court, and it's real.
Because
you can't
it usually
do that.
is. No, I can point out, and I think that you would agree with me under ordinary circumstances that the mere fact that in our country the United States Postal Service even appears to be politicized, and then when you have people in court right now saying and judges ordering a search for ballots, that is a horrific outcome for America. And all I'm saying is,
judges reacting to someone's complaint to prudently see if there's any validity to it is not does not say that it happened.
Rick, that we have already. I mean, it has been demonstrated, and that the Postal Service had a problem, that the postal's
but it's not. It's
delivery
the same thing as counting votes. It doesn't mean it's fraud. It doesn't mean people are deliberately doing things bad.
It does mean there's a problem. It does mean there's a problem, and
just like there's a problem counting votes sometimes.
You know, there was a lot of pressure from Congress to try and address this, to pump more money into it. The president was reluctant. He had his major campaign donor take over the Postal Service. You put that picture together, and you see what we're seeing now, and it does create some unease.
Evidence.
But the point is,
you just say that Donald Trump needs evidence. We're hearing this discussion. You need evidence. You can't claim fraud.
What
about stopping the use?
I think I'm on pretty firm ground. If a judge orders a search for a couple 100,000 ballots, maybe a couple 100,000 ballots are missing. Anyway, look,
doesn't mean.
But what about stopping the use of the automatic sorting machines, for example, which hurt mail delivery? I mean, look, if it's not political, it's incompetence, but something is wrong. And we all know that something is wrong. And by the way, something is wrong with the way with the way votes have been counted. We need to know, we need to change now that we've seen how many people voted in a pandemic and how it increased participation with having more people being able to vote by mail.
On both sides?
On both sides. Something has to be done, and I know it was said 20 years ago after Bush-Gore, but something has to be done to make sure that it rises to the level of competency so American people can believe their votes count and are delivered.
There's nothing blocking the states from doing that. Some states do.
And I know people have looked into a federalized system. People have looked into a federalized system.
No.
And it's not going to happen.
If you want to create an opportunity for real fraud, you create one big uniform system that someone can hack into. The beautiful thing about our system, it's run by a bunch of local folks with volunteers, and you try to put a scheme together to create fraud in that system, you're really doing something.
So you have different states with different ways of counting. So you have different states with different ways of counting ballots, and one takes 5 days and one takes 3 days because of what the state legislatures have ordered, and some are Republican and some are Democratic. But it's confusing for people.
I think I agree with the senator in this regard. I don't mind the different systems. You're right. It'd be hard to screw them all up at the same time, but which is actually a good thing.
Yeah.
But there is a Voting Rights Act that has been shot down by the Supreme Court that John Lewis was beaten for, and John Lewis tried to work for, and the Republicans, by the way, helped pass that thing. This is a bipartisan bill, one of the more bipartisan successes. Supreme Court shot it down. There's an opportunity now for Republicans and Democrats to come together to get the Voting Rights Act done again, so you can at least raise the floor. And I think if we can't agree at least to raise the floor, not top-down coordination, but raise the floor, something's wrong.
The race for president in Georgia is narrowing again. A check on the key battleground states in the race for the White House next.
All right, let's get a key race alert and check in and see what's going on in Georgia right now. 16 electoral votes, 95% of the estimated vote is now in. The president's lead over Joe Biden has shrunk once again. It's now down to 31,748, 49.7% for Donald Trump, 49.1% for Biden. Close race in Georgia right now. We'll watch it. In Pennsylvania, the president's lead is 184,000 plus 50.8% to 47.9%, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Still 12% of the vote outstanding in Pennsylvania. 88% of the estimated vote is in. In Arizona right now, Joe Biden's lead just under 80,000. 84% of the vote is in. Biden with 50.7%. 47.9% for Trump. In Nevada right now, 86% of the vote is in. Biden maintains his lead of about 7,600 votes, 49.3% to 48.7%, 6 electoral votes in Nevada. Let's go over to John King. He's watching all these races for us very closely. What's jumping out at you? Pennsylvania right now?
Pennsylvania's one of them. I was just looking at the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Again, we have several states where things are trending, right? President Trump's lead right now, 184,397, 88% in. We're waiting. The biggest thing we're waiting for is right here. It's the largest county in the state, the population center, 67 of them in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Philadelphia is the largest vote center, and we're waiting. You see we're at 70% right there, and we know that Joe Biden is getting 79% of the vote. So again, common sense tells you Philadelphia votes blue, votes Democratic. Will Joe Biden get 79% of what's left? No, we don't know that, but we know he's going to get the bulk of what's left. And so when you're looking at what's left to count, that you look at that one first, because you look at that margin right there and you think you could get a number of votes just like that right out of Pennsylvania. But Arizona, trending toward the president. Biden has a lead. Georgia, trending toward Biden. The president have a lead. Watch, let's play out, Wolf, what has happened in Pennsylvania. If we go back, let me go back and start at the beginning here. Here we are at midnight last night. You see the president's lead, 548,200 votes. By 2 a.m., that had grown to 709,000 and change. Then 10 a.m. this morning, it's starting to come down a little bit. 3 o'clock this afternoon, it's coming down a little more, 435,231. 5 o'clock this afternoon, look at that big drop there, 276,979. Then at 9 o'clock tonight, you're at 195. And here you are. We come out now live reporting at 184,397. So again, you're in the campaign headquarters and you see this trend. The more they count the outstanding votes, the more your margin shrinks. That's still a healthy margin, 184, 51 to 48 if you round up. But so then you're looking, I just showed you Philadelphia City. You're also looking here, Montgomery County. This is one of the suburbs in the collar around Philadelphia. Joe Biden's getting 62% of the vote. There are still some more votes to count. You move over here to Chester County. Joe Biden's getting 56% of the vote. You still have 10% to count in here. So that's where you're looking for. Philadelphia and the suburbs around it. That's the biggest vote part of the state. And then out in Allegheny County as well.
But in Philadelphia, there's 30% of the vote is still outstanding. I think with 70% that's in right now. So that's the that's 12% of the population of the whole state.
And it's the biggest potential pool of Democratic votes right here. And again, so look, let's just go back in time. We know, we've shown you the popular vote. Turnout is way up in this election. 457,773 is Joe Biden's total in Philadelphia right now. You go back 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton gets 584,000. So we know turnout is up. So we know Joe Biden, you see, remember, Secretary Clinton gets 584,000. Joe Biden at 457,000. So you know that number's coming up, right? We don't know exactly how much, but we do know 30% of the vote is out there. So it's going to come up by a sizable amount. Again, will Joe Biden get close to 80% of the remaining votes? We don't know. They need to count them, but you know it's the city of Philadelphia. He's going to get a large majority of those votes, which is why, again, if you're in the Trump campaign war room, you're nervous because you see it's 182,000. That looks like a big number. This is a big state. Look how many votes have been cast, 3.2 million, 3 million there. So we have a ways to go here. Again, just want to check where else. You look out in Allegheny County here, 89%. This has been static for quite some time. So we're missing 10% of the vote out here. And again, Biden has a lead, 59 to 40. There's no guarantee it comes in at the same rate, but one can safely assume you're going to have more Democratic votes there. So then, Wolf, the challenge is to look around. Right? The president does really well in these smaller rural counties, 95%. You know, possibly some more votes there for the president, 95% of the vote, and you see he gets 75% of the vote. So it's complicated. We're obviously going to look at Philadelphia and the suburbs and Pittsburgh and the suburbs. Those are where we know the most votes are. And the question is, if Joe Biden continues to narrow that gap, are there more for the president in some of these smaller counties as they come in? And again, you see a small place here. You know, the president's getting 87% of the vote. You're not going to make up a ton of change here because it's a smaller population center, but it is something in a close race. You want to count every one of them. I just want to pull out and see how we're doing. These are some of the counties where the president does well. Luzerne County up to 95% here. So you're just looking, you go through the whole thing. Let me just check. Lackawanna, Joe Biden was born here in Scranton, 54%. They're done, right? 99%. So they're just about done there. So that's what you do at this point of the race. You see the trend line. Biden has been cutting into the president's lead since early this morning and in the overnight hours. And now the question is, with 182,000 in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, this would be game-changing. This would be game-changing. As we speak tonight, Joe Biden is leading in Arizona, leading in Nevada. The lead in Arizona has been shrinking. The lead in Nevada is quite modest, 7,000 and change votes there. So President Trump could win both of those states, don't get me wrong. But if Joe Biden protects those two leads, he's the next president of the United States. And so if you're looking at something like this, again, if you're Joe Biden, Arizona might slip away, Nevada might slip away, 20 electoral votes here. This more than makes up for both of them if you can get the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So again, you're in the war rooms right now. They're doing the chess. If we hold Joe Biden's campaign, we hold Arizona and Nevada, we win. If we don't, where can we pick them up? So they're watching Georgia. You see the narrowing lead here, 31,748. Again, at midnight last night, that lead was 372,000 votes. And so the president's lead, Joe Biden has been coming in. Those votes, just like this is a common theme throughout this election. Philadelphia and the suburbs, the key if Joe Biden can come back in Pennsylvania. Atlanta and the suburbs, the key to whether Joe Biden can come back in the state of Georgia. And we'll watch them. And we know from our White House team the president is anxious about this. He's been talking to governors. There's a Republican governor in Arizona and in Georgia. These are Democratic governors up here. The president's team now, watching the vote counts and deciding what they do next. And it really depends on whether he narrows the gaps, whether he protects the leads where he has them, the states that are red. Just want to show our viewers, not called, not called, not called. So you take them up, you see the gray. We haven't called these states. When we have the map up in full like this, we're showing you who is leading. And so we have to walk through it and explain it. North Carolina looks good for the president, even though we haven't called it. But Georgia and Pennsylvania, two states where the president is leading, but those leads have been shrinking almost by the hour. We have a ways to go.
We certainly do, and we're not going anywhere. Coming up, we're expecting more votes to come in from Georgia and Arizona. The margins are razor thin as the country waits for the results in this race for the presidency. We're seeing extraordinary contests play out in key battlegrounds on this election night in America. I'm Wolf Blitzer. Former Vice President Joe Biden and President Trump are watching every vote tonight as ballots are still being counted. We expect more results soon from two of the 6 states that are too early to call. We're talking about Arizona and Georgia. Biden maintaining a lead in Arizona and now on the president's heels in Georgia, states that went to Trump 4 years ago. We're also awaiting results from Pennsylvania and Nevada in the hours ahead. Biden is looking for the final battlegrounds that could put him over the top and reach 270 electoral votes. He has 253 right now compared to Trump's 213. Let's break down the votes in this key race alert. Let's start in Arizona right now with 11 electoral votes at stake. 84% of the vote is in. Biden maintains his lead of nearly 80,000 votes. He's got 50.7% to 47.9%. In Nevada, Biden also has a lead, but only of about 7,600 votes right now. 86% of the vote is in. Biden is at 49.3%. Trump is at 48.7%. 6 electoral votes are at stake right now. Let's take another look at some of the other states that we're watching right now. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. It's a big prize. 88% of the vote is in. Trump is leading by 182,000 votes over Biden, 50.8% to 47.9%. In Georgia right now, Trump's lead has shrunk to only 31,748 right now. It was more than 358,000 only last night. 49.7% for Trump, Biden 49.1%. 5% of the estimated votes still outstanding. 95% of the estimated vote now in. In North Carolina, 15 electoral votes at stake. 95% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a lead, a nice cushion of 76,000 votes, 50.1% to 48.6% for Biden. Let's go over to John King at the Magic Wall. We're watching all of this very closely. You got your eyes on several of these states, but what are you looking at right now?
It's just wandering through some of these states where we see the trends happening here. In Georgia and Pennsylvania, for example, big leads for the president. If you go back several hours, if you go back 24 hours, big leads for the president in both Georgia, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Small leads right now. Those trend lines going Biden's way. You go out to Arizona, a big lead for former Vice President Biden last night. It's shrinking some as we wait for more votes. I was just going through some of the counties to just look at some of the trends. I was looking at president's lead, 31,748, 50 to 49 if you round the president's 49.7 up. It's just important to remember this was 372,000, the president's lead at midnight last night. So what has been happening? They're counting ballots. Nothing wrong with that. That's a big shift, but it's a big shift because they're counting ballots, and most of it has come right here. So we have been waiting for quite some time, Wolf, to see if we get more of it. And so I just want to go in and pull out some of these. Fulton County is Atlanta, again, up to 94%. So if you're Joe Biden, you're trying to figure out where are the big Democratic areas. Atlanta and the surrounding suburbs will certainly be one of them. 94%, a couple thousand ballots still left there. We'll wait and see them. This has been the biggest boon for Joe Biden. I'll turn the telestration off so it doesn't distract. This has been the biggest boon, and this is important. Still at 90%, and he's getting 83%. And just look, 300,000 votes to 57,000 votes. So this is a big population center, big populated suburb here. Still 10% to go. DeKalb County will go a long way in saying whether Joe Biden comes back. You look around, you're trying to find places. Are there votes here for the president? You come down here. We were told earlier that Houston County had some. They were at 90 then, up to about 95 now. So you're just looking to see places. You know that Joe Biden in Atlanta, the suburbs around there, It's going to rack up some more votes. Where will the president get them? You start ticking around on the map. This is what you do at this point, just to see anything left out there. 95, again, very small population centers. If you're going to pick up some, it's a dozen here, it's a dozen there. Sometimes that doesn't matter, but in a close race, it can. So that's one of the things we're looking at. Georgia's fascinating right now, as is the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. When you pull this up here, again, you can go back in time and look at this, and the president's lead was, the presidency was much bigger than this last night, and now you see what's happening. Just come out, look in the middle of the state, 86%, Center County, central Pennsylvania. It's more of an even split, but more votes to count here. The challenge will be here. I look at all the small counties just to see if we get really tight late in the night, where are you looking for a few votes here and there. But the big story here is still waiting on Philadelphia, and I keep checking it to see when we do get votes out of Philadelphia, we're likely to get a big bunch of votes when they report, because they're at 70% and they've been there for some time. And again, you see the president's lead, you think, can Joe Biden really make that up? That's a big hill. 79% of the vote, 457,000 right now, with a lot still out. So if you're at 457 and that's 70%, if you continue at 79%, you're talking about tens of thousands of votes.
Almost
there.
a third of the vote is still available.
Right, so you're talking about tens of thousands of votes. And so that's what you're looking at, and you go through these states. And then as we go west, we're waiting for more votes out of Arizona, especially Maricopa County. This one is interesting. The last batch of votes reported in Maricopa County, you see it's blue. Joe Biden is winning the county, but the last batch of votes here shrunk Joe Biden's lead. The president made up some ground. And so when you come out to statewide now, you see 79,000, right? That is not a comfortable lead when you have still more than 100,000 votes out. It's double that, I think, still in Arizona. It might even be higher. So you're waiting for more of these votes to come in. If you're in the Biden campaign, you're happy about the progress in Georgia. You're happy about Pennsylvania. The trends are going your way there. You're hoping you can squeeze it in. But you have to be a little bit nervous about Arizona. And I just want to come over here, Wolf, and say just where we are, because it's been a long 2 days. And this may take longer. This may take a third day, and it could possibly
Nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Remember the collision of the coronavirus in this campaign. It's making it a more arduous task to count the votes. It's just a fact. They're good people. They're counting votes, and we'll watch them. But you see, 253 to 213. We began the day, Joe Biden, the president has not moved today. His number has not moved since sunrise here on the East Coast today. Joe Biden's number has moved, plus 29. He picked up this Nebraska congressional district. He picked up 2 of the congressional districts in Maine, and the biggest news on this day after the election, as we continue to count the votes, 16 in Michigan, 10 in Wisconsin. Those are 2 states that helped make Donald Trump the president of the United States. 2 of the 3, Pennsylvania, the other piece of the blue wall. So you're looking at this now, and if you're in the Biden campaign and you're optimistic, you say, we're leading there. Only 70,000 votes, but 7,000 votes here, you're leading. Here, you have a lead, shrinking a little bit, but you still have it. Those 2 would be enough. Will we get them tonight? We don't know. The expectation is out of Nevada. We're waiting to see Clark County if they give more votes tonight, but we may have a long wait there into tomorrow. We'll see. We will get more out of Arizona tonight. Will it be enough to project the state? We don't know. We have to see those votes. But Joe Biden could get to the finish line right there. The question is, does he come back enough here and here to have something on the sort of 300? If he doesn't get them all, maybe the math's a little different. Or, let's come back to where we are now. Will it be the case that the president defends this lead, keeps that? We know he's leading up here in Maine's other congressional district, the 2nd congressional district. And so if the president gets here, right, all places here, then we fight it out here, because the president will get Alaska as well. So you could get the president. It's completely within the realm that the president of the United States gets up to 268, and then Arizona and Nevada would settle the race. So there's different scenarios. All the campaigns, they're running through them right now.
Let's check in with David Chalian. David, what are you looking at?
Wolf, we're taking a look at Arizona and Nevada to see sort of what to watch for as we get more vote over the next several hours from both of those states. In Arizona, the current state of the race, Joe Biden in the lead, 50.7% to Donald Trump's 47.9%. That's with 84% of the vote in. And after that last additional vote, Joe Biden's lead narrowed to 79,173 votes on top of Donald Trump. Now, take a look at what we know about the outstanding vote. And this is what we're waiting to see when the next delivery of a batch of votes comes in. This uncounted vote, 515,000, will go down. Of this universe of 515,000 votes, we've calculated that Joe Biden needs about 40 to 42% of them in order to maintain his lead and flip this state that Donald Trump won 4 years ago. Donald Trump, for his part, needs to get about 55 to 57% of this universe of 515,000, our rough estimate of the total outstanding vote universe. He needs 55 to 57% in order to overcome Joe Biden's lead and hang on to Arizona. Not an impossible task, but certainly a bigger vote share than he is currently getting statewide in the total at 47.9%. We also are taking a look at Nevada because we know in the next few hours we're going to get some results from Nevada. Take a look at the state of the play right now. It's been solid all day because they just haven't been reporting votes. You see Joe Biden, 49.3% to Donald Trump's 48.7%. That's with 86% of the estimated vote in. That's a 7,647 vote lead Biden has over Trump. We expect there are about 200,000 outstanding votes to be counted in Nevada. That's, again, just a rough estimate. Assuming that is the right universe of uncounted ballots, Joe Biden would need 45 to 47% of them in order to hang on to his lead in Nevada and keep this Clinton 2016 state in the Democratic column. Donald Trump would need about 52 to 54% of that universe of 200,000 uncounted ballots in Nevada. Again, not entirely out of reach, but that would do it to overtake Joe Biden's lead in Nevada and actually flip a state that he lost 4 years ago. You see his current percentage is 48.7%. So it's a little bit higher. He's got to improve his performance when these 200,000 votes start to get counted from what it is statewide right now, but it's not completely out of his reach, so we got to count those votes in Nevada. Wolf?
All right, David, thanks very much. How big of a challenge is that for what's going on out west right now for the president?
Well, it's a challenge, as David noted. Donald Trump has to turn in higher performance in both states than he is right now. The question is it available to him? And if you wind back about 3 hours, you would be a little bit more skeptical. But we did see, again, the last votes that came in from Maricopa County, the president narrowed it some. So you see this blue. And if you haven't followed a lot of presidential elections, this is one of the big changing states. Georgia, too. That's why Georgia has tightened. These are the states in the Sun Belt that are changing demographically. Joe Biden did very well with seniors. You have a lot of those in Arizona. Joe Biden's winning the suburbs, which have sort of revolted against President Trump. But you see this blue right now, and you think, okay, this is 60% or more of the state's vote. Joe Biden is carrying it with 52%. Basic math tells you, well, then Joe Biden's going to win the state, except it's a little more complicated when you look at the history. This was once reliably Republican territory. Not since Bill Clinton, with the help of Ross Perot, has a Democrat carried Arizona for president. So you go back 4 years ago, the president not only carried Maricopa County, he carried the state. It was close. It was a 4.5-point race back then, but this was a Republican state. So when you see it now and you see this blue, that's advantage Biden. They're in the lead right now, but there are a good deal of Republican votes that could come in here when we get more votes from Maricopa County, and that is the key. Most of the votes are here. It's the biggest vote center. Joe Biden needs, when we get more votes out of Maricopa County, you want your lead statewide to be going up. Last time it went down. We'll get some votes from Pima, although they're at 91% right now. We'll see. We've seen some local reports there that they've stopped counting for the night. Maybe they're done, and we haven't gotten an update on that number, or maybe they have to get some tomorrow. But if there are more votes out of Pima County, the expectation would be they would be Democratic votes. But then you see these smaller counties. Sedona is here. Look what the president's getting. It says 99%, so perhaps they're done here for him. But you move over here. We were talking to the Secretary of State earlier today, and she says there's some more votes here. Again, it's not big math, but it adds up if you get a bunch of them.
The numbers in Pennsylvania narrowing a little bit right now. We keep seeing it happen. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania right now. You see the lead that the president has gone down to 164,414. 89% of the vote in Pennsylvania is in. That means 11% outstanding.
That is. So two things we want to do. The first thing I want to do is check in. We're still at 70% in Philadelphia. So when I see the numbers move, the first thing you want to see is where did they come from. If they come from here, it's imperative that Joe Biden make a big move. He has to close the gap a lot with Philadelphia. So it's not Philadelphia, and he's closing the gap some. So in the Biden campaign, you're thinking, we still got a shot at this. Now, I just want to go back in time to play this out, right? And let's go all the way back to the beginning here. This is Pennsylvania, and you see midnight, 548,000, right? The president looks like he's comfortably ahead at midnight. Then you come through here to 2 a.m. He builds it to 709,000 in Pennsylvania. 3 a.m., it starts to shrink a little bit, 589,000 and change. Then you come here by 3 o'clock this afternoon, you see down to 435, and then at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there you go. So right now at that point, as the day went through, this is 6 o'clock in the Trump campaign headquarters, you're saying, whoa, we have a problem here. the votes are coming, and then you get to 9 o'clock, you're down to 195, and then you come back out live now. Excuse me, I hit the map wrong, but come back out here now, and you're live, and you see what you get. You're down to 164,000. So the trend line here is not good for the president. He absolutely, this is 20 electoral votes. If Joe Biden takes this, look at your math right over your shoulder here. We've been talking a lot about Arizona and Nevada. The two of those, if you add it up, could put Joe Biden over the top. Well, if we have to wait for those, and we're waiting for these, and for some reason Joe Biden could roar back and get that, forget about it, right? So the president absolutely, positively must hold his lead here if he wants to have a prayer. If Joe Biden takes the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we want to count the others to get to the final total, but we will be past the finish line if Joe Biden can turn the state where he was born blue. Still counting votes.
We should be getting some more numbers fairly soon. Let's go back to Jake. A lot of nail biters going on right now, Jake.
That's right. We're all on the edges of our seats. Let's check in with the campaigns right now. Caitlin Collins is at the White House. Caitlin, what are you hearing?
Well, right now, they're, of course, still waiting to see what's happening in Arizona. But, Jake, we are now hearing that the Trump campaign is considering taking legal action in Arizona and in Nevada, according to two sources. Now, they don't appear to have made a final decision on that, but we are told internally that is something that they're considering right now, as those two states are still very much counting votes. And while we've seen a lot of legal challenges coming out of the Trump campaign today, they don't really have much else to do as they are seeing their numbers and the president's chances of being reelected continue to shrink. We should point out that a lot of these legal challenges seem to be long shots, and they've been based on pretty thin cases, and even it doesn't appear that they could substantially change the dynamic of this presidential race. But that is what the campaign is doing. That is what the president has instructed his aides to do, to pursue lawsuits in several of these states, because he believes that what is happening is unfair to him, as of course he's made clear on Twitter. But Jake, the other thing to consider here is the campaign does not have a lot of money, and recounts like they've said that they want in Wisconsin and these lawsuits that they're filing are expensive. So that is why we are seeing a desperate attempt by the Trump campaign to try to fundraise money right now. We heard the Republican Party Chair Ronna McDaniel earlier was asking for money. We've seen several emails and texts go out from the Trump campaign. Usually you get those in the last few days of the race, not after the race, of course, has already happened and the votes are still coming in. But that is what the campaign is doing right now. That's basically what the president is sitting back and watching as they are waiting to see what these numbers are going to look like. And we should also note part of these lawsuits is also a deflection technique, because it can help slow down the votes in states where they think that the president is going to lose.
But, Caitlin, what I don't understand is right now Trump trails Biden in Arizona and Nevada. So it would be common sense to want to have the voting continue in those states, because to stop the voting, he would be behind. I understand that these aren't necessarily the most thought out litigation strategies, but why? Why would, I mean, is there any grounds for any complaint or grievance in those states?
These litigation strategies are being thought out of by the moment, Jake. We should make sure that is really clear to the people who are watching. You saw it in Michigan earlier. They were already threatening legal action there, and they hadn't even actually called the state of Michigan yet. So, of course, in Arizona, you know, the question is, why would they do that? They haven't done it yet. We should note they're only thinking about it. They are likely waiting to see how these numbers are going to play out, and whether in about an hour we find out if this margin is going to get better for President Trump or worse for President Trump. That's obviously going to factor. We saw that happen with Georgia. As soon as the president's lead started shrinking there, then they announced they were going to launch this lawsuit that would only affect about 50 votes, I believe 53 votes exactly. So, of course, you know, the legal basis behind a lot of these is not strong,
to say the least. All right, Caitlin Collins at the White House, thank you so much. Let's go to Arlette Saenz. She is covering the Biden campaign in Wilmington, Delaware. And Arlette, obviously, nothing is more suggestive of the fact that President Trump doesn't think he's going to win than the legal flailing that we're seeing coming from his camp. What are you picking up from Team Biden?
Well, Jake, the mood inside Biden's campaign right now is one of confidence as Biden is inching closer to that 270 Watching these results that are coming in over the course of the night very closely in Georgia. They are feeling good about the way things currently stand. They're keeping an eye on those counties in that Atlanta area where they are hoping that they can continue to shrink the margin with President Trump. And Georgia is one of those states that the Biden campaign has long said is an expansion state that they hope they could win to help complicate President Trump's path to the presidency. You saw Joe Biden going there in the final stretch of the campaign. The campaign also sent in their most powerful surrogate, President Obama, as they were hoping to drive up some of that Democratic support in that state that has been a reliably red state. Now, looking over at Arizona, the Biden campaign is still feeling well about their prospects there. They've acknowledged that the vote could tighten a bit in that state, but they ultimately don't believe that their current standing will be overcome there in Arizona. But so much of their strategy is still hinging on that blue wall. At the start of the day, they projected confidence about maintaining that position of strength in the blue wall. Right now, they have 2 of the 3 states that they were hoping to reestablish. They have won Wisconsin and Michigan, and they are confident and hopeful about the way things are progressing over in Pennsylvania. And Jake, it was just almost 24 hours ago where Joe Biden stood on that stage right behind me and urged his supporters to have patience. And that is something that he and his campaign continue to lean on as the votes continue to come in.
All right, Arlette Saenz with the Biden campaign in Delaware. It is, let's chat about this. So, Dana, I mean, one of the things we need to acknowledge is, once again, we still don't know who's going to be the president.
Nope.
The presidency hangs in the balance. Joe Biden is ahead in electoral votes and is leading in several states. Trump is leading in Georgia and Pennsylvania. We don't know what's going to happen. The ways that these 2 candidates and their campaigns are behaving could not be more different. Donald Trump and this lawsuit flailing really suggests much more in terms of their own pessimism than anything we're seeing on the board.
I totally agree with you. And we don't know who is going to be president. What we do know is that we're going to continue to see waves of new vote counts coming in from the early votes, from absentee ballots, from these remaining really, really crucial states that both of these candidates need. But for right now, given the fact that Wisconsin and Michigan, I think that was today. That was today.
That was today.
Whatever today
Several
means
hours
anymore.
ago.
Called for Joe Biden, that it gives Joe Biden many more options right now. But the one thing that I'm just thinking of as we are, getting late into the night again, and we are seeing more results, not just from the presidential, but also from the congressional races, is how much Democrats in particular are really, really relying on and hoping to get this win in the White House, not just because it's the White House and everything that goes along with it, especially since they so want to get Donald Trump out, but because they feel that they really did not do well and failed across the board, not entirely, but in many, many races for the United States Senate, where Democrats thought that they had it, frankly, in the bag not that long ago. And tonight we see Republican after Republican who was vulnerable eking it out for another term.
Yeah, I mean, it really makes me think about if there is a Biden presidency, what governance will look like in Washington with this kind of divided government for perhaps, maybe another 2 years, another 4 years. It's just that Democrats for so long have focused so heavily on the White House because President Trump is such a polarizing figure, and because President Trump really used the presidency as a bludgeon against his enemies, including his predecessor, trying to undo everything that Barack Obama did. They're very focused on the presidency, and it's important to them. But there are a lot of agenda items, big picture agenda items that Democrats have on health care, on the economy, that are going to require a cooperative Congress. And it's going to be tough going, particularly if Republicans are able to hold on to the Senate and Democrats end up with a narrowed majority in the House of Representatives. It's just going to be tough going. This is not going to be the panacea, perhaps, that some Democrats had hoped.
Particularly since the majority in the House already is quite diverse. ideologically, and it will be even more apparent how diverse they are when it looks like the majority, as you said, is going to be slimmer. More Republicans won seats in the House than any Democrat, and frankly, even some Republicans anticipated.
During the Obama years, when Joe Biden was vice president, he and Mitch McConnell were able to do deals together. There were many times that the Senate and Barack Obama were miles apart, and Biden and McConnell, old-time Senate deal makers, were able to sit down and negotiate. I don't know what the dynamics of this relationship would be like. I suspect that in some ways Joe Biden would appreciate being in the driver's seat and being able to tell the left of his party, this is the only way I can do things. But by the same token, he's going to have a whole leftward flank that he needs to appease.
That is definitely true, especially when it comes to the House of Representatives. But I also wonder, I mean, McConnell in the Obama years was, I mean, McConnell is a strong partisan, but he was able to work with Biden in part because he also had other senators who were, in some cases, of like mind, thinking of the Senate as a statement, as the august sort of body that it's supposed to be. I think the Senate has changed. Dana, I don't know what you think about that, but it feels to me like so many of these Senate Republicans now are in the Trumpian mode.
All right, well, we're standing by for new vote numbers from some of the remaining battleground states that will decide this election. We're going to go live there next. Stay with us.
We're here at the Magic Wall. John King is here. We're checking what's going on at several of the key battlegrounds right now. I want to go out to Arizona. Kyung La's in Phoenix for us. What do we know, Kyung? What's the latest? What are you hearing?
In just about 1 hour, Wolf, what we are anticipating is that there's going to be another ballot result. We're going to get another bit of data from Maricopa County where they are diligently counting the votes. We anticipate that that will be the last bit of ballot information that we're going to get for today. So I kind of want to walk you through exactly some of the stuff we've seen happening in the last couple hours or so. I want to start here because these are the good people who are working here, counting the vote, doing the important and, you know, at times the tedious job of American democracy. Now, I'm going to have you follow me this way. And the reason we're walking this way is because there has been a security situation here at the Maricopa County Elections Department. And this security situation is this. Kevin Myers, so step forward just a little bit further. You can see a line of law enforcement here, the Sheriff's Department, and a very large crowd. It is a little difficult for me to tell exactly how large this crowd is, but you can see for yourself. There are a lot of red hats, there are a lot of Trump signs, and there is a lot of chanting. I want to remind everybody here that this is outside the very office where they are counting the votes, where we are hoping to learn a little bit more about which way Arizona's 11 electoral votes are going to go. A lot of the people inside there are continuing to do this very important work. They're elderly, and this is what they're seeing as they try to do that. Wolf?
All right, Kyung, be careful over there. We'll get back to you. 80,000 votes. That the Biden lead in Arizona right now, 84% of the vote is in. John, stand by for a moment. I want to go to Sarah Murray. She's in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia for us right now. Another battle underway there. What are you hearing? What are you seeing?
I don't hear anything.
Sarah, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Sarah? All right, we're going to get back to Sarah shortly. But let's talk about Arizona and then Pennsylvania. We'll get to Sarah Murray in a moment.
Right, and so you're in the Biden campaign. If you're just joining us, if you haven't been with us for the past 2 days, you look at this and you say, okay, 79,000 votes. Joe Biden has the lead in Arizona. That looks good, 84% of the vote in. However, Joe Biden's lead was a lot bigger than that. If we go through the night, we can actually go back and go quickly through it. Let me bring this up and just we go through it here for you. Let me bring this out and we make sure we have the right state here. We go Arizona and we come back. If you go to Arizona, look just at midnight, last night, right? So 24 hours ago, Joe Biden had a lead in Arizona of 207,000 votes. You see it starting to slip overnight as they count. These are East Coast times, so they're in the West Coast out there, 155, 130, 93. Then it got down to 79, and now we come out to real time where we are, 79,173 votes. So you're still ahead. That's what you want. But your lead has been shrinking as they count votes, and that's the dynamic. It's working the other way. It's working in Joe Biden's favor in Pennsylvania, in Joe Biden's favor in Georgia, but against Joe Biden right now in the state of Arizona. And Wolf, the reason we're watching these handful of states that we have left is that Joe Biden is very close, 253 electoral votes. So he's knocking at the door. He's 17 away, and he can get there with Arizona and Nevada. There are other ways too. But he's leading in Arizona and Nevada, which is why it's so important. Young Law just said they think they're going to have more votes here in an hour. Those votes will be in Maricopa County, largest county by far. 60% of the vote in the state comes out of this county. The question is, when they bring in more votes here, Joe Biden has to build his lead. If Joe Biden's lead continues to shrink, that would be a warning sign, because there aren't as many votes in these other red counties. They're smaller rural counties. But if Joe Biden's lead starts to go down here and they start counting votes up here, then it gets interesting, and we just have to keep watching them.
It gets interesting in Pennsylvania right now, too.
It sure does. We come over, and Sarah Murray is standing in the most important spot in Pennsylvania, so hopefully we reestablish communications with her, because, again, you look at this, 164,000, looks like a healthy lead. That lead was a lot bigger as well last night. This is one of the states trending in Joe Biden's favor. 51 if you round up to 48. A lot of votes, right? 3.2 million to 3 million and some change there, but 89% reporting. So we're still counting and we're waiting. And just as if you can bring Sarah back in, if we have her, 79% of the vote Joe Biden is getting in Philadelphia right now, that's what we're waiting for. They're at 70%, a lot of votes.
Sarah's ready. She's in Philadelphia for us. Sarah, what are you seeing? What are you hearing over there?
Well, look, you guys are right. There is a lot of vote that's still coming in, but there's still a lot to be counted. As far as mail-in ballots, there are still more than 763,000 mail-in ballots that still have not been counted. That's a big deal. That could still be a game changer when it comes to this race. Here in Philadelphia County alone, there are 120,000 mail-in ballots that still haven't been counted. We know these big counties, like Philadelphia County, for instance, are working overnight. They're trying to kind of chug through these totals. It just takes a while. But in a sign that I think this count may be going a little bit faster than we previously anticipated, the Secretary of State, Kathy Boockvar, said on another network tonight that she now expects the vast majority of this counting to be done by tomorrow. Previously, she was saying it could still be a couple of days, so it seems like that timeline is moving up. And I can't say this enough. We haven't heard of any big issues. We haven't heard of any big problems. Everything seems to be going smoothly. It just takes a while because it's a lot of mail-in ballots.
Yes, it is. 763,000 ballots still there. They got to count that. That's a lot, John.
Right, and so you're looking at just Philadelphia right here. These numbers are going to shrink as I do this. Let me turn off the telestrator so I can shrink this back. But 763, right, let me clear that because it's a little confusing the way it just faded there. 763,000 votes still to be counted, a 164,000 vote lead for the President of the United States. And again, the trend line over the last 24 hours has been dramatically in Joe Biden's favor. So especially given that so many of those votes are here in the southeastern part of the state, we'll bring it up here. Philadelphia itself, as Sarah just noted, 30% of the votes still to be counted. This is an overwhelming Democratic city. When they count those votes, Joe Biden is going to close the gap. When they count the remaining votes here in Montgomery County, not as many. They're up to 95%. Joe Biden likely to gain some votes there. It's not guaranteed. There could be some Republicans who mailed in ballots as well. But you see this blue on the map, Joe Biden, Chester County there. So you see the blue here. You see the blue out in Pittsburgh, Allegheny County. Joe Biden has been picking up steam here with that many ballots still out. That's a very nervous moment in the Trump campaign. Joe Biden comes back and pulls ahead in Pennsylvania, can carry Pennsylvania, just forget about it.
I heard Jim Acosta say the president's freaking out about Pennsylvania right now. He's watching it very closely, freaking out about Georgia, especially right now as well. Pamela Brown, you're getting some new information on Pennsylvania. What are you hearing?
Yeah, and one county that the president is focused on is Erie County, and here's why. Erie County was a county that the president flipped in 2016. It was one of 3 counties that helped him win Pennsylvania. But if you'll recall, in October, the president went back to Erie, and here's what he said. He said, I wasn't coming to Erie. I have to be honest, there's no way I was coming. I didn't have to. And then we got hit with the plague. I had to go back to work. Hello, Erie. May I please have your vote? He thought he had it in the bag, then COVID hit, and now let's look at the numbers and that trend line we're talking about in Philadelphia. As you see right here, there's 17,000 votes left to count. These are early votes there in Erie County. The margin right now, Trump is only ahead around 6,000 votes. And I just spoke to an official tonight in Erie County who tells me the trend line right now with counting these absentee ballots in Erie County has been 4-1 in Biden's favor. John King, I'll let you put that in perspective.
Well, we've just seen, again, that matches what we have seen in other parts of the state. We know, again, remember, one of the reasons this is taking a long time and people are frustrated, especially if you have a high stake, high intensity in this election and you want to know who the winner is. Remember, a lot of people voted by mail. A ton of people in a big state like the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania voted by mail. Then there were the people who voted early by standing in line. Then there was the election day turnout. I know I'm repeating this throughout the day if you've been with us, but it's just important to understand that's why it's taking so long, because it's unprecedented, especially in a place like Pennsylvania, which does not really have a history of this. So Erie County, if Joe Biden can make up ground here, it's very important. Wolf, you know this territory well. You're from Buffalo. You come down here. This is blue-collar territory, one of the places where Donald Trump has made big inroads for himself and the Republican Party in recent years. Important math.
Yeah, he went there, and he was working it hard. Pamela, you're getting some new information on Georgia as well.
Yeah, that's right. The campaign may not only be calling for a recount in Wisconsin. I'm also learning from a source tonight familiar with the legal strategy for the Trump campaign that they're also eyeing Georgia as they're watching that margin get tighter and tighter and tighter. There are discussions, there is talk about if Donald Trump loses in Georgia and the margin is tight enough that the Trump campaign will also push for a recount there in Georgia. Now, I spoke to another source who is still staying optimistic in the Trump campaign, saying, look, the Trump is still ahead there. We could still pull it off. But that is a reality that the Trump campaign is facing now as they see their chances there dwindle. And when it comes to a recount, this is how tight it has to be in Georgia. It has to be less than 0.5% of a margin and in order for the campaign to be able to push for a recount there. And so as we watch those numbers, it will be interesting to see how it turns out.
And David Chalian is getting some new information on Pennsylvania and Georgia as well. What are you picking up, David?
Yeah, we want to take a look at the state of the race and what is left to count. So here is where things stand in Pennsylvania. You were just talking to Sarah Murray. Donald Trump has a lead, 50.7% to 48.1%. That's with 89% of the estimated vote in. That is a lead of 164,414 votes, Trump over Biden. That is a lead that has been shrinking. We think there are about 765,000 outstanding votes. I think Sarah said 763,000. We're rounding up here. 765,000 uncounted votes, according to the Secretary of State's office. Look at what Joe Biden needs to win to overcome Donald Trump's lead. He needs 59 to 61% of those 765,000 outstanding votes to overtake Trump and flip Pennsylvania blue. It sounds like a high percentage, but you just heard what Pam said about Erie County. These absentee ballots are coming in 4-1. Joe Biden is getting sort of 78%, 79% of these votes that are coming in right now from Democratic areas with the mail vote. So it's not impossible for him to hit that target. Donald Trump, for his part, only needs to hit between 39 and 41% of that remaining 765,000 bucket of votes left in Pennsylvania in order to keep his lead and keep the state. But this is a totally achievable number for Joe Biden, so we'll just have to watch as the votes are counted to see if he can close the gap. In Georgia, we are looking to see, is Donald Trump going to be able to hold on to that lead? Look at where he is right now. He's got 49.7% of the vote to Joe Biden's 49.1%. That's with 95% of the estimated vote in. That is a lead of 31,748 votes, a razor-thin lead in this Georgia race. What is left to count? About 90,000 outstanding ballots. That is according to the Secretary of State. Now, there are some models out there that think maybe there's a larger universe of uncounted ballots in Georgia, but I just want to go right now with our reporting from the Secretary of State's office. They expect around 90,000 uncounted votes in Georgia is what is left. Well, what would Joe Biden need? He would need about 53 to 55% of those 90,000 votes in order to overtake Donald Trump and actually win Georgia. I just want to tell you, all the vote coming in for Joe Biden today in Georgia that has helped him close the gap, he's getting about an average of 71% of the votes that are coming in today. So 71's a lot higher than what he needs there, 53 to 55% of those remaining 90,000 votes. Donald Trump needs only 44 to 46% of those outstanding 90,000 ballots. If he gets that range, he is likely to hold on to Georgia and keep it red. Wolf.
More votes are about to come in from the handful of battleground states that will make or break the election for President Trump and Joe Biden. Our special coverage will continue right after this.
We are waiting more votes from Arizona. A lot of interest in seeing what we can learn in the next few minutes in the state of Arizona. Florida, of course, battleground state. We were looking at how Joe Biden's underperforming among Latino voters. According to CNN's exit polls, 52% of Latino voters in Florida supported Joe Biden, a 10% drop from the 62% of Latino support Hillary Clinton got last election in that state. Joining me now, CNN political commentator Anna Navarro, who campaigned for Biden in Florida. Anna, it's one thing to talk about the Latino vote, but as you've talked about before, especially in Florida, there is such variety among the voters in that state. Cuban, Venezuelan, people from Central America, Nicaragua, Puerto Ricans who have left the island in the wake of the storm there. Why do you think Biden underperformed?
Yeah, here in Florida and frankly around the country, it's, 31 flavors of Latinos. And so when we talk about the Latino vote, it can be very, very misunderstood and misguided to just try to paint it in one broad stroke. And I want to talk to you about that because, look, I think we allowed ourselves to define the Latino vote yesterday by what happened in Miami-Dade, where it cratered. It cratered for Joe Biden, and it was an exercise, a 4-year of building by Donald Trump, of working the community, of coming up here, of talking about socialism, talking about communism, drilling that in, and it paid off for him. In Puerto Rico, the Puerto Rican vote, a little bit up the road, a few hours up the road in Central Florida, actually Joe Biden's numbers held. He got 72% there, according to the exit polls, and did much, much better. And Anderson, we've spent all night talking about Arizona. In Arizona, 700,000 Latinos voted. And Joe Biden in some counties got as much as 78%. His average in Arizona was 75%. So we've got to keep in mind, and I think we talked a lot about Miami yesterday because it was shocking. Okay, I felt like a doll who'd had the stuffing plucked out of her by when I saw those numbers. But the numbers around the country have been much better for Joe Biden than we are talking about. There's a new Latino senator in Colorado because of the Latino vote. And the Colorado seat flipped because of the Latino vote. If Joe Biden pulls it off in Arizona, it's in large part because of the Latino vote and because we organized there. Latinos organized there for 10 years in response to Joe Arpaio and to SB 1070. And so, it's like a study in contrasts, almost, what happened in Arizona and what happened in Miami.
Do you think the Biden campaign focused on Latino voters enough?
I think they focused on Latino voters a lot around the country. Look, there were 135,000 Latinos who voted in Wisconsin, upwards of 70% for Biden. I think that in Miami-Dade, frankly, they were bombarded, and by the time they showed up here, by the time Joe Biden had been elected the nominee, the pie had been baked. And you also have to remember that here in Florida, in Miami, Donald Trump counts with the alliance and with the structure and ground game of Marco Rubio and of Mario Diaz-Balart and of Rick Scott and of Governor Ron DeSantis. So the playing field advantage that existed here with the Latinos, and there is something about Donald Trump's idiosyncrasy and his message of, his demagoguery and just, look, Latinos in Miami, so many of us are traumatized. We fled communism. So you start talking to us about a radical left and you start talking to us about communism and socialism, and it triggers an emotional reaction. It triggers trauma and it triggers fear, past fear. So many of us lived it firsthand. And so it's a very different scenario. And also keep this in mind. The Latinos in Miami, Cuban vote in Miami is 3% of the national vote. Yeah. And so, it's what happened here was dramatic. It cost congressional seats. It cost 2 congressional seats for Democrats who lost them last night here in Miami, and seats up and down the state legislature. But it does not paint a picture for what happened nationally for Joe Biden. And if Joe Biden becomes the next president and reaches 270 votes, the Latinos have no small part in it.
Yeah, Ana Navarro, appreciate it. And we're watching, obviously, Arizona and Nevada very closely right now. Back now with our panel here. We're expecting these votes, this last batch of votes tonight from Arizona, probably, I mean, supposedly within the next hour.
Yeah. I'm told by supporters of the vice president that they do expect with each succeeding release that this gap will narrow. They're of the mind that it's not going to narrow enough. And I don't know that we're going to be in a position to judge that tonight. But you know, we'll see how pronounced the drop is. And if it doesn't happen, then I think they'll...
You're hearing confidence from Biden?
Yes, but also an acknowledgement that the race is tightening and it may continue to tighten here.
Yeah, I think they may be, in a way, more confident about Pennsylvania than they might be about Arizona right now. But let's just point out that all these races we're looking at are dynamic. And we're talking to both campaigns, and they're looking at different sets of voters that they think will come out for them, and we just don't know. We haven't covered an election like this before. We don't know about all this early voting and the counting early and the counting later. And so it's more dynamic, I think, than it's been in a very long time.
It's also, you know, they showed the protesters and the demonstrators there, and that's a very big show of force. People can feel intimidated by that. But the crazy thing is, they literally have opposite chance. So it's count the votes in Arizona. In Michigan, it's stop the vote. So the Trump people literally arguing the opposite thing. They're out there chanting, stop the vote, count the vote.
Or steal the vote.
Or stop. So I think, you know, tensions are high, people are upset or whatever, but the reality is that nobody knows how this is going to work out. But what I think is interesting, you don't see Biden supporters doing any of that. Same stakes, same concern. You don't see large numbers of Biden supporters trying to intimidate and challenge. You don't see Biden supporters going and filing lawsuit after lawsuit, most of them frivolous and silly, because I think the Biden team has a confidence that the American people have rendered a judgment, and that judgment is time to move on to a different style of governance. So you can see the character of the candidates in the way the campaign is responding right now.
I can't really disagree with that. I mean, the Biden camp is very, very confident. I know the Trump camp sees paths. They believe they're paths, and there are. I mean, this race is not over yet. But you know, the Biden folks have had an air of confidence, and if you look at Georgia, which we may be getting tonight, and look at how the numbers have come down dramatically, and the average, and there's really nothing there that I would see that would say, you know, the next tranche of votes is going to be any different than the tranches that came in before. I just wanted to use.
So I want to use the word.
That was for you.
But what's this? You know, what's this insistence on lawsuits and recount even before you know the count? It seems to me that this is not how people who expect to win behave.
Not at all.
They're kind of just throwing everything up against the wall just in case.
Yeah.
And that's how the Biden campaign is very different.
But most of that, I mean, I assume comes from the president directly.
Yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
He files lawsuits for practice.
Right.
Yeah, hold on. I mean, don't give the impression the Biden campaign isn't deploying people all over the country.
Absolutely.
Right now, they are doing it too.
But they're not filing the lawsuits.
They're going to monitor and to make sure.
They're filing because they have credible instances. In the case of Pennsylvania, you've heard me say this before. There is a credible claim that the Secretary of State is breaking the law. You can say, well, you know, it's not going to be material. Doesn't matter. When someone's doing something like that, they have every right to go in and tell the Secretary.
The president is standing up for law and order.
He is. He's a law and order guy.
But it does sound like every time you see the numbers move, suddenly a report surfaces saying in that state they're going to they're playing whack-a-mole every time.
It's
not
a well-coordinated effort, and I think some of us who are very concerned are actually kind of surprised. You know, if you look at the fear from the Democrats, you would have Trump get within, as Mayor Pete would say, cheating distance, and then suddenly you would have him come out and I've won. The fear was the Republicans would line up behind him. The president's won. the Republicans did the opposite. They abandoned him when he did that. Then they thought there was going to be this blizzard of lawsuits. We're going to be buried in lawsuits. These lawsuits are scattershot. They're trivial. There may be a couple of them that are serious. There may be a couple of them that are serious. But overall, they're not that impressive. And then there was this concern that you would then have this big division in the country. You would have unrest in the streets. What you've got is some desperate Trump supporters out there harassing vote counters, and mostly a quiet country.
And a quiet Donald Trump.
But, if Rudy argues these in court, I mean,
but also Donald Trump was quiet today. I mean, he was on Twitter everywhere.
For all those who say that Donald Trump is stoking, Donald Trump isn't doing any of those things right now. So let's no, he's not.
He did charge him with stealing the election.
Going to court doesn't mean you're stoking it. You're defending your rights if you think there's a wrong.
Last night,
what he said last night.
I agree, and he, as you mentioned,
so he hasn't stoked in 24 hours.
But he was tamped down pretty decisively.
Arizona, one of the tightest make-or-break races tonight. We're standing by to get details of a new vote tally as the election, a new tranche, if you will, as the election comes down to the wire. Election night in America continues after this.